Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here, you there. We are back with another of the Jim Cornette Omnibus series. We are on the bus once again for a look back at those we lost in 2023. The wrestling greats, the people who have been around the business, some of the stories you may know, some of the stories you may not know. But we are going to look back now at those we lost in 2023. Well, Jim, let's change the topic, but actually stay on the note of passings. What are your thoughts on the passing, the word that just got out? I heard from Scott Cornish this morning, the passing of one of your very good friends, Fred the Elephant Boy.
Okay, thanks for surprising me. I had no idea. What happened?
I don't know. I'm just hearing this as we
Well, how do we know we can trust Cornish?
Well, I got actually more
He's
tweets.
a noted liar and a prevaricator.
That's not true at all. I got other tweets from other people saying that Fred the Elephant Boy has indeed passed away.
You know, I didn't know Fred that well, and his brother Kid Vicious. I would see them on Dennis Coralluzzo shows when we would come up. I mean, they were big wrestling fans, and you know, Dennis booked them quite often, and they would be at, you know, the occasional wrestling fan convention or whatever the case. But he was a nice guy. I actually never really knew what the complete deal was with the whole thing. And well, you being a Stern aficionado, how did he get involved with the Howard Stern show? I think I've heard the story, but it's been 25 years.
I'm not exactly sure either. I think someone just said to maybe Gary Delabate or someone, I know this guy, you guys got to get him on the air because he could barely speak English and he's weird. And they did that, and he became somewhat of a hit.
But the story of how he was named the Elephant, and now somebody is going to probably quote chapter and verse of some book Howard Stern has written or something where it's in there. But basically, he was a caller on the air, and then somebody else called him an animal or something. He said, "I'm not an animal, I'm a human," and they said, "Oh, he's the Elephant Boy." That's how he got his name, from what I was told in the locker room years ago in New Jersey. So it must have been true.
One of the big questions, though, is how did Howard get him on the air, make him into a whack pack superstar, and never do anything with his brother? Because Kid Vicious, if you think Fred was the show, Kid Vicious was the show.
Yeah, they were an entertaining pair, and the Kid was even more over the, because Fred was kind of like the normal one when they were both around, and he was a normal guy. He had a speech impediment, and he was some odd quirks about him in general, but he was a nice guy. So I'm sorry to hear. And how old could he have been?
Maybe like late 50s, if I had to guess.
Well, I guess I was going to say he couldn't be any older than me, but I guess I'm old now, too.
I have some audio here. Let's see if it plays all right, because I hate to say this was one of the first things I thought of when I heard that he passed, but this is classic. Remember when Dennis, for a brief while, was actually a regular heel manager in Memphis on Memphis TV in 92?
Yes.
And he said that Fred the Elephant Boy and Kid Vicious were Jerry's illegitimate children, Brian and Kevin, and that Jerry Lawler won't pay child support.
Yes, yeah, that was folks, in the summer, was it the summer of 92? That was an angle that was going on in Memphis, that these two, the two brothers, one of a Stern show celebrity and his offbeat brother were actually the illegitimate children of Jerry the King Lawler.
Neither one of them could speak English well. Jerry Lawler, of course, being one of the greatest linguists in wrestling history, but let's hear some audio here. Dave Brown introducing this crew.
Match coming up Monday night, Coliseum, 8 o'clock when it all begins. Dennis Coralluzzo back again.
All right, Jack Brown, listen to me. You know, I never liked that smirk on your face. And I'm also forgetting my manners. I forgot to tell Lance Russell he's gotten a heck of a tan since I last seen him. But I've had it with these stinking people in this town. I've had it with the stinking town. I've had it with that stinking Jerry Lawler. Let me tell you something. You see me soften him up for Mike Dogendorf earlier? I'm going to bring somebody out right now, two people. I'm going to bring Jerry Lawler's sons out right now. Brian and Kevin, come on out here. These kids are who I'm going to be collecting.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you followed any of this over the months or not. These are not Jerry Lawler's kids. I'm sorry.
They are are Jerry Lawler's kids. Come here, turn around here. Look at that profile, the regal chin, the regal nose. Let me tell you something right now. I want all you people, please, just for a minute, to shut your eyes and listen to Brian Lawler talk, and you would know his voice from Jerry Lawler's. Brian, say a few words.
Dad, prepare up to here. Recognize us as your children. And please give us the proper respect and my direct yourself.
Kevin.
Yeah, look, Jerry, we've been through this time and time again. You owe us child support, and we ain't gonna stop until you give it to us.
Let me tell you something right now. I just want to see how...
He's actually pretty Kid Vicious. He's pretty good on the mic.
And by the way, and I've got it because it was a sight gag, and the people won't get it because it's just audio. But when Dennis Coralluzzo, bless him, said, and I want to say, Lance Russell, you've got a great tan since the last time I saw you. That wasn't Lance sitting there. It was Corey Macklin, who's an African-American gentleman who had taken over the co-announcing spot. And everybody in Memphis at that point probably shit themselves because Lance was a local icon, not to be bullied around. But that...
I'm going to guess Jerry was booking that summer.
yeah, that was I think that was actually the summer that Jerry Jarrett started his construction business and wasn't around much. And Lawler was definitely booking. And, oh, my God. And Dennis, Dennis was fucking great. That's like sitting down to dinner with Dennis at a restaurant somewhere, except if he was on television as a heel. But anyway, well, I'm sorry to hear about Fred the Elephant Boy. May he rest in peace.
Of course, we have to begin today by talking about the tragic news, the passing of Jay Briscoe. And to do that with me, of course, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, shit, I didn't know how I was going to start this to begin with, but now I'm just flummoxed. I wish sometimes, Brian, we were like normal people. Instead of doing a podcast, when something really bad happens, we can just avoid human contact for a month or so and eat a lot of greasy food. And, but we've got to talk about this right after it happens because same thing I said with Bobby Eaton. If we don't do it now, we can't ever do another show because that's the first thing we got to talk about. It's that important. And... a lot of times when shit like this happens, even if you really like or love the person or have known them however long, it's wrestling, folks. Let's face it, unless it's old age or, cancer or some kind of unpreventable illness. In many cases, when you talk about something like this, personal habits or lifestyle, he should have taken care of himself. That there's some mitigation at least in that, but in this case, there's not, because it's fucking ridiculous. Through no fault of his own, he's minutes from his house, from the farm where they all live, the family all lives. You can, see everybody in the goddamn family. I think the way I've seen everything laid out, they all live there on the farm. And minutes from there, taking his kids to school, or not to school, but to cheerleading practice or whatever at the school. And some fucking woman, girl, whatever, this was not, they weren't on the interstate. People can't picture Laurel County and Sandy Fork and, Delaware. It's rural. It was a 2-lane road, probably they may have been the only traffic. Who the fuck knows? And the woman just for some unknown reason crosses over from her lane, cross the middle lane, hits him head on. Boom. And she's dead, so we won't get a explanation from her ass over this. I hope maybe they found a cell phone laying around, because if they do a alcohol content test and that comes up negative, nobody can fucking exist without texting on the phone in the car anymore. But nevertheless, so both of his daughters are still in the hospital. And I mean, it's not like people are, you can't just be constantly hounding this family. Well, how are the daughters? So the last I heard was what they had posted. It was a day ago that one was in surgery, a back surgery, which doesn't sound good. And the other one was stable, but still in, critical condition or whatever. But just taking them to cheerleading. And I got an email. I got a number of emails, not only personal, but also to my website. But this from, I don't know this guy named Scott, but he's a listener, and he's from Laurel County or Sussex County, Laurel, Delaware. I said Laurel County a few minutes ago. Whatever the case. Scott from up there in Sussex County. He wrote, I can truly say that our little community has never been so heartbroken than to hear the news of Jay's passing. Schools and businesses are closed. They closed the school district for the day in honor of them because of what Jay and his family meant up there. But schools and businesses are closed. Social media is exclusively an outpouring of love for Jamin Pugh and his family. Jay was a frequent sighting out and around Sussex County, Delaware. I've never met a more friendly and down-to-earth human being in my entire life. It didn't matter who you were, what color your skin was, or your sexual preference. Jay was a friendly face to all. I was proud to call him friend and look to him as an example of what a father should be. I can only hope to be half the father that Jay was to his children. He was an A-plus father up until the very end, as he was killed taking his little girls to cheerleading practice. Our community will never be the same after this horrible tragedy, but he will never be forgotten around these parts. Jay Briscoe was a legend, and his memory will live on forever. This guy meant so much to the people up there that knew him, not even because he was a wrestler. They knew him. It's a small town, a small area up there. We used to make, jokes about Sandy Fork, Delaware on Ring of Honor television and the number one sons of Sandy Fork. But it's true. It's Delaware sounds like it's in the Northeast and et cetera. And there are obviously big city elements, Wilmington, but this is as rural as you can get. And Jay, he was, I didn't even realize to the extent he was involved till I read some of the articles. And God, Mike Johnson, again, on pwinsider.com, did a great piece that you need to look up. But Jay was coaching to his kids, his son, who wasn't in the accident, thank goodness, but was coaching his kids' sports teams and helped out at the school there. And not only that, but it wasn't a rib. When we talked all those times on Ring of Honor television, going back to when I was there 10, 12 years, 13, 14 years ago, whatever it was, of the Briscoe family, they had that RV, that giant RV that they would drive to the Manhattan Center for the big matches in New York because their mother and their father and the sister, their cousins, kids, they always had their family around them. And they would turn down plane tickets to be able to, drive and bring the family that had Papa Briscoe, their dad. I love that fucking guy. Had supported them from the time he helped teach them how to themselves, how to wrestle at first in the backyard before they ever got any training. And that's something that we knock self-trained wrestlers because of the wide variety of self-trained wrestlers that you can tell. And the ones that don't ever seek any training after that, or don't take criticism, or don't take advice, or whatever the case. These guys were self-trained, but they fit none of that other category. They were Bobby Eatons because they saw it and they loved it, and they could naturally do the movements. And somehow they were also able to translate it into figuring out how to fucking work once that they got around people who could, and they osmosised that too. But as past being wrestlers, we'll get to that shortly. I can't imagine what's going on with the family because of how, if you found anybody in the wrestling business that was more in love with and loved and wrapped up in their family, it would be the Briscoe. There couldn't be anybody more. So, and you've seen, I don't know when, I mean, it looked like a head of state would have passed away on Twitter from everybody currently in the wrestling business, or that's ever been in a locker room with them, or involved with anything to do with Jay's career. I mean, you can tell when people are just, oh, we're sorry something happened. No, everybody is torn up. And that's, that's hard to find. And it's more than like some legend from goddamn Attitude Era was gone. It's even though Jay was not on national television, everybody that interacted with the fans that have seen the Briscoes are broken up, and the people who've worked with them, and everybody that's interacted with them. And so I don't really know which direction to go with this from here, except that it's when something like that happens through no fault of anybody's, doing a completely routine, wonderful thing that they are dedicated to doing for their children. Help me figure out a direction here.
Well, I want to talk more about the man because you got to know him, and his family because you got to know them. But let's go back to the beginning, because in the early days of Ring of Honor, there were some names that were kind of indie superstars, and then there were a couple names that stood out because of the name Briscoe. Who are these guys calling themselves Briscoe? It's a big name to, even though there's an E at the end, it's a big name to stand up to. And when I first started seeing Ring of Honor, and they were very young, they didn't have hair. I mean, they were very young. But they stood out. And like you said, and I never even thought about the Bobby Eaton comparison, but the movement, the way their bodies moved in the ring, whether they were doing crazy stuff or just the basic stuff, especially as they got older, it really stood out. What were your first impressions of them? Because you were in Ring of Honor, 2003, 2004?
It was 2004. And
for the Midnight Express reunion, you started doing it, yeah.
Yes, well, I think I had even done maybe the first Ring of Honor show before the Midnight reunion, but Gabe had Sapolsky had called me, and he had these young kids, and he wanted to know if I would come up and make a show. I can't even remember, was it Dayton, Ohio? Because that was the closest they ever got to Louisville, or maybe I went to Philly the first. I don't know. But he said, these kids I've got, they're young, but they're good. They're going to be good. And I'd like you to manage them. We're going to put our belts on them. Okay. And he told me the Briscoe brothers, and I laughed, right? I'm thinking Jack and Jerry, and okay. And there was an element of roll my eyes at the Briscoes, just the idea of the name, but okay, whatever. And I went and did, and again, what tremendous kids with tremendous attitudes. But again, then Mark would have been 17 and Jay would have been 19 maybe, or, right before those birthdays, whatever the case. And like you said, they had no hair. They had crew cuts, and they looked like shit, and I mean that in the nicest way, because they didn't look like anything. I think they were amateur wrestlers. I think they were still wearing the shoulder strap thing, like just singlets and boots and crew cuts and no beards and just teenage kids. And I was like, well, okay. But then when they got in the ring, and even though they were, you know what, and God, this has been a bad couple of days for me, because I'll fucking digress for a second. Dark Side of the Ring was here yesterday at the castle. It's no secret they're going to have season 4. And I was talking about other people that I've known or worked with in the past that are gone. So it's been a great time for that. But another subject was Terry Gordy, that I made some comments on as in relation to something that they're doing. And I said, well, I first saw him when he was 16 years old. And he was big and he had the size and he could do the shit, but he was kind of klutzy because he was 16 years old. But he was a puppy with big paws, right? The Briscoes were puppies with big paws. Do they say that in New Jersey, Brian?
I'm sure someone does, yes.
Somebody probably does, but a puppy with big paws, in down south, you see that he's going to be a big dog, right? He's got big paws. He's going to grow into it. They were puppies with big paws. Because nobody at that point, I mean, how could they, for fuck's sake? They're teenagers. They hadn't been around enough people that knew to explain, okay, you can do all this stuff, but when should you do it and how should you do it, and don't step on each other's stuff, right? Just typical stuff that when guys are green and they're teenagers. And so at the time, but anyway, I enjoyed them as people, and you could tell they could do the shit, right? They just, again, had no look. And who have I said is the best looking, most real gimmick, not only in fucking tag team wrestling, but maybe in all of wrestling today? Who have I been saying it for several years now? The fucking Briscoes. They went from fucking tights and, faces, there they are with no hair, no beard, no whatever the fuck, to the best looking fucking most real thing in the wrestling business. So it can happen.
And you could really make an argument, and I don't know if you should say an argument or just a statement. Despite the success that FTR has had in the ring, and of course, with critical acclaim the last year, despite even what the biggest Young Bucks fan thinks of them in terms of actual tag teams, the best tag team of the last 20 years is probably the Briscoes.
Well, I try to explain it like the FTR are technically the best tag team in the ring, I think, in the business. As far as professional wrestling, tag team wrestling, execution of things, even psychology of it, I've said the only fault they have is when they fucking get overconfident in their opponents and run off and leave them, right? Otherwise than that, they're flawless. But as far as a look and as far as promos, which is part of the package, the Briscoes were stronger in that category, obviously. And so it's a 1-2 fucking situation, I think. But as I've said, the Briscoes were perfect in look and perfect in sound and fantastic in the ring. So they might even had the not. We'll not litigate it right now. But from that period of time in 2004 and 2005, I was working with Gabe on different shows, and I managed them several times. And like I said, as people are wonderful. And they were respectful to everybody in the business, but especially to learning shit and to taking advice and whatever.
I was going to ask you about that because we hear a lot nowadays, and every veteran that comes out of, AEW will say a lot of these guys, or all of these guys, or most of these guys don't want advice. They don't seek it out, but they certainly don't want it. What were these guys like? What were the Briscoes like when they were young in terms of taking advice?
The opposite. And it would be like a yes, sir. I had to tell him a number of times early on, please don't call me sir. I'm old enough as it is. But, no, they wanted to know, and that's why they learned. And then I'll forget to say this later, so I'll say it now because it's not chronological. But the last several times I've dealt with them, they're doing the same thing that we were. They've learned, and they're trying to help other guys, and or pitch in and say, hey, blah blah blah. Not in a Not in a way like do this and do that, but hey, brother, because Jay was always, somebody tweeted the first time I met him, I asked him, it may have been Generico, said, what do you guys want to do? And Jay said, hey, fuck it, let's go out there and fucking kill it. He would, and he'll be excited to help do that with other talent also. So okay, but anyway, and that's from in those early years. Yes, puppies with big paws. Did I ever dream they were going to look like this 18 years later? Whatever. No, but they. At the same time, then I left Ring of Honor for 3 years because of the TNA situation. I was with them and Ring of Honor, and the TNA pulled their talent. And I've explained this. I had a different contract, but I couldn't fucking show up. They can't get Samoa Joe and AJ Styles. They'd have booed me out of the building. But there was no breakup. So I went back in 2009, and it's 5 years later, and now the big pause, now the Briscoes, all of a sudden, they've picked up everything. I mean, they didn't look exactly like they look today. I don't think they were as ripped. And I don't think Jay had the dreadlocks yet, but they had a look. And their matches, not only were they doing all the shit that they were doing before, but they were exciting and they made more sense, and they'd come along. And I was like, oh, them boys have grown up. And it was exciting because you could, not having followed everything they were doing for 3 or 4 years, and then boom, see them again, the difference was astounding, and it was so much more positive for the better, right? And that's when, I mean, obviously, at first Adam Pearce was the booker, and yeah, the Briscoes are figured in. The Briscoes were always figured in. I'm not saying that I was the only proponent they had. And then when Delirious got to book, yes, the Briscoes are figured in. But when Sinclair bought the company, there was a lot of great talent in Ring of Honor at the time, but I thought the Briscoes were 2 of the 4 or 5 most important people for television because they were so visual and they were so different and they were so real.
Can we stop for 1 second just to recap a little of their history? They've been working, if not exclusively, predominantly for Ring of Honor from the beginning of their career up until this point. Ring of Honor was a videotape business or a DVD business. Eventually they had the HD Net show. And then with the Sinclair purchase, they got TV on Sinclair's syndicated network. So the Briscoes really had no exposure to, other than shooting promos for a video camera for a DVD release. They didn't have much exposure to doing any TV at all.
No, and that's part of the reason why that I was excited about Ring of Honor getting on Sinclair, because a lot of those guys had not had much or any television exposure, so they hadn't really been ruined in terms of people's mind as preconceived notions or whatever. And, even though they had only been doing videos, they'd still been talking, because Gabe did promos and everybody, Ring of Honor did promos even when they didn't have television, because the videos had interviews too, and the blah, blah, blah. And then the website came along. So they'd had some practice, but at the same time, Mark and Jay were just being Mark and Jay. And, they didn't yell and scream and threaten to bash people's heads in the locker room, but the interplay between the two of them were, and then it got to the point where I especially helped them flesh it out in Sinclair, or encouraged them to flesh it out, where Mark did the fills, Jay's doing the main part of the promo, and then Mark comes in with those classic fucking things that Mark wrote all of his shit, because how do you write that, right? And sometimes they'd say shit in the locker room, and that's why I would say, wait, remember it or I'll write it down, say it on a promo, because no, it wasn't like we were writing for them. We were just encouraging them how to do themselves on television. And so that was the thing. And from the start with, obviously with Sinclair, the Briscoes were, as I said, were always figured in. And that's why even like Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin had WWE exposure on television and with Kurt Angle and blah, blah, blah. But they've been gone for a couple years. They hadn't been beaten into powder, and they could still go in the ring. So I've got them involved specifically so they could work with the Briscoes and we managed to get a multiple dynamic out of it because at first people were thrilled to see Haas and Benjamin because they were names. And then when they started fucking with the, people that they liked from Ring of Honor, then they kind of were heels. And then we had the Briscoes for a while turn heel because they said, fuck it, we got screwed. And they would do this. We got screwed, so we're going to fuck everybody up.
The Kings of Wrestling were in the mix too. You had a great tag team division there.
And there again is even before Sinclair, because we lost Hero and Claudio right when we were getting Sinclair television. But the HDNet shows, were out there. But get the Honor Club, for fuck's sake, everybody, because a lot of these matches are on there. But they had 2 with Hero and Claudio and old Shane Hagedorn, their manager, Kings of Wrestling. One was in Toronto in 2011. This may have been either before or right after. I think it was right after the Sinclair purchase, but it had been booked before. But it was the Briscoes against Hero and Claudio in a goddamn, I don't know if we called it a Toronto street fight. I don't know if Toronto's noted for their fucking throwdowns up there, but it was a fucking anything goes. It was a street fight match because it was built to in the fucking angle for weeks, months and months. And not only did they do all of their shit, because Hero and Claudio at the time I was comparing to the Midnight Express in terms of who's the best in-ring heel team in the business, because they could work the young guys style, and then they could work a fucking pro wrestling tag team match. And Hero was such a fucking, I mean this in the most loving way, a wrestling nerd about all styles that he could do everything. And, Claudio learned a lot of what he learned from Hero. But anyway, so they were having great tag team matches. We have the street fight match in Toronto, and I gave them some of the old territory street fight stuff that nobody had done at that point, 20 years or whatever the fuck it was. And they loved it. And not only the Briscoes, as I said, Hero loved all that shit. He was receptive, but they were able to work that into their shit. And, we did because a lot of times they would get so excited, the Briscoes would, that Mark would do something big while Jay was doing something big over on the other side of the ring or out on the floor at the same time. And I said, don't not do your shit. Just don't do it at the same time as the other guy. Slow to build here, make this pay off. People will pop more if you just set it up and, then foil it later, whatever. So they did the thing where they tied, I believe it was probably Jay. They tied Jay's, basically got a rope and tied his neck around the ring post where he was choking and couldn't breathe, and he's tied, he can't get away. And then they're double teaming his brother. And finally, I think one of the ring crew guys comes over the railing and pulls a pocket knife out of his goddamn pocket and cuts Jay loose while he can still fucking breathe, and he slumps to the ground. That was taken from an actual real life incident where they tied the babyface to the ring post, and a fan from the front row came over the rail with a goddamn knife and cut him loose. And then, so Jay comes out from under the ring with the goddamn fire extinguisher to fucking blind the heels and start to come back, and everybody's bleeding, and then they broke a table. And the fucking place went ballistic. I loved that match because it was Ring of Honor, and it was a Toronto crowd, and Ted Reeve Arena held, 1,200? We sold that one out, believe it or not, folks. And they loved that shit, and it was part modern wrestling chaos and part, old school psychology that these guys got. And then the other one, were you there for Papa Briscoe's 6-man in the Manhattan Center?
I don't think so. Every single Ring of Honor show you ever asked me to come to, they were on the show. I thought about that the other day. Every single one of those shows, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if I saw that. I may have. I was going to ask you, whose idea was it? When did he first start getting involved in, obviously they weren't doing TV before that, but whose idea was it to get him involved in that stuff? Because he was great.
You know me. And I thought, well, goddamn, because these guys wanted to make wrestling as emotional and meaningful as possible. Like I said, Hero and Claudio and the Briscoes. And the Briscoes were known by the Ring of Honor fans and by everybody who knew them as being so involved with their family. And it was not uncommon for their family to be around. So on the HDNet show, and goddamn, I hope that, I'm pretty sure it was, I don't want to lie, but I'm pretty sure that it was either going to air on or we were shooting it on or something. It was around the time of Father's Day. Okay. Because this was probably the insemination of the idea. And well, Papa Briscoe, the Briscoe's father, who, by the way, is, if you haven't seen him, is twice as jacked up. At the time he was I guess still, but he was 30 or 40 pounds bigger than either Mark or Jay. He looks like Bullet Bob Armstrong if he came from Delaware. Big arms and a fucking gray hair, and he can cut a promo because he's a wrestling fan too. And he's got a voice. Anybody saw the fight at the chicken farm between Mark and Jay? He was the referee, right? He was, all right, boys, get it out of your system. So anyway, there is fucking Papa Briscoe at ringside, Father's Day, whatever the case may be. And Shane Hagedorn, the obnoxious manager of the Kings of Wrestling. God, it's been 12 years. I can't remember exactly what was said, but the point is he made an ill comment about the Briscoes and their parentage to Papa Briscoe's face, and Papa Briscoe slapped him naked and hid his clothes. He just fucking slapped the shit out of Hagedorn. And here comes the Kings of Wrestling, and I believe it was Hero that hit that fucking elbow on Papa Briscoe, and down he went. And as Gary Hart would say, the shit, as they say, brother, was on. And now it was a personal blood feud between the Briscoes and the Kings of Wrestling. And long story, folks, again, the Honor Club, I don't know what they got on there, but I'm going to try to check out these two matches because I've been thinking about them and I haven't seen them in 12 years. But we went to New York, and God, was it the Manhattan Center or was that in Hammerstein? I can't remember which. But it was a 6-man tag with the Briscoes and Papa Briscoe against the Kings of Wrestling and Shane Hagedorn. And the Ring of Honor fans online from Bratislava and Yugoslavia and all points south of Brazil were just up in arms. They're they're putting their father in we wanted a 6-star match from the Tokyo Dome. This horse shit. God damn it, this old Southern wrestling bullshit. We can tell Cornette's there. And when we came to the night of the match, which, by the way, whichever venue it was in the Manhattan Center was full. Every seat was full. And those people in New York, the hardest audience, supposedly for smart fans, they came unglued by the time they got to the finish of that fucking thing because and first they did not give a shit for Papa Briscoe, even when he walked out and they saw what he looked like, that he had come ready for bear. But by the time that he hit the fucking Road Warrior Hawk clothesline off the top rope onto one of those bastards that had to take his stiff shit, the place was coming unglued for Papa Briscoe. He put the work in. They worked out a match, and Papa did his shit, and the people loved it, and the Briscoes triumphed. And that was another one of my favorite matches because it was real. It was lit. This is what the guy helped teach his sons how to wrestle in their backyard of their farm, and now they're in a feature match on a sold-out Ring of Honor show, and we had to make Papa Briscoe take a payoff. And we gave it, and by the statute of limitations run out, I got money and we gave it to him in cash under the fucking table as a thank you, and he tried to give it back to us. And he said, oh, no. I said, what the fuck? And they brought the whole family up in the RV. And you've never seen grins on anybody's faces like that. I love, now that I think about it, that, I mean, it wasn't like we were bringing Papa Briscoe in to be a goddamn recurring, contender for the title. but that they got to team with their father in fucking New York, from sell out in the Manhattan Center or wherever it was, whichever room.
Final Battle 2010, Manhattan Center.
There you go. There you go. That was, that was probably one of the greatest nights of their life, and I was just liking it because it was great old-fashioned wrestling. But those are two of my favorite matches that they had. But anyway. And then, what was it? Obviously, I was gone when Jay won the world title, and I was all in favor of that because he was a fantastic single also, but my fondness for tag team wrestling, I just always preferred the brothers together because they were again, can you say Jay was the best in the world as a single? In a lot of ways, maybe yes, especially when he was the champion there, but they were definitely the best tag team, at that time. And now with FTR, as we said, 1 and 2, depending on your preference. So, and that's, as a matter of fact, they did a thing with Sinclair, Mark Davis, the guy who was the head of production for Ring of Honor, and not only the early days when he was the production for Ring of Honor, but then when they actually hired people and got a department, he was the head of that too. But we put him on the bus one time on the RV with the camera, and they did an hour TV special on the road with the Briscoes and at the farm and with the family and the whole 9 yards. Because that was the point I was going to make, and I never got to a little while ago. They were so important for television because it was so different. And they were so good at everything. It related the promos and the gimmick and the visuals of having the farm and not having to work any of that. And just the things on the bus with the family, whatever, that they were always, as far as I was concerned, going to be figured into whatever we did on television with Sinclair, because that was kind of the epitome of Ring of Honor was supposed to be, where the young, wild ass personalities and or badass wrestlers or fighters that don't do the phony showbiz stuff want to go. And they were perfect for that. But at the same time, and you know what? It was, God damn it, I can't remember now whether it was under Kerry's administration or under Sinclair's administration. But despite how much we loved them and wanted to depend on them and the whole 9 yards, the time where they were going to get a look by the WWE and Jay sent the tweet. And at that time, we had heard from them, obviously, that they had an opportunity, and it wasn't like that they were dangling already a giant contract in front of them, but as I recall the way it was relayed to me, they were going to bring them to Florida for a week and give them a tryout, the WWE I'm talking about. And I said, well, that doesn't sound like a fucking brass band welcome with open arms, but to the credit of whoever administration it was, I think it may have still been Kerry, but it might have been Sinclair, but we were going to, no, it was probably still Kerry. But we were going to let them out of whatever we had with them if they had an opportunity, because everybody wanted Mark and Jay to have the biggest contract or the most success or whatever that they could have. And because obviously, and I'll admit it in a guilty fashion, when I heard that the tweet had caused them to rescind the invitation, I was kind of relieved because I didn't think that the WWE, and history has probably borne me out on this, I didn't think the WWE would let the Briscoes be the Briscoes, and with the Briscoes not being the Briscoes, I was afraid it would all be for naught, and they would have ended up happier staying in Ring of Honor. But I did remark to Delirious at the time, I believe, that it was the first $1 million tweet ever sent in history. because you couldn't. Well, I don't know, because then there was also the comment from the WWE one time. I can't remember which one of the brain trust it was, that the Briscoes were not cosmetically pleasing, which was the exact reason why they should be on fucking television. Because as we mentioned with the Young Rock trying to recreate the superstars of the past, nobody looks like that. And they had a look, not everybody's look. So
can we talk about the tweet for a second? Just because so much of everything after that point, at least in terms of wrestling, it kind of goes back to
You know what? Hold on. Hold a thought on the tweet, because I got one more story to tell, because then we'll talk about the tweet, because I'm going to probably get cranky about that. I went back after I was gone. That made a lot of fucking sense.
Is this a letter, or are you saying this?
No. God damn it. When I went back to work with Ring of Honor in conjunction with the Crockett Cup in, what was that, 2018 or 19? They did at Charlotte, North Carolina. They did the pay-per-view out of the new arena up there around Concord, or wherever the fuck it was. And in the first round, it was the Briscoes versus the Rock and Roll Express. And I was doing commentary on the show, but they also asked me to produce that match, which I was happy to. And so I'd left at the end of 2012, and there's 7 years later, I come back, and there's the Briscoes again. Well, and of course, big smile and big grins. But now, as much of a difference as I'd seen, from 2005 to 2012, now there's multiple times more. Now they've got the whole gimmick is blossoming out, and Jay's ripped, and both of them, Jay had some serious knee injuries, and I think Mark has had a few things, but I don't know how they were able to stay in the shape they were in, but they did that shit, and it looked like it would kill you, but they could do it. And anyway, they had the whole package together, and they were really they looked like ass kickers. And now they're working with the Rock and Roll Express, and to be honest, I mean, they loved it, because they looked at it like, if a baseball player of today got a chance to play against or with Mickey Mantle, they'd just be thrilled, even if Mickey couldn't hit the ball as far, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, in this case, I thought, well, it's the Ring of Honor fans. I don't want them to be too hard on Ricky and Robert, but they were there in large part because they needed to sell tickets in Charlotte, and Ricky and Robert were a primary reason why they sold any live event tickets in Charlotte. But I didn't want the people to think, oh, goddamn, now, because there's the Briscoes, right? And there's Ricky and Robert at that age, in this day and age. So I didn't want them to have to go too long. I left it up to Jay and Mark at first, and I was like, maybe we can do, something short where you jump and a blah, 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 and then they get some hope. No. We can do it. We all four of us, we want to have this match. And they were all fired up to have a fucking match, and they did, and the people live loved it. And it actually got quite good reviews, even from the more harsher critics on the internet. But now Jay and Mark are obviously not leading the Rock and Roll Express, but they had learned enough, and they had come along enough that they knew how to feed those guys and make it easier for them to be the rock and roll they used to be in front of the town they were the most popular in. And that, again, just professional all the way. So that's, I guess, almost 4 years ago, whatever is the last time that I got to see him or work with him. But it was just amazing, the transformation through the years that you could see when you bopped in at different points in their career. And again, with Jay 38 and Mark, 36. And if they hadn't, broken their bodies down to where they still look that good and can do that shit at this point, they had years more left. But
isn't that amazing? They were there at the very beginning of Ring of Honor. When you think about that early class of Ring of Honor stars, Danielson, Samoa Joe, Punk, AJ Styles, whoever you think about, they're all either in their early 40s or getting up there. They're still in their 30s. Jay Briscoe was not even 40 yet. I mean, what an incredible career for someone not even 40.
Well, and and we'll talk about this tweet in a second, but I don't want to act like they never went anywhere but fucking Ring of Honor. They've been to Japan and they've worked a number of independents, but a lot of the reason, and especially during the Sinclair era, and they eventually worked up to where for the few years that Sinclair was willing to spend some money, I believe they were doing all right. But at some points, they liked the Ring of Honor contract because they had a landscaping business and they worked on the legitimate family chicken farm. And sometimes they didn't want to go to Japan, or they turned down maybe some opportunities to do other things because they didn't want to be away from the family that long for that. And they liked working for Ring of Honor with their friends and also being based out of home and having a lot of time at home for their other businesses and their family. They weren't concerned necessarily. I mean, I'm sure it would be lovely, but they weren't in all cases more concerned about where's the money rather than where's my family fit in, and how can I contribute here the best. And they knew that they were important to Ring of Honor like Ring of Honor was important to them.
And on that topic, you brought up Mickey Mantle before, and it's not a perfect comparison, but if you look at Ring of Honor history, the early days with Gabe and Feinstein, the Cary Silkin era, into the Sinclair era, into Tony Khan, they're the glue. And Mickey Mantle did something that's one of the most romanticized things to do in baseball, because it rarely happens anymore, especially. He wore one uniform his whole career. Just the Yankee uniform. It's painful sometimes to see Babe Ruth in his last days as a player wearing a Boston Braves uniform. And in a sense, like you brought up, it's a shame they didn't get that WWE opportunity. But on the other hand, it's not like their work in Ring of Honor wasn't great. And we did get an incredible body of work that's consistent. From beginning to end, there's a story there with Ring of Honor and the Briscoes. Like I said, they're the glue of Ring of Honor.
I actually, until you made the baseball analogy, which I wouldn't have thought of, that is, where can you find any other, I guess, single wrestler or tag team entity, whatever, that's started and finished? And obviously, Mark's not finished, but as the tag team, the Briscoes started and finished in one company, even though through several different administrations, and grew with that and went from, pimply faced teenage kids to the best in the business at what they were doing. That's amazing.
They didn't get the WWE opportunity. And of course, we talked, and I encourage people to go check out the YouTube channel. We talked about the tweet recently because there was the story that there was an executive with Warner Brothers Discovery who did not want them on any programming because of that tweet. And I want to say, I think I saw Sean Ross Sapp tweet out earlier. It's amazing they wouldn't let him on the air for something so many years ago that he has apologized for. Yet the show after Dynamite was a man who just slapped his wife, hosting a show with people slapping each other.
Yes. And did you see also that it's being stated that they taped after Dynamite last night, this is the Thursday morning as we record this. But after Dynamite last night, they taped a tribute to Jay Briscoe that will air on the Ring of Honor Honor Club, and kudos to Tony for doing that. But the reporting was also accompanied by that they were not allowed to make the Dynamite show a tribute to Jay Briscoe like they had done to Brody Lee by the same unnamed TBS or Warner Brothers Discovery executive. Did you see that?
I did see that. And, we're just two friends talking here, letting people listen. I'm not proud of this, but I did have the thought Tuesday night. That executive, if that decision hadn't been made, who knows if he would have been there? Who knows if he would have flown out that night to go to Dynamite? And I regret, I'm saying that out loud just because it has been eating me up a little bit, thinking about all that. And I want to talk about the tweet, but let me mention this. The wrestler Effie, who we've talked about it a little bit in the past, does over-the-top stuff. He's openly gay, and his character obviously is also openly gay and does some explicit sexual stuff at times that's not for our taste. But here's what he tweeted out. Jay Briscoe showed me respect and love when everyone told me he wouldn't. If you knew Jay, you knew he would uplift everyone in that locker room regardless of whatever world they came to wrestling from. The best. Rest easy, brother. And I think it's important to anyone still holding on to anything from that tweet. It was regrettable, it was ignorant, and there's no signs of anything after that point that shows that this was a hateful guy. And I said, the thing with the executive has been bothering me just because, I've been thinking a lot about it, and I have. And, but anyway, back to you.
Well, but we talked about it when we, as you said, we talked about the tweet earlier in a previous show. Besides the fact that he apologized for it over and over, and you can see the type of person he is, and that everybody felt he was, it hit at that point, and I'm not going to go on a soapbox about this, but one of the comments he made was, he said, I was crusading for the Lord back then. Indoctrination of religious beliefs can damage people's perceptions in some cases, that's all I'll say, and it was also hitting him with his kids, because the whole gay marriage thing was at the crux of it, because that was being discussed. And what does Jay care more about than anything else in life? His kids. And he doesn't want anything bad to happen to his kids that are told to him will happen by the fucking authority figures or whatever the fuck that he was listening to on the news. So past all that, I've got to admit now, I rescind everything I said about, well, is this really a unnamed Warner Brothers executive, or is this jealousy on the part of some of the EVPs? But not even they, in this situation, could be that fucking asshole-ish of assholes. That before I do, oh, maybe it's jealousy, but no, now they would certainly not, in this situation, stand in the way of anything. So this legitimately has to be that some unnamed piece of shit, who I would love to get the name of, and I promise you, if anybody can tell me his name, I'll tell 1,000,000 people real fucking quick. I can promise you that. But whoever this fucking guy is that has never said anything wrong.
You don't know.
Or girl, I'm sorry. Executive or executress that has never said anything bad or done anything wrong or said anything regrettable in public, or it is perfect in every way, who works for a network that has never had a convicted felon on the wrestling program, Nick Gage, who has never had a convicted felon, not only a bank robber, but now a rapist, Mike Tyson, past the wrestling program. If we're doing criminal background checks on everybody, let's go to the rest of the programming. You just mentioned the network that doesn't air a television program from documented wife slapper Dana White about a bunch of mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging fucking meatheads slapping a piss out of each other over and over until one of them gets brain damage and the other one wins less cash prizes than I get selling comic books in a month. They don't do that. I don't even watch any of the rest of these goddamn shitty programs that TBS and TNT broadcast these days, or I'm sure I could find some things wrong with people on them too. So how fucking cretinous of a goddamn inhuman piece of shit, slime from the puddle of ooze of the fucking pits of hell do you have to be, unnamed woman or man, that would not even let them show highlights and tributes to a guy who got killed taking his kids to cheerleading practice because of a mean fucking tweet? Fuck you. I'd goddamn double dog dare somebody in the sound of my voice or the fucking reach of this show to find out that name, and I promise you, I will broadcast it to the goddamn world along with any contact info that I can find out, and I would love the motherfucker to sue me. But in the meantime, why don't everybody write TBS and TNT and go, hey, fuck you? What kind of fucking pricks you employing over there, now that I think about it? But anyway, yeah, that's apparently now I can absolve the Young Bucks of any jealousy responsibility for this. It apparently really is some piece of shit that ought to be drug across goddamn razor blades and dipped in a vat of alcohol. But let's get back to this.
You know, the last year, everyone's been raving about FTR, and rightly so. It's easy to forget at times that there was another team in those 3 matches in Ring of Honor. They didn't just hold their own. They're as good as anyone. Yeah. And I think because FTR gets all the attention, because of all the backstage drama and everything that everyone knows is happening.
At least every once in a while, the company they work for does put them on television. So they get a little more attention. But yes, I mean, it's not even close that their best matches, both teams' best matches, were with each other. But yes, FTR couldn't do that with anybody else, because if they could, they'd have done it with somebody else. And they've had different kinds of matches, but not that. Not the essence of wrestling.
You know, it's weird. You know, I've been thinking so much lately about mortality, just with everything I've gone through with my father. And, you know, you start thinking about things like your family, your kids, how are you going to take care of them? And, oh my God, what happens if, you know, everyone, you know, if everyone's out and something happened? You know, you start thinking about all these things. And, you know, I think it's so tough when it's an auto accident. And there's been a few occurrences in wrestling history where, you know, not to say that like the drug deaths and all these different deaths aren't bad, but when it's someone who, again, just won the tag team titles, just had 3 amazing matches, one will probably win match of the year somewhere, and that's the last we see of them. I mean, you know, there is something really, you know, like Moondog Mayne, they just announced on TV one day, oh yeah, he died in a car accident, and you never see him again. It's something, I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about this. I don't have the exact words. I think you know what I'm saying. But the car accident in wrestling is just an extra painful one, I think.
Well, see, that, honestly, that used to be, before steroids became a thing, that used to be the expected manner of death that wasn't old age for a wrestler. I mean, when I first got into business, I mean, it's not everybody sat down and said, okay, kid, now you're probably going to die in a car wreck. But no, just from history and just from hearing guys' stories and just from what happened and being around, you knew that if you didn't die of old age or something, you know, reasonably close to, of some ill health, it was a car wreck, because that's how wrestlers died, because they were always in fucking cars. And an offshoot of that, Bobby Shane in a private plane, same concept. Not most of the guys could afford the plane. And to the point where one of the first things I remember, you know, when I just first got the photography job in Louisville was Sam Bass, Pepe Lopez, and Frank Hester. And that led to, you know, the guys talking about shit. And, you know, and that was, because guys didn't OD back then, and nobody had a heart attack when they were 40, because nobody had been on steroids and blah, blah, blah. So, but you were literally every day of your life in a car for 200, 300, 400, 500 miles or more. And remember, I figured out I've been in a car since I got into wrestling, and most of it driving, but in a car, 2 million miles, give or take however much. And you know, something's bound to happen, which is why I completely do not miss any of it and don't even drive across town anymore, because you never know about these fucking morons. But that used to be the thing that would happen unless, you know, as I said, it was old age or nearabouts. But that's all changed, because now not a lot of guys drive. And there's no territories, and everything's changed. And all the other things that they've done in the intervening years.
Well, this is it's just a heartbreaking, just everything with, his kids and just the whole thing is heartbreaking. And I really, I don't know if you saw this, another kick in the gut. The next day was Mark Briscoe's birthday.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't. Well, anyway, I don't. I'm sure I'll think of something else I should have said at some point. But what?
How are you going to remember your time around the Briscoes?
Well, it's not like I didn't like everybody else. I'm not trying to say that, but they were my favorites, I think. The not only to have them working there, but also because they were always happy and always into something or whatever the fuck and trying to help I enjoyed not only working with them and being around them, but the fact that they had gotten, so good from humble origins. And that's why I've been a proponent over the last couple of years. What the fuck? Their time, is not. Didn't want to say that. It wasn't that their time was running low, but that their peak athletic years, I was so hoping they'd get to be on a national television program where a lot of people could see them and they could be themselves. And obviously in WWE, that would be all fucked up. And it would be like putting the goddamn Diaz brothers in Holiday on Ice or something. It just wouldn't fit. But in AEW, they could have done their shit. And, so I've been pulling for that because I was afraid that it, might not get a chance to transpire. And apparently, again, because of the unnamed executive that I'd love to fucking get a finger on. But, that's, I've, again, personally and professionally, and from everybody else's reaction, apparently I'm not alone. How could you dislike these fucking guys? It was impossible.
Well, we send our best wishes and our positive vibes to the family, and hopefully we see Mark Briscoe again wrestling at some point in the future. But with that, we will be right back with more Drive-Thru after this short commercial timeout.
We got a couple things at the start of the program we got to do. And the first thing I wanted to recognize, I don't know whether you've heard about this, Brian, but I wanted to recognize Eddie Cheslock passed away this past week, I think on Tuesday or Wednesday. And Eddie Cheslock, for those of you who might not be familiar, was a photographer from the Richmond, Virginia area, the Crockett territory, but he was a fan going back to the 70s of Mid-Atlantic Wrestling and had been there in Richmond and at the Coliseum in Norfolk, Hampton, all the spot shows around there, and had seen every great star and every great match they ever put on in that part of the country. I knew he had been had some health issues over the last couple of years, but I'd seen him. He was, like I said, a photographer and a fan going back to when he was a little kid in Virginia, but he was a fixture in recent years on the fan fests out that way. We did one in Richmond when we did the Midnight Express 35th anniversary in 2018, and I saw him last time I was at the Charlotte reunion just a few years ago before pandemic and retirement. And just what a nice guy. Just always happy and always smiling, and a wrestling encyclopedia and aficionado, and again, incredible amounts of pictures he'd taken. You've seen pictures that Eddie took if you were either a fan then in the 80s, 90s, or have collected old magazines. The Richmond Coliseum had that red brick wall right before the guys would go out the entranceway, and that's where Eddie would be stationed, and he'd he took several magazine pinups of the Midnight and I when we had the World Tag Team title and U.S. Tag Team title belts in front of that red brick wall. That's an Eddie. And then he took some others in Norfolk. It was like a concrete tunnel. So if you saw guys just standing in front of just concrete. But his pictures were always good. But anyway, I just hated to hear about that. And, again, he was a fan there going back to, the 70s and had seen so many great matches in that part of the country when Mid-Atlantic Wrestling was hot in the 70s. And, that's the thing. The Carolinas and Virginia was like Memphis in that, if you were a kid, if you were a little boy between 8 and 18, I guess then that's medium-sized boys and larger boys. Chances were like 1 in 2 or 1 in 3 you were a wrestling fan. So you could talk to everybody at school about it, or you could, talk to anybody at the fucking mall or the gas station or whatever about what Wahoo and Valentine were doing. And it was just accepted. But anyway, so we send our condolences and our sympathy out to Eddie. I think Dave Lane tweeted about it, and I haven't heard too many other details, but if anybody knows anything more about it, let us know what happened exactly. Did you ever meet Eddie? You never went to a lot of the Carolinas Fan Fest?
Never met him. Obviously, I knew who he was. We covered this on the Wrestling News this week. I first saw Bill Apter tweeted something, or actually put on Facebook, I think, a message about Eddie. So word got around this week. A lot of people talking about him.
Yeah, he had, Bill's magazines obviously used a bunch of his stuff. And I mean, he was still taking pictures at the Fan Fest like crazy and had massive albums and everything. Obviously, again, a kindred spirit, because I was doing the same thing that he was doing at approximately the same age, I think. Well, before we go any further, we should mention that we lost 2 people in wrestling business this last week. Sodbuster Kenny J, one of the most famous AWA jobbers, along with Jake the Milkman Milliman. He passed away this past week. I never met him. Never met Kenny J. And his heyday was mostly back in the 70s and early 80s, before a lot of people even, had home video to see the AWA TVs or whatever. So he was primarily a Midwestern name, but
he just hated sod. He just couldn't deal with sod.
No, because that was the deal. Like Jake Milliman, I think, was a milkman, and they said sodbuster is another word for farmer. But my friend Dale Spear knew him and said that he was a great guy, Kenny J, and he could actually wrestle if he wanted to, but he was one of those guys that, spent his time putting people over on a part-time basis. But there was a newspaper article that somebody retweeted this morning, and shit, I can't remember who it was, but I retweeted it because he was mentioned. When Jesse Ventura was governor of Minnesota, they were having some kind of debate in the state legislature or whatever. And it was, the headline was, one of the lawmakers says,
it was Tim Pawlenty. I saw this.
Oh, did you say, okay, instead of getting the crusher of all bills, we got the Kenny Sodbuster J of all bills. And in Ventura said, well, hey, I seem to remember that Sodbuster pinned Crusher one time. No, he didn't. He never ever did that. But anyway, that was where these guys got to be like kind of local cult figures. And they were remembered by people years and years later, as our, previous topic says nobody does anymore. The second person was, and this came as a surprise to me, and I still don't have any particulars on the cause, but Leapin' Lanny Poffo. And better known to the WWF fans of the 80s as the Genius. But Lanny, again, was always kind of a health fanatic and worked out. I last saw him at, I guess, with the Charlotte Fan Fest would have been 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, whatever. Probably the last one that I went to, I believe. And he looked great, and I think he was 68 years old. I want to say that then maybe I've talked to him on the phone. No, I tell a lie. I saw him there in Charlotte, probably 2018-ish, talked to him on the phone in 2019, I believe. And, so we had not heard he was in any ill health or anything. Don't know what was going on. But the thing that surprised me was he'd been living in Ecuador for the past few years. And you mentioned that you'd seen something, maybe his new wife or fiance, financier, whatever, had family there. But I didn't know he was in Ecuador, but I hated to hear that. Lanny was a nice guy. Nobody had anything bad to say about him. And, you know, one of those guys, he was probably more of a character outside the ring than he was inside the ring. And that might be saying something. But he is the first guy that I ever saw. And to my knowledge, I don't know, can anybody, I'm sure somebody in Lucha or Mexico, maybe the Guerrero family, but the first person in American wrestling I ever saw do a moonsault. And because leaping Lanny was very gymnastic. And that's back when that was not something you really needed to do or anybody did in wrestling. Of course, he was, 6'2" or 6'3" and 220 or 30 pounds and had a really good upper body and etc. So when he was doing cartwheels and backflips off the top rope and whatever, it still fit in with the wrestling of the time, because you're like, wow, he's a big guy, he's doing that shit. And he was a babyface predominantly in the ICW days to counteract his brother Randy Savage. And then how much of the old ICW tapes have you seen, the TVs?
I've seen most of what's out there.
I don't even know.
But I don't know how much of what's out there is the overall, 4-year run or whatever.
Right. Well, and see, I don't even have the early stuff on video because, they came on the air before I got my first VCR, so somewhere in 1979. That was right after the Poffos had come back from working for Al Zink in Nova Scotia or wherever.
It's crazy. He broke in the middle of a wrestling war in Georgia.
Yes. They were always kind of on, in the middle of where there was a wrestling war going on. But the story was Angelo Poffo, who had been involved as a top heel and also an investor in Phil Golden's All-Star Wrestling that had tried to do Southern Illinois and Western Kentucky and Paducah, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, that area, and had expanded across into trying to run against Nick Goulas's towns in 73, 74, but they were really Jarrett's towns, but Louisville and Evansville and etc. Angelo tried to do the same thing with his own company because the Poffos were from Illinois and Southern Illinois, that Harrisburg area down there, and the entire Phil Golden area was something he was interested in. It was an offshoot of his home. And they tried to do the same thing and joined with Ronnie Garvin, Bob Roop, Boris Malenko, and who am I leaving out?
Bob Roop, Boris Malenko, Garvin,
Bob Orton Jr.,
Ron Wright.
Well, Ron Wright, but Bob Orton Jr. specifically, the four guys. Ron Wright never worked ICW.
No, but remember, before ICW started, the Poffos came down to work All-Star in Knoxville with those guys.
Well, that's where I was going with this. For the purpose of this exercise, though, when Angelo had started ICW, because they were already outlaws, they were coming down to help the guys in Knoxville, but they absorbed, when the Knoxville outlaw promotion didn't last long, they absorbed Orton, Garvin, Malenko, and Roop. And that Ron just wasn't interested enough to come to Lexington and do their whole thing up here and in that end of the territory. But anyway, the point was, Lanny was the top babyface for Angelo, and Randy was the top heel. And at the time, nobody knew they were brothers. And because they were so completely different, the only thing that would give it away was the deep voice. They both had the deep voices, but since they were so completely opposite, you had to get to the level of the local hanger-on, bell ringer, smart fan or whatever level to know that they were related. And, Garvin and Roop and Orton and Malenko didn't stay long. And as I recall, he just moved back to Florida and retired. Roop and Garvin stayed longer than the most of them. Roop and Orton ended up leaving after 2 years and getting a spot with Watts. And Garvin was there for quite a while and finally left, and I think went to work for Ole in Atlanta. But you could tell that Lanny and Randy were the guys, obviously, Angelo depended on. And Angelo was the miser under a hood because he didn't want to, as old as he was then, he didn't want anybody to see his face, and also to know that he was Lanny's father. So when the show first went on the air in Lexington, they had done a marathon taping at the old Channel 62, now it's Channel 36, in their studio. And Rip Rogers was just breaking in at that point. He had worked a little bit for Nick Goulas and had met Randy and Lanny because they'd been working down there. And Randy taught Rip, majority what he knew about wrestling at that point. And past that, and the guys from Knoxville, it was kind of, Doug Vines and Jeff Sword were these, outlaw guys. There was no independents, outlaw guys at the time from Eastern Kentucky, and a guy named Big Boy Williams. And later on, they'd get Pez Whatley, but they didn't have him right there. So it was a
Hoot
kind
Gibson. They had a Hoot Gibson.
They had an actual Hoot Gibson, and boy, he was about 5'6" and tubby. And he was a guy from East Tennessee that could get him some towns. But it was a motley assortment of talent. You had these, international superstars in Roop and Garvin and Orton and Malenko. And then you had one of the best wrestlers in the world, Randy Savage, that nobody almost had ever heard of. And then you had underneath guys, it was fucking brutal. And of course, every once in a while, they'd find somebody. Crusher Broomfield became the one-man gang. And you could tell at the start, he was something. But the TV show, when they first did the first taping to go on the air, they did like 8 one-hour shows in the same day. And not only did they do the old deal where they had a backdrop with like shaded figures painted on it, like for the audience, but they couldn't even fill up 2 rows in the studio. So they had the underneath guys and the job guys put on coats and hats and go sit in the second row and fucking just clap and keep their heads down so they had a crowd. But they put this, and it came on Saturday nights at 11:30, which was almost about the time that the station went off the air back in those days. But where I was going with all this was, if you overlooked the most low-budget presentation, especially at the start, you've ever seen, and this 20 fans maybe in the studio, and the announcer that they had usually didn't really know too much about wrestling. But there's Randy Savage having matches with Ronnie Garvin, or Randy and Lanny. I think they did a deal, I'm pretty sure it was the whole hour, where they did a ICW World Heavyweight title match in front of 15 people in the studio and aired it on, at that time, like 3 stations late at night, where Lanny and Savage went an hour. And it was fucking, because they were doing more advanced in-ring stuff than a lot of people were doing at that point in time. And you didn't get main event matches on TV. And I know some people can say, well, a main event in a fucking phone booth, but this was, again, Randy Savage. So, there was moments of sublime, wow, this is fucking great wrestling on that show, and moments of this is the cheesiest booking and the most low-rent job guys and the most haphazard production you've ever seen in your life. But it was and then they got a little bit better the second and third year as a television show, but the first ones, man, I wish I had tapes of some of those. It was insane. But Lanny, again, doing the moonsaults and the high drop kicks and stuff, but he was a nerdy babyface because he was the classic white meat, babyface that didn't curse or smoke or drink or anything. He would be the guy drinking the milk, and opposite a guy like Randy Savage, who was starting to, for the fans in Eastern Kentucky, and they did do some business down in the mountain towns in Eastern Kentucky when Southeastern was out of business and Jarrett didn't go over that far. They probably drew better houses in places like Combs and Manchester than they did in Lexington and Frankfort. But the young guys were starting to get behind Randy Savage, kind of like the Freebird effect that it would have in Dallas a few years later. This was 1979, 1980. But Savage was so fucking, he was coming out still doing kind of the same interviews. It's just there was no budget to it, which made him seem even more like a fucking madman. He wouldn't come out and have this sequined, Macho Man robe and Elizabeth, and he'd be spinning around. He'd come out in goddamn whatever he wore to the station that day, which looked like what he fucking slept in for the past 3 days, and he'd go, "Ooh, Macho Man, dig it!" And he'd pull a fucking handful of confetti out of his own jacket pocket and throw it up over his own head. And, but you thought he was fucking insane. And then here was Lanny, was the opposite of that, was the soft-spoken and, deep voice, but articulate baby face that's going to right a wrong. And it was some interesting shit.
Possibly over-articulate, if you actually want fans to...
Possibly over-articulate, yes, because he would run off and leave them sometimes, because Lanny was a very smart guy. But anyway, and then, later on when they made up with Jarrett and Lanny was a heel because he was with Randy and they were doing a thing with Lawler. And then, of course, the genius, the poetry was all his. That was kind of, it was a very true to life gimmick. And I saw people tweeting, the Frisbees and everything that he would have the poem on it and he'd sign the Frisbee and then sail it out into the crowd after he read it. I'm sure now people be calling Stephen P. New with fucking putting some kid's eye out. But, and as I mentioned, I'd seen him in Charlotte and talked to him on the phone. He is the one I found out, Mary Fries, that is Pampiro Firpo's daughter, big fan of the show, had never met her and didn't know about it. And Lanny had called me out of the blue one day and said, I want you to know, Jim, that she's a wonderful person. She's not a stalker, but I didn't want to give her your information without asking your permission. I said, no, please. And
I said, who gave it to you, Lanny?
Yeah, no, come on now. I actually said, how did you get mine? No. But anyway, I hate to hear that. So now all 3 Poffos are gone. And that's a pretty heavy family.
That's a pretty crazy thing. Again, it was only 3 of them, but there's been a Poffo in or around wrestling for 70 years. And now,
yep,
that's it.
And, well, think about this. Angelo started out in his career, he was on the Dumont Network broadcasts. And Randy Savage not only ended up being on network television, NBC, whatever, 35 years later, but since they put him, he's all of the home video and all of the blah, 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 he's seen now in more Randy Savage is in more places than you could almost see wrestling, even though not as many people are watching it. It's available everywhere. So there's been some member of the family on television or being able to be seen by the public all that time. And it's the profile is bigger now than it ever was.
I wonder what happens to Randy's. I don't know if a state would cover it, but all the issues where they license out the Randy Savage stuff, so it's beyond just WWE. I could be wrong, but I think they were dealing with Lanny.
Well, but at the same time, Randy was married. So at the time,
that's true.
That he passed away, so there would be somebody to still have control over it or whatever. It would probably have gone to his wife anyway, but I'm sure Lanny was the spokesperson for whatever. But anyway.
The noted humorist Scott Cornish and me were texting about it the other day.
Noted humorist?
The wrestling humorist Scott Cornish, and he actually summed up my thoughts with this text. My reaction to Lanny Poffo's passing has been, in this order, surprise, sadness, wildly inappropriate humor. Rest in peace, Sleeping Laddie. And I have to admit, because that is part of the story, just because so many people, he even enjoyed talking about it.
Well,
Alan Blackstock on Twitter posted a bunch of Lanny's poems from, I think, the WWF years. And I found myself reading them to myself and ending everyone the same way. With, also, I suck my own dick. I know. And I think a lot of other people did that too because it's a funny part of the Lanny Poffo story.
No, go ahead and say, because you got to say it the right way. He has the greatest quote of all time. When he said, people ask me if I'm gay. No, the only penis I've ever had in my mouth is my own.
See, I didn't even know that was the line he used, actually.
Yes. And because it's true. And the thing is, when you got close around the wrestling back in the early 80s, you would hear this story. Because Lanny not only was a gymnast, but was very flexible and was flexible. And to entertain, various people, either in the locker room or, wherever the case may be, at, weddings and bar mitzvahs, wherever they came up.
He always said it was an old parlor trick. What parlor? What parlor are people doing this trick in?
In a number of parlors. And I used to know a girl in Dayton that was amazed by it, always would request to see it, but nevertheless.
I am so bored in this locker room. Does anyone have a deck of cards? Shit, I left the cards somewhere. Does anyone have a comic book or a magazine? Oh, no one has anything. Oh, wait a minute. Watch this. Oh, shit, there's Lanny blowing himself.
And said, I'm trying to figure out how to say this next thing. It was really amazing because it wasn't like you could maybe understand if it was Virgil or Robert Fuller. But while he was not shortchanged by nature, it was more of the element of the flexibility rather than the extension of the.
It's not how big you are; it's how much you can bend it in half and suck your own.
Yes, it was. He could, because you're bending there not at the waist, but it's sort of almost an unnatural direction that the spine has to go. But we are definitely sorry to hear about.
Yes.
I kid. I never had any issues with Lanny, and we were always very friendly. So I hate to hear about this, but I guess that'll teach you to move to Ecuador. I don't know what. He was the picture of health.
Hey, how different do you think his career would have been, whether you like the gimmick or not? He was the guy for it. If he had come in as the genius versus coming in as Leaping Lanny throwing frisbees, kind of getting beat everywhere.
Yeah.
And then he became the genius.
Well, it probably would have helped because, again, and I guess a lot of people may not even remember that they did bring him in. And, of course, because Savage is on top, I'm sure, and, Pat Patterson would have known Angelo for years. And Lanny, just as Leaping Lanny Poffo, the babyface in 1985 or 6 or whatever it was in the WWF, was not going to get over because he was way too white bread, nerdy babyface, territorial kind of babyface. But
he had none of the qualities you want in a babyface. It was like, I wear a suit of armor.
Well, no, but no, that was after they didn't send him out there in a suit of armor at first. But that's what I'm saying is then they decided, well, we'll make him the genius or a heel or the pompous fellow afterwards. And he probably would have got more heat if he hadn't been beaten around the horn. But in a lot of cases, he took heat because he got jobs because of, Randy. But they didn't necessarily, because he might get hired because of Randy, they didn't necessarily put the effort into his booking or his presentation or his gimmick that they would have if they'd have just hired him and he could have done a better job with it. He was kind of pigeonholed in the middle.
How long was he on the WCW payroll? Remember they were going to bring him back as Gorgeous George? There are photos out there of him with blonde hair because Randy owned the IP for Gorgeous George, and then he just got paid for years and they never used him.
Well, Lanny was a bleached blonde heel for the Sheik in 5 or 6 though. So he had experience with the hair bleaching. But at that point, he's one of the people that got a job from WCW just to breathe and go to the mailbox. But by that time, he'd been in the business for 20 years. I don't blame him for just wanting to sit home if they were willing to send him a check at that point.
Well, we send our sympathies to the family and friends of Leaping Lanny Poffo.
Well, we know he had friends, but we've just established, does he have any family left, for heaven's sake? Judy, their mother, passed away here not too long ago. Angelo's been gone. Randy, etc. There were... Maybe somebody will have to call Gorgeous George, the valet, and see if she can carry on the name.
I don't know if that'd be the pick. There may be some heat there.
What, a little heat?
Let's get things going right away by talking about the news that has broken over the last day, the passing of Jerry Jarrett with this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, the star of the drive-thru, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, you and I have been engaging in a little silliness right before we went on the air, trying to get motivated to do this in the proper way. And it didn't hurt that you blew the first take of your intro 3 words in and had to do it again. That gave me a chuckle. But again, we are sitting here, having to, for unfortunate reasons, talk about somebody that we've talked about many times in the past and their contributions to the business and etc., but focusing on, somebody else that we've just lost. And it wasn't one of those things like the Jay Briscoe, the suddenness and I was not aware that Jerry was even sick, and he just did the Tales from the Territories shoot last, I guess they shot that last summer, which aired in the fall, and spoke to Evan Husney at Dark Side, and he said that he was, great and seemed like, and he looked like Jerry has for the last however many years. But he was 80 years old, and, I don't know exactly what the cause was. It's been not even 24 hours since we heard this, and there's people that I could have called, but to be honest, I'm tired of calling people, asking about what was wrong with people when they passed away. So I just haven't done that yet. Point is, it happened. And as I was going to say, it wasn't like, the situation with Jay where it just came out of nowhere and a guy, with his kids in the car down the road from the house. But, we are starting to, again, realize how many of the great personalities in whatever field, in wrestling or managing or promoting or booking or whatever, that, that aren't with us anymore. And this is why, Jerry was the youngest owner of a territory at one time, which is why he's pretty much one of the last ones to go. Can you think, excepting Vince McMahon, who's still around as we know, was he the next most important, most successful wrestling promoter still alive? Some people might say Bill Watts, but he was truthfully not a promoter as long, nor he had a hotter period, but for longevity, he wasn't as successful as Jerry, and in multiple locations. Anyway, your thoughts?
I'd hate to argue over who was more important. That's a bigger discussion.
Right.
But in terms of success, especially considering the period of time, and success as both a promoter and a booker, because you have to separate them, because he started as a booker before he was the promoter. So I think you do have to separate that. The other ones who were still alive, Ron Fuller, obviously Southeastern, Vince McMahon, like you mentioned. There aren't too many. I mean, it's one of these moments where you stop and you think, yeah, the territories have been gone a long time.
And Jerry, and this is why I always recognize Jeff Jarrett, and because it ran in the Jarrett family, and as we'll probably talk about, from where Jerry learned booking and promoting, it ran in the Welch family. They wanted to run towns, to start territories, to open territories, to open towns, to book talent, rather than just concentrating on just being wrestlers and or just in their home market. And that's why I said, Jeff, who else? People, Global Force didn't go. Well, who else started a Global Force? And before that, it was Jeff and Jerry that started TNA. Who else started TNA? That thing's still around. You know, it ran in the family that they had an aptitude for the wrestling business, the business of the business. And Jerry started, he always, as you said, he was a booker before he ever even wrestled, which is almost unheard of in the territory days, especially. But
especially considering his age.
Well, yes, because, let's go back I've talked so many times about Christine Jarrett, Teenie. When Jerry was 3 years old, I think 2 or 3 years old, that's when she got to part-time jobs selling tickets for the Gulas Welch booking office in Nashville out of a ticket window at a shoe store in downtown Nashville. She needed extra money because Jerry's father, after Jerry was born, and I think I can't remember, Carolyn was a couple years younger, but Jerry's father had been in service in World War II. It was actually wartime. And shortly after he came home is when they were divorced and she needed extra money. So she gets the job selling tickets, for the wrestling matches at the shoe store, and ends up not only selling tickets at the matches, going to work in Gulas and Welch's office, and then running the office. And she was basically the office manager. They had Nina Bond forever, but Teenie ran the office. And then not only selling tickets at towns, but then, she had Jerry selling the 5-cent Slamagram program at the matches in Nashville when he was 7 years old, in the late 40s. And you've got a couple of them from that time period. They're 4-page newsprint foldovers and went for 5 cents a piece. And that was his first job in the wrestling business. And then when he was a teenager, he made extra money by promoting spot shows and, putting up posters and going around town trying to sell ads in a program. And when he got out of school, he took it to a little more a bigger level as far as going out and the grassroots promotion of wrestling. It used to be just like when the county fair came to town or the carnival or fucking whatever. So meanwhile, I don't think people understand when we say the Gulas Welch wrestling office and people think, oh, the 60s and 70s in Tennessee. Roy Welch had been booking wrestlers out of Nashville since, either the late 30s or very early 40s. And he brought Nick Gulas up from Birmingham to use as his front man because he was still a wrestler, as were his brothers, Herb and Jack and Lester. And, so especially in those days, the promoter couldn't also be known as, or the booker couldn't be known. People didn't know what a booker was. You couldn't be the promoter and a wrestler at the same time. That would look funny. So Nick was the public face until Roy, retired. But again, Roy had seen early on that the way to make money in wrestling was to have a group of guys, a group of talent that was loyal to you, and to book them out to different promoters and to have a booking office. That was the difference in the days before television. That was the difference between a promoter who ran his town like Cleveland and a booking office where there was a centralized group of guys and a promoter that booked that talent out to, other places. And so that's what Roy Welch had only been wrestling in the late 30s, about 10 years. But we see from some of Scott Teal's wonderful research, especially the book on the history of wrestling in Amarillo, Texas, that Roy Welch was wrestling there in 1930 and again in 1932. In 32, he brought Pat Malone, the Green Shadow. He had him with him too, that they would later on go to work together for 40 fucking years. And he was learning this shit from Cal Farley and Dutch Mantell, the original Dutch Mantell, who now I found out turned pro in 1896. So that means that Jerry Jarrett learned booking and promoting wrestling from a guy who learned from a guy who was a pro in 1896. So the point is, that's what the Roy Welch set up that booking office. And even before television, Gulas and Welch booked tons of guys into different fucking places all around the Southeast. And when they gradually built that territory, especially when TV came along and it became easier to promote these guys in that region, it was one of the biggest geographic territories in the country, and they had more wrestlers and more towns running than almost any other territory. And the only two of the modern territories that were still under the same ownership in the television era, completely through, from beforehand, were Jim Crockett Promotions in the Carolinas because of Crockett Sr. starting in the 30s, and Gulas and Welch in Tennessee, in Nashville. Every other territory, the modern territories, as they formed, they had changed hands from the pre-television era. And a guy who became a big star on national television in the early 50s, like Vern Gagne, would go home and buy into his own territory. Tennessee and the surrounding area and the Carolinas weathered that all through those years. So anyway, Jerry, as a result of being around the office and Teeny having worked for Roy at that point for 20 years, Jerry, becomes a referee and starts riding to Memphis with Roy Welch. And again, Memphis had been an acquisition. Remember, Gulas and Welch started with Nashville, and then they annexed Chattanooga. And in the early 50s, they got Birmingham from, who was the old promoter down there? Chris Jordan. Because Nick always wanted Birmingham because that was his hometown. Now he's the big deal in Birmingham wrestling. And Birmingham and Memphis both ran on Monday nights. So Nick would always go to Birmingham, and then in, 57, 58, when they finally got control of Memphis, Roy, because his family by then had settled up in Dyersburg in West Tennessee, Roy would go to Memphis every Monday. And he wouldn't let Nick fuck with Memphis. It was the Golden City, right? Roy would install his own bookers. His son, Buddy Fuller, when they got Memphis, he put Buddy in charge of booking. Or he'd send Buddy to open up a territory in Alabama if some towns were dark, or Louisiana. Nick and Roy almost had Florida in the 40s. They sent Nick down and he ran Tampa for a while. And he was always trying to take over more territory. So now he's going to Memphis every Monday night in the mid-60s, and Roy was in charge of Memphis. And you could kind of tell the cards, the lineups in the newspaper were the same verbiage and some of the same talent, and the same kind of things they'd been doing for years, right? Since Roy had taken over. But the story was, and, he started asking Jerry, well, what do you think? And I mean, the first time Jerry said that Roy Welch asked him what he thought, Jerry came in the office because they hadn't smartened him up yet when he was a teenager or whatever. And he said, I hate to tell you, but on the town the other night, I think two of the guys had a fake match. And Roy said, do tell. Why do you think that? Well, it just seemed to me they weren't trying very hard. So they, anyway, Roy likes him, and they smartened him up, and on the way to Memphis and back, Roy would say, well, what would you do? And Jerry would give him ideas for the Memphis cards. So finally, 1967, Roy announces to the boys that the new booker is Jerry Jarrett. The kid's been running those spot shows, and a bunch of guys just fucking, well, bullshit. And, what the fuck? And he said, you dumb son of a bitches. He's been booking for the last 3 months. I just didn't tell you. And so at any rate.
Did Jerry ever forget which guys gave him a hard time?
I don't think so.
Saul Weingroff, right? Isn't that the story?
Well, Saul didn't do it right then, but Saul later on, and that story that Jerry told me, because I asked him, I think it was disputed by George Weingeroff from what I heard. But nevertheless, the story goes that when Jerry opened up the northern end up here, which we'll get to in a second, that Saul wanted to be booked in Bowling Green, which was an hour from Nashville, instead of Lexington on Thursday nights, Kentucky, which was 4 hours back then. And because Bowling Green was outdrawing Lexington. And Jerry heard about it, said, all right. And so then later on, when Lexington was outdrawing Bowling Green, Saul goes up to him, well, why ain't I booked in Lexington? He said, I heard you don't want to be booked in Lexington, and I intend to honor your request for the rest of our lives. And then Saul was up. But I think there was some heat with Nick, too, at that point. But anyway, that's what happened is Jerry starts booking Memphis. And he's 25 years old, and I don't know if he had actually even refereed at that point. But I think they may have said, well, he's got to get in the ring and have some perspective on that. So he started refereeing. And then the story, well, one night, same as happens with a lot of guys, somebody didn't show up on a spot show and they were short a guy and they said, well, you need to work. What? And they put a hood on him. And then later on, I think he realized, well, I can probably get over because he was young when all the baby faces in the Tennessee territory were older. Eddie Marlin, who Jerry helped tremendously and booked and, became his father-in-law. But Jackie Fargo, who Jerry kind of gave a renaissance to because Fargo he'd been in Memphis so long at one point, he just kind of was expected to be there. And he was up and down the card in the mid-late 60s. And he had a, lounge in Memphis and a sign painting business he got Lawler involved with. But Jerry remembered the fabulous Fargos and how much, they got over with him, seeing them walk in the building, when he was a teenager. He was a teenage boy. So the fabulous Fargos were over with him. They're like the road warriors of their day. So he repushed and repackaged Jackie Fargo into the fucking legend and ended up, not only did Jackie have a renaissance there when in the early, especially in the late 69, early 70, when Jerry really had firm control of the book, but also Jackie was on top with Al Green in the first sellout of the Mid-South Coliseum when they moved there in 1972. And Jackie Fargo had not drawn 11,000 people in Memphis in a long fucking time. So it had to be part of the booking and the usage, right? But at that point, he didn't have the book for a year, and he was starting to look for other towns, which I have to think that was advice from Roy Welch. That was the MO. And everybody said, okay, the band across what is now Interstate 64, well, I guess it was then, it was built by then, Evansville, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, and probably at that point over into maybe Beckley, those towns were dark. That meant they weren't being run for live events. They didn't have a local television. Bruiser had forsaken Louisville and Evansville, and it was open. So Jerry kept coming up here trying to get TV. And I think he actually got Lexington, maybe even Evansville first, but eventually he got Louisville, as we've talked about in our retrospectives, to open up Louisville in June of 1970. He was on TV for, I think we figured out 10 or 12 weeks, one or the other, and then opened up weekly live events and ran the same building in the same town every week for the next 27 fucking years. And we've talked about the houses in Louisville, and, Evansville was a town. I mean, bless them out there. Love the Rock-A-Bar. But that's when, by that point, Teenie was not only instrumental to the Gulas Welch office, and she was the prime ticket seller on Saturday nights or on any nights they ran the fairgrounds in Nashville, and all the fans loved her there. Jerry gave her half of his business in Louisville Wrestling Enterprises and these towns up here. So I know that she did fulfill the function of promoter of these towns, as when we've talked about that aspect, and you can find it on the YouTube channel. She was the promoter, dealing with the TV, dealing with the newspaper, dealing with the building, checking up the box office. So she predates Ann Gunkel as a wrestling promoter, and bless her little pea-picking heart, I guarantee Ann Gunkel didn't work as hard or do as many things as Christine Jarrett did. And as far as female promoters in wrestling, you can point to Eileen Eaton, but she inherited the business from her husband and really passed it to be run by her son, and spent more time, I understand, with the boxing end than wrestling at the Olympic. So at that point, Christine was if not the only, certainly the most successful, and this was before Lia Maivia, the only female promoter in the business, in the United States at least, right?
Yeah, you went over the other list, and obviously there have been recent things on TV. Lia Maivia did promote, but it was much later. She wasn't the first.
So, and Christine was basically promoting with Louisville and Evansville and the spot shows that she either ran Lexington, Kentucky during those years once a month, and a spot show the other 3 weeks on a Thursday, or oftentimes Saturday. I would say between 1970 and when she finally got off the road in, maybe 94, 95, she had run as many as 175 live events a year. She was responsible for 52 in Louisville, 52 in Evansville, at least 12 in Lexington, and 3 other Thursdays a month. That's 36, plus some Saturdays. I remember spending many a Saturday night in Madisonville, Kentucky. So now, he had set her up as partners in the promotion. So once again, because he was still wrestling, the promoter couldn't also be a wrestler in the people's eyes. He did the same thing that Roy had done with Nick, but in this case, it's his mother, who every one of the fans loved because she took time to talk to every single one of them. And she was a celebrity in the building too. There goes Mrs. Jarrett. That's Jerry Jarrett's mother. And so now he's become the booker. He's started refereeing. He's looking to open up these towns. And then he becomes, before he's even 30, one of the 3 most popular baby faces in the territory, and the town you were in, depending on whether he was number 1, number 2, or number 3. He starts wrestling, and let's face it, everybody's seen Jerry. He was a good athlete in school for what that was worth, but he had no physique whatsoever. But he was young, and he had the blonde hair, and he could sell, and he understood psychology. And even if Jeff is a better worker than Jerry ever was, from a standpoint of how the shit looked in the ring and how athletic he was, and et cetera, and his physique, the whole 9 yards. But at the same time, Jeff never had the chance, and most people never will again, to draw the money that Jerry Jarrett did in the ring for about a 4 or 5 year period, where he was working on top, and he never made himself the singles champion. And he put himself in with Lawler when he was a top single heel, because he could get heat on Lawler the way he could sell and the sympathy people had for him. He never put the belt on himself. He put tag belts on himself because that was the way that he originally made a splash in the business. He started wrestling underneath, right? And you would see his name, Jerry Jarrett, in the second match or whatever. And then on television, they would start telling a story. Well, he seems to be getting a little better. And then I think finally maybe on TV he won one time, and he would do an interview every now and then where he credited his mentor, his trainer, that was really helping him out and bringing him along, but nobody knew who it was. And finally, they pull the trigger on the angle. And I can't even, it was before my time, and it was Memphis TV. But the heels, whoever they fucking were, probably the interns of Ken Ramey, as I think about it now. They get on fucking Jerry Jarrett, and here comes one of the biggest heels in the territory for the past 10 years, Tojo Yamamoto, and makes the comeback. And the people and they reveal that he's the one, which was a shoot. He's the one that's been training Jerry Jarrett to be a wrestler. And instantly and now Tojo and Jerry Jarrett are the biggest babyface tag team, and against the interns, against the Von Brauners, against Don and Al Green. That Tojo and Jerry is what popped Louisville. And Jerry Jarrett became, and he didn't need sometimes to bring Fargo up here I don't think Fargo appeared up here for the first year because he was down in Nick's more established towns. But Jerry Jarrett became the top babyface in Louisville, Jerry and Tojo. And Fargo was the guy in Memphis, but Jerry and Tojo were the tag team. And, so now he's one of the top fucking babyfaces, and they're selling pictures of him hand over fist because he's, like I said, he's one of the only. Tojo was not a good looking man for the ladies, right? Even though he was over as fuck. And Fargo had his clientele, and most of them had beehives from the 50s. So here's blonde-haired 28-year-old Jerry Jarrett, and the girls are swooning. So he's a promoter of some of the towns. He's a booker of the main town in the territory and his own towns. And he's one of the top baby faces. And his mother is handling his towns for him. And another one of the people that Roy Welch, when he got in the ring, had work out with him, as you heard the story on Tales from the Territories, was Sailor Moran. And if you go back and look at that Amarillo book I was talking about before, Sailor Moran is one of the old-time fucking shooters that was working in West Texas in the 30s with Roy Welch. So he knew this fucking guy because he knew that all these guys that were going to be jealous that had been, and even in the other end of the territory, Nick's booker, Lynn Rossi, was never a fan of the Jarrett philosophy, right? They were liable to try to take it out on, which Mario Galento later on would, for real, on Live Memphis TV. So that's why he said, if you're going to be in the ring, you got to, Tojo will teach you how to work, and Sailor Moran will teach you how to take care of yourself.
And again, the Mario Galento story, the story has changed over time based on who was telling it and when, but one of the interesting facets of it that has kind of been a universal part of the story for at least a little while is the idea that Roy Welch would have put Mario Galento up to this, considering what you just said about Sailor Moran.
Well, and see, here's the thing. And a lot of people, and I saw somebody wrote a piece on the internet and mentioned, well, Jerry Jarrett beat Gulas and Welch in the promotional war. Actually, no, Roy Welch was dead. The Galento incident happened in 1973, I believe, maybe late 72, early 73. Roy Welch died a couple years later. Jerry split from Nick, Gulas Welch Wrestling Enterprises, a couple years after that. We'll get into it. But toward the end of his life, Roy, they said, was potentially had Alzheimer's or whatever, and people had convinced him that Jerry was trying to steal the territory, which, going back to guys who were in the business in the fucking teens and 20s and 30s, that's what would happen, and he may have believed it and maybe wanted to fucking do something. Who knows what the fuck? But yeah, the Roy was Jerry's benefactor all through the years of that. And then finally, right before he died, it was suspected maybe he was the one put Mario Galento up to hit in the ring on him. But Jerry didn't steal the territory for another 4 years. But he actually didn't steal it. If Nick had been smart and realized what was going on and what he had and just made him partner, it would have changed the course of the wrestling business and history, but he didn't. He's tried to screw him, and Jerry said, well, fuck you. Because Nick had never been the one that the boys were mostly loyal to. It had been Roy Welch, even though he was the heel behind the scenes, good cop, bad cop. He was the good cop in front of the fucking boys and the bad cop behind it. But most of the talent was loyal to Jerry Jarrett because he had made them money. His towns drew better. He paid better. The TV was better. Everything was better in the Jarrett end. Even when Bobby Shane went to Australia and told Barnes and Dundee, oh, you got to go to Tennessee. You guys will get over there. He said, but don't go to work for Nick. You're going to work for the little man. And, that was the thing. People came even before Jerry opened his own company. People came to work for Jerry because, he was getting a reputation that he could get people over.
Well, plus he had the relationships. Who had a relationship with Jim Barnett? Jerry Jarrett, not Nick Goulas.
Yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, so think about this now. I've just given you from 67 to 72. He becomes a booker. He becomes a referee. He becomes the wrestler. He opens his own fucking towns. He's running his own promotion as a satellite of the Goulas Welch office while being a top babyface and booking the biggest town in the territory. And then Barnett comes back from Australia, enticed by the NWA collective to try to win the Atlanta Wrestling War against Ann Gunkel. And was Watts the booker when Barnett came back, or did he bring Watts in first?
No, Watts was the booker.
Watts was already the booker.
Yeah, everything happened Thanksgiving time 72. By early 73, Watts was already the booker, put in there by Eddie Graham.
Right. So when they get Barnett
for a piece of the office,
back, for 5%, right?
10%, I think.
Was it okay? It was 10 because that's what Ole ended up with.
Yeah.
Anyway, so as Watts is going to be, moved out and back over to Louisiana, Oklahoma, Barnett asked for Jerry Jarrett to come and book Atlanta. Because now what's happening in that year, 1973, not only all those other things I talked about happening, but Jerry as booker in Memphis has got Jerry Lawler and Jim White as his top heel tag team, working a program with, it was Jackie and Roughhouse Fargo, where they had either 2 or 3 sellouts of the Memphis Mid-South Coliseum 2 or 3 weeks in a row. And it was a record crowd. They'd 11,000 something people one week, and then they beat it by 40 people the next week or whatever the fuck. So Barnett there's this kid in fucking Memphis that's booking sellouts in this building, and he's using, and Lawler at the time was 23 years old, 22, no, 23. What the fuck's going on? So he brings Jarrett to be his booker in Atlanta. And so Jerry's still relying on Teeny a lot to run his towns. He's booking Memphis, but now he's also booking Atlanta, which was basically in those days. He booked the television on TBS, TCG at that time, and the Atlanta Omni cards or the City Auditorium cards, whichever week it was. And, Fred Ward in Columbus and Macon, they did a lot of their own booking, but he's down there for the Omni. He's down there for the Atlanta cards. He's taking some Tennessee talent down, and they're doing business down there. I believe Jerry said he booked the first wrestling sellout in the Omni, which was either maybe Thanksgiving 74 or early 75, one of those hot programs with Wrestling 2, who he kind of fostered that gimmick along.
It would have been 74 that he was talking about.
So, and at the same time in 74, as we've talked about, Memphis, the Coliseum for 50 shows sold 400,000 wrestling tickets. So the guy that was booking that in Memphis, and Louisville wasn't doing bad either. The crowds were big in Louisville in 73 and 74. He's also booking the Omni in Atlanta. He's also, when he can find time to work, one of the top baby faces still in the territory here. And it was pretty much, Jerry still worked on a limited basis in the 76 and 77. I mean, wrestled in the ring, and he would come back every so often. He did some things in 79 when business was down here or whatever. But by that point, he quit wrestling. He didn't have time for it. And, you know, again, we're just to the mid 70s at this point. He had, like I said, relations with, he had a relationship. I don't want to say that way. He had a relationship with Jim Barnett that lasted the rest of their lives. Barnett, you know, and he would stay in contact. And through that, he also got a relationship with Eddie Graham when Jerry finally, and we've covered the whole split with Nick in detail, and it's on the YouTube channel somewhere. But when he finally split with Nick, the NWA fully supported Jerry Jarrett rather than Nick Gulas, who had been, because Roy Welch had not been in the inaugural NWA class in 1948, but he joined in 49. And that had been a source of pride for Nick, even though he was not real popular with the rest of the NWA promoters, that he was the NWA guy all those years. It was, the logo was all over the TV and the interview desk, and he'd mention it all the time, and then the newspaper ads. And as soon as Jerry announced he was forming his own company, Nick couldn't get any help from anybody but the Sheik. Barnett backed up, Eddie Graham backed up, everybody, because they knew what was going to happen. And within 6 weeks, you know, Nick's out of Memphis and Jerry's drawing 7,000-8,000 people a week to Cook Convention Center.
And within 4 years, the Sheik's out of the NWA.
Well, yeah, and pretty much out of business.
Yeah, within 3 years, yeah.
And then, you know, so when Nick pulled out, the Coliseum immediately called Jerry and said, okay, you can have all the wrestling dates now, because the contract had been in Gulas Welch's name. So his first Coliseum show, April 24th, 1977, the main event, the NWA World Title, Harley Race and Rocky Johnson. Southern title, Jerry Lawler against Jack Briscoe. Dusty Rhodes was on the card. Guys in from Knoxville, because when Jerry was split off from Nick, since Roy was dead, Jerry took his son, Buddy Fuller, as a partner and formed the Jarrett Welch Wrestling Organization.
Got to keep the name Welch in there. And the Fullers came over from Knoxville. They were going to start trading talent. Eddie Graham was in the back in the locker room because he came, and Dusty was on the card. It was like, okay, this is what we knew was going to happen, and we're going to endorse you because you're the future of the wrestling business in this territory. And then later, the only reason that Jerry ever left the NWA was because he couldn't get the belt for Lawler. And that was more important. So he went to the Vern, and the AWA schedule was a little lighter, and, you know, there you go. Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you think getting the belt on your guy should be the sole reason you're in the NWA? Or at that time, should have been the sole reason you were in the NWA?
Jerry liked the NWA concept. He liked the world champion. And he loved Lou Thesz. As a kid, when he would see Lou Thesz come in the door of the arena with his expensive suitcase and wearing a suit, that looks like the world champion. He loved the idea of the world champion. He didn't necessarily have any loyalty to a specific endorsed world champion if it could benefit his business. He was not a proponent of rah-rah, everybody should stay in the NWA. You know, at some point in those, because he was never going to be the biggest NWA territory, and a lot of people still look down on Tennessee because of Nick and Roy. So, and a lot of time have Nick, and also because none of them could ever get into it. So I think it was when it became a situation where we have done such incredible business with this guy, Jerry Lawler, for so long, but we can't let the people lose faith, and they're going to. It's been over 10 years now. He tried to create the Remember, we talked about the CWA world title with superstar Billy Graham and Billy Robinson, and it didn't catch on. People didn't buy that as one of the big ones because they didn't see it anywhere else in the magazines, and it didn't have the history. But the AWA title, and Bockwinkel was such a fucking champion and such a great worker, that program got the AWA belt over in Memphis probably more than the NWA belt had been, because the NWA champion hadn't been there that often.
How much of that was due to Bockwinkel?
A lot of it.
If it had been any other AWA champion, I don't know if it would have worked as well.
No, well, Vern actually worked a match on the debut AWA event in 1978. Lawler and Bockwinkel were on top, and Vern was on the card against Eddie Sullivan, and Vern would not have gotten over. And he was a champion in 81, by the way, remember. He wouldn't have gotten over. Bockwinkel could do it because he could work any style. But nevertheless, so that was the idea behind. They had to get Lawler a run of some description with the world title so those people wouldn't lose faith. And the NWA, they tried it several times, tried it again in 82 with the angle with Flair, and he couldn't get it done. But again, that's the thing, is that's just in the 70s and early 80s when the Von Erichs were in trouble, when Fritz was in trouble in Dallas in the late 80s. Who'd he call? Jerry Jarrett. Can you come down, run my business? And the same thing happened in 82. First of all, remember Bruiser. Bruiser calls, hey, can you send up your talent, run my business? I got the TV slot still. He just had nobody left. Spike Huber and Steve Regal. It was it, right? And so Jarrett said yes. And then not only was the second time we went, the main event of the first tour on Thanksgiving weekend of a brand new fucking group of talent in an almost dead wrestling promotion, so that was a thrill, was Bruiser versus Kamala. Kamala had just started and Bruiser was about finished. And then by the second weekend, Bruiser was trying to get by, and he beat Kamala, by the way. And he was trying to get back on the cards regularly and trying to, get some of his old cronies. And Jarrett just said, never mind, just take it. Well, then in Dallas, they did go down, and Jerry curtailed a lot of the losses and had some things moving. And wasn't that the time he let Eric Embry book the thing for a while?
Well, he bought out Fritz, remember? And he was partners with Kevin and Kerry before they sold out finally.
Yes. But then he couldn't control the boys. And he ended up giving it, he said, here, you guys run this fucking thing. Every time he'd pull out, everything would go to shit again.
What about 83 when Watts' business is down and he brings in Jarrett and Lawler to look at his talent? I mean, it may be a little crude what was said, but that's a great example of the mind, bringing him in, look at my business. I can't figure out what's wrong. What do you see? And he got it right away.
Yeah. Where's the blowjobs? And he thought they wanted for themselves. No, you look at your crowd, because look at your roster. All the baby faces were. I loved Hacksaw Duggan, and he worked in that spot, but not when he was the best looking fucking man on the roster. Right? The kick-ass babyface was also the youngest, best-looking guy. He had giants and football players and ugly heels and ugly baby faces and older guys and a slower style. And Jarrett and Lawler had both just made a fucking fortune off of rock and roll tag teams and young, good-looking baby faces that are fighting the odds against vicious fucking heels that cheat and lie and steal. And, it revolutionized that territory because it was such a departure. The same guys in Memphis that were in middle card, me and Bobby Eaton, Dennis Condrey, that the fans were used to, in a new environment, being presented a different way by a guy that learned booking from Jerry Jarrett, Bill Dundee. He gave him the record business year he'd ever fucking had. Because that was the personal issues draw money sign on the office wall was legitimate. And we've talked about it with the Southern wrestling discussion we had a week or two ago on one of the shows. Those guys, and you can go back to the Cal Farleys and Dutch Mantels in Amarillo, or the fucking Roy Welches in, Tennessee in the fucking 40s, and the Green Shadow Pat Malone. The cheating, lying, underhanded heel that would do something that by the 80s would become a wrestling trope, as they say, a foreign object or whatever the fuck. And in the 40s was getting cops hitting the ring in these fucking cow towns and arresting the heel for doing it because they weren't smart and they fell into it, right? They got caught up in it. The personal issues and the baby face has to fucking walk through hell with gasoline britches on to triumph over shit. But you want to be there when he does because you're on the road with him, right? It's not phony like sports entertainment where everybody is just in a soap opera and just emoting these goddamn long, drawn-out, dramatic monologues. And it's not legitimate sporting pro wrestling where everybody's just trying to compete for the title. It's kind of the flavor of this that was passed down from all these people is kind of like if your goddamn friends and neighbors around you were all had picked sides and were mad at each other for personal reasons, and somebody had pissed on somebody else's front yard or killed somebody else's dog or whatever the fuck, and you're watching them argue and fight, and you're into it. That's the essence of wrestling. And so, and again, he jump-started Watts' business with just the different talent that they had been using already. He was amazing. You mentioned this yesterday when we talked about it, first heard about it. Jerry was the first promoter of one of the major territories that grew up with television. Everybody else, they'd become adults before television became a thing, so they were already kind of involved in wrestling and put the wrestling on television. But since Jerry grew up with TV, he understood it better, and the television became the driving force to see the wrestling rather than just airing the wrestling you're already doing. You said it better.
Yeah, I mean, there weren't too many people. I mean, if you think about it, all the promoters, at least through the mid-'60s, were older guys, former wrestlers in a lot of cases, who were stars from a previous era. So TV comes in, look at the first generation of TV. It wasn't, go watch that Chicago stuff. It's great for in-ring action. There are no promos. There are no angles. The angles are just things that happen in the matches.
Yeah.
But eventually, the television presentation of wrestling, which I actually think to this day, when done right, is still the most effective way to present wrestling. What some may call studio wrestling, what Bill Watts didn't have a studio, was just a way to present wrestling so that people would want to be invested in it. And I think Jerry Jarrett, because he was younger and he grew up with TV, was able to approach that in a different way than a Roy Welch or a Nick Goulas would have.
Yeah, and Roy Welch was born in 1901. He was almost 50 years old before he ever saw television. But at the same time, the Southern promoters, and you can see Scott Teal, again, did a great Knoxville history book, and you can see some of the same things, especially the way they booked the Green Shadow with same finishes, same angles, the same kind of promotion of stipulations from week to week to juice things up. They were doing these things in the arenas in front of the people. They just all of a sudden now had a way to reach tons more people doing the same thing to get them to come to the arena. And then at the arena, they'd do something else to get them to want to watch TV the next week to see what the match was going to be announced and blah, blah, blah. And it fed on itself. But Jerry was, again, great with the way he used the legends and the way he made stars out of young guys you'd never heard of. And he placed more importance in the legends of the territory than, a lot of places did, because he knew that these fans had long memories anyway in this territory, and especially in, Memphis, where wrestling had been so big and popular for so long. So you could use that, and you could use that history that people had. And then when, 5 years after they revealed that Tojo was his mentor, for whatever reason, they turned Tojo heel on Jerry because he was disappointed in him, and he slapped him around. And it didn't work. Tojo was a babyface about 3 months later again. But what it did was show people that shit would happen. There would be a falling out. They could refer to it again, so they could tease that later on. Oh, gosh, things have happened before. He remembered history between. Lance Russell was perfect for that because he had been around to see all of it. So he would recognize the history of the guys or things they'd done, and at the same time, young guys. He didn't see, laying the trade with us. He didn't see Rick Rude as a green fucking, arm wrestler from Minnesota. He saw him as that guy with the washboard stomach and a good-looking fucking grin and mustache and swagger, and I can do something with that guy. And, whether Kamala we mentioned before, poor old Sugar Bear Harris wasn't getting booked, but Kamala wrestled Hulk Hogan in Madison Square Garden. He would take young guys that wanted a chance, because that's another way Jerry stayed in business. You were never going to be overpaid, and he was going to pretty much stay in business at first cost and take care of you later on, but the guys that were figured in made excellent money. Remember, when he sat me down at Channel 5, Jerry did, and asked me if I wanted to be a manager, he said, now it's a hard business. Some people don't make money and don't take care of their money. But Bill here has become a wealthy man, and I've made a fortune. Okay. But he would, where was I going with that? The whole fucking thing was, he would make sure that the business stayed in business, but he would give young guys breaks, and you could work every night, and you could learn how to do this live TV in one take and get over in front of crowds live and what worked and what didn't. And you're doing something different every week, and you're in the car with veterans constantly. And that's why so many guys either came here when they got started because they went through so much talent with weekly towns that they would, if a guy came in a couple months, he didn't work out, fuck, okay, give him his notice, bring somebody else in. And the thought was, when you came in, you would stay as long as you could so you could make some money and learn or whatever, but turnover was high, so many guys came through and learned shit, and or got a gimmick or a piece of advice or made a connection that later on made them fucking money in the wrestling business. Everybody from Hulk Hogan on down. And I'm trying to think, Jesus Christ, if you take into account everybody that Jerry Jarrett booked over the last 50 years, early in their career, it would be easier to list anybody who's been a big star until the last 10 or 15 years when it's all been developmental or whatever. To think of somebody that's been a big star that wasn't there than it was. And then we get to the 90s when Vince thinks he's going to prison. Who does he call? Try to take care of the business while he's going to be away boarding with the warden, Jerry Jarrett, who has told the story that Vince Sr. had talked to Jerry one time and said, my son's going to piss a lot of people off, and he's probably going to need you at some point. If you would take care of him, I'd appreciate it. And then Jerry goes up to Connecticut for that year and a half or what. He started drinking 2 bottles of wine every night. He said he knew it was time to go home. Everybody from the South hated moving to Connecticut. Everybody from Connecticut loved going to the South. But and I know that our friend the Artful Dodger had tried to debunk that fact of what was happening after the fact, because Jerry didn't take Bruce seriously and treated him like the coffee boy. He had respect for Pat Patterson. He didn't take Bruce seriously. And I think it stung and wounded Bruce down to the quick. But Jerry was going to be the guy because Vince knew that Jerry Jarrett did not want to move to Connecticut and take over his fucking business in a hostile manner. He was at a wrestling mind that wasn't going to steal anything from him because he didn't want it and could be there temporarily to make sure that everything didn't fall into fucking chaos if Vince was behind fucking bars. And there weren't many people with that level of experience left in the business. So, and then once that Vince didn't go to prison, Jerry said, I'm ready to go back home. And he tried, remember, he also tried to buy, Jerry Jarrett offered those fucking idiots at TBS more than Vince paid for WCW. I can't remember what the offer was, but it was more than $4 million. And they wouldn't take it and sold it for less to Vince. People may say, oh, goddamn, they're thinking now it's a $6 billion company or that economics are different in this day and age, but Jerry Jarrett could have put together the financing to buy WCW in 2001. He fucking 1980 something, he was living in $1 million house in Hendersonville. I think he could have come up with more than $4 million. Imagine what that might have looked like.
I don't remember the timing of it, if that offer was before. It must have been before they found out that there was going to be no more television.
Yes,
Turner.
no, that's when there was a bunch of...
Bischoff had an offer out there with his group, right?
There's a bunch of chaos at the end where, okay, we'll buy it. Oh, wait, no TV, nobody will buy it. But
that led to the start of TNA.
Yeah, because and then, again, they come up with one investor, and that investor fucking pulls out with no notice. Remember Health South, because they got in the news for all kinds of financial improprieties, and they had bigger fish to keep out of prison. And they find another investor, old Dixie's daddy. But how many territories have the Jarrett family, territories or promotions or companies, have the Jarrett family started, most of which have been successful? How many satellite territories have they been responsible for at one point or another, been asked to come in and straighten out or help or whatever? And I know the Memphis territory folded in 97, and then Jerry's involvement has been sporadic. Well, the first couple years were, if that long, with TNA, but still, just talking about his full-time run, he was a booker on and off, and of course, they would hand it off to Lawler sometimes, and then later on, Bill Dundee, who did a great job. But Jerry was a booker on and off for 30 years, from 67 to 97. He was not just a main event wrestler because he could put himself in the main event, but a main event wrestler that drew money for about 6 or 7 years run there. He ran Louisville Wrestling Enterprises, some of his own towns, for 27 straight years, and ran his own company where he was the boss of everything for 20 years. During that, he produced not only the Memphis wrestling program, that was not only the highest rated wrestling program in the United States, but the highest rated local television program in the United States. But he also, in the days of Gulas and Welch, booked and or appeared on some of their TVs, because we've talked about in Tennessee and Kentucky and Alabama alone, they did 5 different television programs every week. And he was in charge of some of those. Then you factor in booking in Atlanta, the other companies, TNA starting from scratch, being involved with the and the reason why that Jerry Lawler was with the WWE today when he is because Jerry Jarrett made that commitment to go help Vince in 1992. And Lawler followed soon after, because why wouldn't you want your best talent on national television? I mean, who else has anywhere near this resume?
You talked earlier about how they talked to you, him and Bill Dundee, about becoming a manager. When was it the actual first conversation, or the first time you spoke to Jerry Jarrett?
About that topic, or the first time I met him? The first time I spoke to him was, "Hello, Mr. Jarrett." No, in general, that was that day. It was Lawler and Flair in the Channel 5 studio that day in August 14, 1982. And I had driven all night to be there to take pictures because it was my girlfriend at the time's birthday the day before. And so I hadn't slept. And so as the show is winding up, I'm on my knees behind one of the cameras taking a picture, and a tap on my shoulder. I turn around, it's Jerry Jarrett. And I mean, obviously we spoke whenever Jerry would come to Louisville, obviously we would speak. I've taken pictures of him. We've never sat down and had an in-depth conversation, because I, in those days, looked at him like, okay, this is the fucking boss. I'm on a, if he needs to hear from me, he will, right? I'm not going to fucking go over to Jerry Jarrett and announce, "Hey, Jerry, I'm here. Shake my hand." The fuck, that started later. But anyway, he taps me on the shoulder. I'm like, "Oh, shit, did I do something?" "No, I want to talk to you." And he brought me back in one of the offices. He says, "I've been having an idea. Have you ever thought about being a manager?" And I'm thinking, okay, this is sleep deprivation. And I was hemming. He said, "The reason I ask," and he told me he said, "Some of the guys have heard you doing I would do impersonations like all the guys did then of Jimmy Valiant or Terry Funk or whatever." And Teeny liked him, right? She said, "Oh, do Terry Funk again," whatever. Anyway, so, and of course, he's told the story since then. They said if I could get as much heat with the fucking people as I got with the boys, he knew he had a moneymaker. But,
Did you really have heat with the boys?
Not really, but it's a nice line.
It is.
I think probably maybe every once in a while, if I was in the way somewhere, but nevertheless. But anyway, he said the Gary Hart gimmick, millionaire playboy. And I wasn't going to pull off the playboy part, but, comes from a wealthy family, bought his way into. So then he said, "Go home and ask your mother, because she's going to be spoken of in ill repute on television. And if you want to, come back wearing a suit next week." And as a Dundee because Dundee was the booker then. And Dundee walks in, and that's when Jerry's in. And yeah, it's a hard business. Some guys don't make money. Some guys don't save their money. But Bill's a wealthy man, and I've made a fortune. Okay, I'll buy that.
You'd already been to his house by that point, right?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, the housewarming, I think, I've told this story a while back, but Teeny invited my mom and I to the housewarming, because he had the big housewarming where he had that 18,000 square foot custom built mansion with an indoor ballroom, that pool outdoors. It's set on 100 acres on top of a mountain outside of Hendersonville, that he later on subdivided that fucking property and made a fortune with his construction business. He told me he made more money than he ever made in wrestling. And the wrestling money is what bought this son of a bitch. So he has the housewarming, and Eddie Graham comes, and he's a guest. And, Bobby Bear, the country star, next door neighbor, plays in a tent in the backyard, and there's hundreds of people there. And I came wearing the fucking spiffy goddamn tuxedo to take pictures and everything. It looked like a high school graduation tuxedo, which it was, by the way. And like within a month, I think he got an idea that seeing me dressed up, he's like, "This fucking heat getting son of a bitch can talk too." So, but nevertheless, and that's what started that. And he said, "Yeah, so come back next week wearing a fucking suit."
Hey, if I can ask you a question, because we've talked today and we've talked many times in the past about various lessons as a booker you could learn from Jerry Jarrett. And like you pointed out, he learned from the best. I mean, he was there with Eddie Graham after he'd already been a booker. In terms of business, what do you think are the important lessons as a businessman for the wrestling business that a promoter today could learn? I mean, one of the big ones you've talked about and guys have complained about over the years was you couldn't make money in Memphis because he was going to make sure that the promotion or himself were going to make money as opposed to him not making any money and everyone else getting all the money.
Right. And you could, the top guys could make money in Memphis. And we've talked about Lawler made a fucking fortune. And even the top guys that weren't figured into the office, you know, when business was hot, the Fabs were making $1,500 a week a piece on guarantee and a couple grand a week a piece on fucking pictures and t-shirts in the 80s. So, you know, you could make money, but it was not one of the higher paying territories. But nevertheless, your question was, what can other promoters
in terms of how you utilize your capital and your money on a show? What do you think people could learn from that?
Well, you know, and here's the thing is there are differences in the territory days and now, but there can be some lessons learned. We've talked when Lawler would take over the book, Jerry didn't like to say no to people, and he would end up with 35 guys on the card in Memphis on a Monday night. When Dundee would have the book, he would book it more like Jerry would. If you can't get the fucking people to come to see a card with 16 or 18 guys on it, well, then you've just shit the bed. You know, so, and especially in those days, there were no guarantees per se, written contracts or a guarantee per night or whatever. Promoters would have verbal guarantees with their top guys for a week that they would meet or exceed that. And that was kind of a loose verbal deal. But when you paid guys based on the house, you would shave the payoff down accordingly, but Jerry wouldn't allow and most time, and he'd yank a knot in Lawler's tail, the payroll to get so ridiculous that even if you were giving the guys the $50 minimum, you were paying too much because there was 40 guys on a fucking card. Also, again, a cardinal rule of promoting wrestling is don't imagine that everybody knows who everybody is and everybody's already intending to come. You need to give them a reason to, and you need to make sure they know about it, and you need to make sure that they know who everybody is and why they're mad at the person they're fighting. And not necessarily the Gary Hart line, repetition is the key when dealing with goofs, but the reinforcement of who everybody is and what their standing is. And you keep your faith in your baby faces or heels. There were a lot of turns in Tennessee wrestling because with weekly events, you had to keep turning things around, but they wouldn't just turn anybody but Jimmy Valiant. He was the fucking bulletproof guy. He could turn back and forth because people just loved him. But they wouldn't turn guys back and forth until they meant nothing. They just send them out somewhere else and bring them back again later on fresh. So, you know, turning over talent. But again, I said the other day, it's not about giving the fans what they want to see that they come up with. We were talking about Tony Khan, because they've made a number of their favorites in AEW organically over and they've dropped the ball on it. It's not that you give the fans everything they want to see. When the fans are reacting to somebody, yes, you take that and run with it and give them more reason to be into that individual. But the bigger art to wrestling is educating the fans to what you want them to want based on what you can provide and the parameters and the limitations you may be working with. If you basically sneak the idea by your programming and your booking of what they want into their head and then give them what they want, because you've already told them what it was, because it's what you can give them. That kind of shit worked for a long time in Tennessee. And that's why, again, a lot of people that didn't watch it regularly grow up with it in the time period concurrently and understand it. They just look at the tape and they go, what the fuck? People took this seriously? But yes, they fucking did. because it was all, at the root of it, it was all personal. It wasn't, the things that happened amongst the guys may have gotten fantastical, but it happened for a reason that everybody could understand. Jealousy, greed, avarice, pride, lust, shit like that.
Do you think too many people see some of the moments of Lawler's, mostly Lawler stuff, like a Dr. Frank thing, and they think that somehow exemplifies an entire generation of Memphis wrestling TV?
Yeah, I'm afraid they do. Much as some people just can't get over that I worked with a guy in a Ninja Turtle costume on a spot show in front of 300 people because he was my best friend, and that way we could get to wrestle. And the kiddies would enjoy it because he was a turtle.
See, you started All Friends Wrestling.
Well, there you go. But that is a point, is that a lot of people see the wackier stuff and think, oh, well, it was all good. But I just tweeted a clip that somebody had put together of Lawler and Terry Funk in 1990 when Pedicino was doing the global thing, and they were taping with, and that's another when Joe Pedicino thought he had $30 million to form the Global Wrestling Federation. He went to Jerry Jarrett and did TV and used Jarrett's talent, blah, blah, blah. But they tweeted like a 2-minute clip of Lawler and Funk just beating the shit out of each other. This is when both of them were in their 40s. And it looked better than anything that you see on television today, more aggressive and more violent. And it's just because they knew what the fuck they were doing. And it felt more personal. That's the kind of stuff that drew money in the Tennessee territory. While Lawler was a movie monster fan, Dundee, you couldn't have got Dundee to goddamn book Dr. Frank if you'd have held a gun on him. And Lawler couldn't wait to fucking get the mask out. But Jarrett kept control of the whole thing for long enough that if anything ever got sideways for too long, he would take control of it. And when Robert Fuller left and went back to Knoxville in 79, when that whole thing happened, and Jarrett was left with Lawler, Dundee, and 8 guys that really didn't make a shit. He brings Jackie Fargo back in Rough House, and he shoots the Tupelo concession stand brawl with Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham, and triples the business in 3 weeks from all of the names that Robert Fuller had, and Tanaka and Gorgeous George Jr. and the Mongolian Stomper and Robert Fuller and Jimmy Golden. All those guys leave, and 3 weeks later, they've tripled the fucking business with a bunch of nobodies and Buddy and Ken Wayne. That's, when he had to come in and straighten something out, he'd do it.
Jim, if I could ask, do you have any favorite Jerry Jarrett expressions or sayings? Because the one that I always remember, I forget who exactly it was about, but it was you saying, or him saying to someone, him saying to you about someone.
How about just step out? Just step away from the story and let me tell it. I came into Memphis TV when I'd just started managing, and Brian Hildebrand, Mark Curtis, was with me. He had come down to take pictures for the magazines because he was a photographer at that point for the magazines, but also everybody knows we've talked about Brian getting involved with Dom DiNucci's wrestling school early on and et cetera, and he had worked some early independents, but he had just been refereeing for Buddy Fuller, who had opened up some towns in Ohio, Dayton and somewhere else, and was using Jerry's talent, and they were business partners. So he's been refereeing. So I think, okay, he's with me. We go into TV, and he comes in the back door with me. And he goes out to the studio to, get his camera bag unpacked or whatever. And Jerry Jarrett comes over to, who was that with you? I said, well, that's Brian Hildebrand. I think I said, oh, don't worry, he's smart to the business. And I was about to explain who he was. And Jerry said, I don't care if he's smart to the business. He's not smart to my business. Yes, sir. And we went out the front door, both of us, that day. He protected the business because it was his, and he had to be there when everybody else was gone, right? But there were, the personal issues draw money that we said, and He may be smart to the business, but he's not smart to my business. That's another saying, but it was just his way of explaining, and I'm not doing a very good job of it, but his way of explaining or imparting what he wanted you to do, he could see it in his head. I give finishes more like Bill Dundee, because Dundee's more high-strung like I am, and Dundee would go through the thing where he would start acting it out in the locker room, and you'd be blowed up watching him, right? Jerry was laid back and calm, and he talked slow, and he'd have that spit cup, because all the guys in the early 80s, him and Eddie Marlin and Dundee, whoever else, are chewing Red Man. And he would sit, and when he would give you a finish as the booker, he never told you a wrestling move to do in the finish. That was immaterial. He gave you the story of the finish and who was supposed to do what and what your reaction should be and how to milk thing. It would be descriptive, like, and when the babyface turns around and sees that, well, you can't believe it, and the shock is on your face, and you let people see you can't believe it and build the anticipation till then you grab that no good manager. And like I said, he wouldn't give wrestling moves unless it was a move that needed to be reversed for the finish, something specific. He said, get heat on the guy, and finally when it's time to go home, slip on a banana peel, give him his opportunity, set up the hot tag. He was big on hot tags and building the hot tag to the point where it's the most important thing in the world for that babyface to get to that corner, and he has to walk through hell. And when you finally set it up and it happens, that's why I'm so bullshit about cold tags. There has to be almost no way for that put-upon babyface to get to his corner and make a tag. It's obvious that there's no way he can make it. The heels are in between him and his partner. He's down, they're up. It would take a miracle. And then the miracle happens. That's why the goddamn tag is hot. But he would give, his finishes were logical. Things would happen based on what was happening around you and what you would do. You were reacting instead of acting. And so he didn't care what wrestling moves the guys used, as long as they got heat and as long as they had a big comeback and a hot tag, those things. He let the wrestlers call the plays, but he gave you the story and the emotion and what the finish was supposed to accomplish, so that next week when we come back with the stipulation to prevent that fucking whatever the fuck happened to screw the babyface, the people will understand it. This time's going to be, the only reason you beat me last week was because of such and such. You have soap in my eyes, or a foreign object, or brass knuckles, or the manager interfered, or whatever the case may be. Well, this week's stipulation will nullify all of that. And that's why they kept coming back. And it was the same thing that he learned from Roy Welch, which was the same thing that he learned from Cal Farley and Dutch Mantell, which is the same thing that they figured out in fucking West Texas in 1918. Manipulate people's emotions, milk their reactions, get somebody that they love sideways with somebody that they can't stand, that they hate, and have those people have a conflict and prolong it as long as you can. And finally, in the end, good, hopefully most of the time triumphs, and somebody worse than the other bad guy comes in to take his place. That's the element, that's the foundation of wrestling. And that's what they were still doing in the Tennessee territories in the 70s and 80s. That was the closest thing you could come to the pioneer days, because a guy that was there when all this stuff was invented had been in charge for the previous fucking 50 years. But anyway, having said that, like we said, I guess the only other thing to say is he was probably the most important wrestling promoter left alive, not named Vince McMahon, in terms of longevity and success and impact he had on a variety of businesses and tons of future wrestling talent.
I'm sitting here thinking about it. You're one of the very few people, one of the last people, or just one of the very few in general that could say you, as a booker, trained or learned, however you want to, learned is probably the more appropriate term.
Yeah.
Jerry Jarrett.
He never sat down and said, "Here, Jim, I'm going to show you all this shit."
Right.
What you did was,
but
if you were smart, you opened your eyes and ears and paid a lot of attention.
But Jerry Jarrett, Bill Watts, Dusty Rhodes, Vince McMahon, you have to put him on that list too.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to go back a little ways, we could say George Scott at one time, but wouldn't maybe belong on this list. But when it comes to booking, is there anything they all had in common? Because they all had their differences as bookers. Is there anything they all had in common?
A lot of success in their own individual ways. Watts was never going to go for the outrageousness of Memphis wrestling because he was more serious-minded, and his approach worked, especially in his territory, because, look at the heat. The heels had more heat in Louisiana because of Watts' style of booking than anywhere else probably in the country. With Dusty, it was a combination of, because Watts learned from Eddie Graham, so did Dusty. But Dusty learned the big show package. Watts was a hard-nosed football player and a, straight-minded fucking pro athlete type of guy. Dusty was an entertainer. And he learned the package show and having strong cards up and down the thing from Eddie Graham. But at the same time, you can see that Dusty also learned the crazy angles, the guys getting their clothes stripped off that they saw in Florida, that he did in Florida, that he learned from Eddie Graham, that they did in Memphis, because they did it. A lot of this stuff is now going back to West Texas because Eddie Graham, one of his first main event spots that we talked about, was working for Dory Funk Sr. in West Texas.
Rip Rogers.
And as Rip Rogers. And Dory Funk Sr. was brought along, and Cal Farley was still around when Dory Funk Sr. was the top guy in West Texas. Dutch Mantell, I believe, died right about the time that Funk got there. But, we're finding a lot of this, the most influential people in the business and the people who most grasped the concept of manipulating emotions in wrestling all kind of came through a similar path and interacted with a lot of the same people at the start. But you had the difference. Everybody, all those bookers had their differences, but Jerry Jarrett was more willing to open up to wild shit because, like I said, weekly territory, and also he was never the guy that he wanted to protect the legitimacy of the business in terms of, not wanting people to know that it's a work, but he wasn't one of these people who wanted to shove. And this is where some people have a misconception with me that, he just wants 15-minute headlocks. Jerry Jarrett didn't want to shove athletic wrestling down to people's throats when they didn't want to buy it. He put it on the card like Eddie Graham did so that you would have a baseline. And then when the crazy shit happened, well, those guys are out of control. And usually it's in the main events and all of blah, blah, blah. But he wasn't as hard-nosed as like a Vern Gagne. Oh, God, let's take him in the barn and stretch him for several years.
I never thought of it in that way. It's so interesting the way you just put it, as a baseline. Because that's one of the things that feels like wrestling's kind of lost. The idea that there's a baseline and then you go above it in the big moments.
Yeah, no, there's nothing now. It's just uncontrolled chaos for the length of the program, pretty much, where nobody's in charge of anything and there's no actual baseline here so you can deviate from normal behavior to get a response. Because everything is accepted. You're not surprised at anything anymore. So therefore, you're not watching a car crash. You're watching a highlight film of car crashes. So that's something the old bookers understood. Hot shotting. Do it when it's necessary to get your fucking eyeballs back on your product. But if you go too far, you've killed yourself. And if you get in a point where you have to really hot shot, instead of just wanting to do a big show every once in a while, then you probably shit the bed anyway. But certain times it's necessary, like the Tupelo concession stand brawl. Now, if they'd have done that, 3 weeks in a row, then people would have said, fuck. Because remember, they did it another couple of times and it didn't work like the first one because people had seen it.
And that was once every year, and that was too much.
Yeah, and that, actually twice over the next 3 years, and it was still too much. But that's, restraint, logic, protect the business in terms of the integrity of it, as far as we don't want people to know how we're doing this, but you've got to have craziness, and the people will accept it if you pick the right talent because they can get it over and make it natural.
You brought up that he would be willing to accept some of the crazier things. Andy Kaufman was a pretty crazy idea that was already rejected, and he accepted
it. Because, again, it was kind of tailor-made for Memphis wrestling. And, the thought was, well, let's not turn down a network television star because he might be able to sell us some tickets. But then you had Lawler that could speak to those people and make them believe that he was giving you his true emotions on the situation. This guy's making fun of my business, and regardless of what you think of it, I take it seriously, and I'm going to make a point of hurting him. And meanwhile,
you remember the great quote? I love this quote. Do you think you're going to hurt Andy Kaufman? I think I have to hurt Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, I think I have to hurt him. It's, so they created a situation where no matter what you thought of wrestling, here's some comedian that's taking it fucking like a joke and all in fun, and he's playing wrestler. And here's the guy that we've seen for the past 10 years every Monday night beat everybody in the fucking business. Is now being made to look a fool by this fucking skinny, guy that's knocking us and insulting us. That is perfect for Jerry Jarrett's philosophy of everybody can understand that. Everybody, it's not far-fetched. Everybody could easily identify with it. And that's another thing. Remember, I said that was the thing that I got from the start from Jerry Jarrett talking about interviews, especially for baby faces, because heels can lie and exaggerate and brag and be assholes, but especially for baby faces, but a lot of times for heels. Tell the fans in your interviews as much of the truth as you possibly can, that they know to be true, that are points of whatever that's not in dispute, so that then when you do start working, they won't be able to tell maybe where you left off. Well, wait a minute. He said this and this and this, and I know that's true. Those are facts. And now he's saying that don't just start out bullshitting people and say, yeah, I just got back from the moon and I'm going to kick your ass. No. Everybody knows there's been problems between me and Dundee, Lawler might say. Because even when there was natural professional jealousy, and even when they were, with the fans at the McDonald's or the liquor store or whatever afterwards, Dundee for the liquor store, Lawler for the McDonald's. When they were both baby faces, they'd knock each other behind their backs or make little snide remarks or whatever. People knew, right? So then, whenever it was time to switch one of them, they could just, everybody knows there's been a long history between me and Bill or whatever, and they would buy it. It wasn't hard. It wasn't difficult. Just whoever the fuck you are, keep being that person. And how would you react to shit? But nevertheless, again, that, before all this chaos, like you said, a baseline, before all this chaos, these guys had to, whether it be Jerry Jarrett or Eddie Graham or Dusty or whoever the fuck we were talking about, they had to come up with shit every week for TV and every week for shows that kept the fans' attention, that the people believed in enough that they would pay to see the resolution of or what was going to happen. And under basically the only parameters is don't let people know that we're fucking lying to them and act like this is all legitimately happening. Otherwise than that, you'd create whatever you wanted. And it worked for fucking 100 years.
You need a baseline with the commentators, too.
Yes, because if they're having a hernia about everything, anyway, but that's a topic for another day. But I sure do, me personally, if it hadn't been for Jerry's mother, I wouldn't have been able to get anywhere around the wrestling business. And if it hadn't been for Jerry, I, maybe still would be a ringside photographer. Well, I wouldn't, because there's no fucking wrestling unless I wanted to travel the goddamn world. So I might be a fucking radio DJ or a newspaper person by now. If it wasn't for Jerry saying, hey, you ever thought about being a manager? Well, sure, I've thought about a lot of this shit, but seriously, ever? No. But that's the thing. He could see shit. So, that's why I've always tried to work with whatever, Jeff had that was going on to help him in some respect, because if it hadn't been for both Jerry and Teeny, I wouldn't have been in the wrestling business at all, ever. So I'm sorry that both of them are gone now.
It goes to show you, ladies and gentlemen, if you ever hear your boss is having a party, rent a tuxedo. Show up.
And make it powder blue with a bow tie.
No, it wasn't, was it?
Oh, it was, baby.
Oh, I thought it was at least black. It was powder blue.
I went in and saw that. I said, tuxedo? Well, I'm fucking 19 or whatever. I was tuxedo. Well, that one looks great. They knew I was a gimmick from day one. I just didn't know it. We got to mention a couple of people again this week that have passed away. And to start, an old friend of ours, and his name may not be familiar to a lot of the listeners around the world or the younger folks, but Brian Bucantis passed away just a day or so ago as we record this. And Brian was a member of the group. We've talked so many times on the shows here, and Brian, you've had, multiple discussions on the 605 from the archives and et cetera of wrestling history and Detroit wrestling history. And there was a group of guys that were the original kind of group of modern smart fans in the Detroit area that later on became photographers and publishers and performers themselves. Gary Kamensak, Gary Mancuso, our friend Dave Brzezinski, Supermouth Dave Drayson, the manager, and Brian Bucantis. And, there's a guy who was devoted a large part of his life to producing a lot of the stuff that people in that part of the country saw in terms of the arena programs, the fan magazines taking pictures, and the publicity that went around the world in the magazine, especially with the Sheik, being such one of the biggest box office stars in the business at that time in the early 70s and mid 70s. So, and I know you actually dealt with Brian not long ago on the Pro Wrestling Enterprises collection, and he wanted it to have a good home.
Let me just say, a terrific guy, one of the nicest people you could have ever met, and it was an honor to know him and do business with him. And I think I said at the time, I wish every deal I did could be done with Brian Bucantis, because he was such a wonderful guy to do business with. He was looking for a good home for Pro Wrestling Enterprises' vast archives, and we had, after, talking for a long period of time, getting to know each other, we had come to an arrangement, we had a deal, we had a contract, everything. And at the very last minute, WWE tried to swoop in and steal the deal. They tried to offer much more money for what was already agreed upon. Now, the thing that a lot of people don't want to tell you in life is you could always get out of a contract. So if he wanted to, he could have gotten more money from WWE. And that says a lot about what kind of guy he was. He didn't. He honored the deal we had. He told me all about what they were trying to do. And he wanted to make sure it wasn't just going to be stuffed in a warehouse, that it would have a good home and it would have some care. And for everyone who listens to the wrestling news every single day, that exists today because of Brian Bucantis, and just a terrific guy. And if I could say one other thing, because obviously we send our condolences and sympathies to his family, but specifically just the greatest group of guys, him, Dave Brzezinski, Gary Kamensak, Gary Mancuso, just great guys. And send a lot of love to them too.
I told you, Dave Brzezinski had called and left me a message, and I got to get back with him. He's another person I need to call back. But I don't know. It was a rib somehow on Brian Buchanan. You hadn't heard about this, but it's probably in your archives. It was either a Pro Wrestling Enterprises publication, one of the magazines or programs, or, one of the other magazines at the time that the Garys shot pictures for. But there was a picture of Dick the Bruiser, and the caption was something to the effect of, and Dick the Bruiser also did this or that or played here or wherever under his real name of Brian Buchanan. And I remember seeing that because at the time, I honestly knew what Bruiser's name was because it had been in the newspaper when the Poffos, no, it was before that, when somebody else sued him or whatever. I'd seen that. But I didn't know who Brian was until like a year or two after that, when I, got a little bit smarter about the whole smart fan group around the country and have more heavily into the fan clubs and etc. But somebody had to be ribbing him, right? Yeah, Bruiser. But just like you said, what a nice guy.
And an interesting background, if you really think about it. He started producing a fanzine, Arena. Eventually, he's producing programs under the name Stranglehold. He ends up producing Body Press. What started as a wrestling fanzine ended up becoming Arena Publishing. He put out Goldmine. For anyone out there who collects records, I mean, Goldmine was the magazine for record collectors. And that was him. And it all started from, going to the Kobo. And like you said, just a great guy, but a very interesting history in wrestling. A lot of people, on 605, we always focused on the wrestling ecosystem. I don't want to talk to a Hulk Hogan. I'd rather talk to everyone around him. And one of the guys that had Brian Buchanan is one of the guys who had a very interesting life around wrestling and dealing with, on a business level, a lot of characters like the Sheik and Dick the Bruiser, and great guy. Just a great guy. I want to ask you about something that has been something a lot of listeners have sent in questions about over the last day. The news that broke that Bob Miller, better known as obviously Butch Miller, Bushwhacker Butch, Sheepherder Butch, has passed away.
Yeah, and it was really sad because I guess this was the first time that he had been to the United States since 2015, I think somebody said, and he was coming over did come over for, the Wrestling Fan Fest, events over WrestleMania weekend, and was going to be, back together with Luke. And I still don't know what the cause of it was, but he had some health emergency, I guess, pretty much right after he got to California and was hospitalized. And then we just heard he passed away. And what a nice guy. And I mean, both of them, Luke and Butch, both just great guys and nice guys and fun to have in the locker room and, old pros in the best sense of the word. And the first Sheepherders that I got to know in person were Luke Williams and Jonathan Boyd, because that's a period of time. I can't remember why Jonathan stepped into the team. Butch may have been injured or whatever the case, but for a couple of years there, Jonathan, who was the grumpy one, Jonathan Boyd was not a happy-go-lucky, smiling guy. And so Luke stood out even more as being the cool one, right, of the bunch. But Luke and Butch had been the primary team. They'd started out together, I guess, in the 60s. And they were the Kiwis first, right? The first gimmick they had that we would know in the United States.
Yeah, I think so.
Because of course, Kiwi is, an Australiander, New Zealander type of thing.
In Stampede, they were the Kiwis.
Yes. And, they wrestled through the mid-70s as the Kiwis and then became, I guess, later part of the decade, the New Zealand Sheepherders for a while. And I mean, at the time when they were young, remember Luke Williams with that fucking face? He was Sweet William. Remember that when he was younger? And I think Butch also, did he not wrestle as Crazy Nick at one point? Crazy Nick Carter?
Maybe. He had a few names. It's always weird when you see pictures of them with those faces but long hair.
Yes, and they had huge fucking flowing long hair. And Jonathan Boyd did too. When Jonathan Boyd was a member of the Royal Kangaroos with Norman Frederick Charles III, they had long hair also. And then everybody ended up pretty much going bald. But anyway, but no, Luke and Butch, just great guys. They had the tremendous run there with the Fantastics in Mid-South, where they had all those crazy barbed wire matches and everything. And they were like, at that point, really a hardcore team before there was any ECW or hardcore or anything. And then that's why it was such a rib amongst the boys that these bloodthirsty, savage, wild, crazy maniacs go to work for Vince and become the beloved, bushwhackers licking kids' faces. It was hilarious. But they made more money with that gimmick than they did doing anything else. And they were already fucking their 40s at that point. So, I feel bad that, it happened at all, but especially when, he had just come back after all this time and was going to get to do some of the Fan Fest appearances and spend some time with Luke. So I hate to hear about that. They were great guys, even if the Bushwhackers were not necessarily the favorite team of the hardcores at the time, but that was kind of like their pension, their retirement, because they had been a fantastic team, before that and done all that crazy shit. So it was good they got a spot where they could be remembered and didn't have to cut their heads off all the time. Moving along for the main event of the program. Obviously, it was the news a couple of days ago now that superstar Billy Graham passed away. He was 79 years old. He had been hospitalized for some time, and everybody had, been tweeting about it, and his wife had been giving updates. And obviously, with all the health issues that he's had over his life over the last, 35 years, people got used to, he's in bad health and then he makes a comeback or whatever. But this one was longer and more severe, I think, than the others. And obviously, he didn't make it this time. But I mean, it's what everybody's going to say and already have said. They did a great package on WWE television. And for reasons that we will talk about, the Graham family has been intertwined with the McMahon family for the past, more than 60 years now. But so it's not any new ground, I guess, Brian, to say he was at one time the biggest box office attraction in the business. He was revolutionary and, inspiring or outright, basically being ripped off by everybody from Hulk Hogan and Dusty Rhodes on down. At the same time, I think a lot of people that, because of the modern video era, the younger people may not have seen as much. They've done the retrospectives on the WWE, did a DVD, and they've had plenty of stuff on the network. But maybe now more people are seeing the stuff from the 70s than have at least checked it out in the modern era, because it's, being sent around. But do you tell me, do the modern fans, because of the 80s expansion, remember like basically the last run, what in WWF was 86, 87, the hip surgery, the whole 9 yards there? Is that what they remember, and they've just heard about the rest, or have they? What am I trying to say here? Does everybody know exactly how the fuck he got to be that big a star, that big a draw, when all they saw was the end of his career and the Crockett stuff in the mid-'80s?
I think it depends on the fans' age. It depends on how much they dive into content. Like you said, if you grew up in the 80s, you saw Kung Fu Billy Graham, which some fans didn't even think was the real Billy Graham.
Yeah.
And then you got to see him when he got back into the tie-dye, but he was completely immobile. And I think he got hurt in his first WWF match back in 86. And then by 88, he was on commentary. And then that's when they did his first hip surgery, and they had footage of it on the show, which was kind of grisly for that time period of WWF. But it's interesting, though, when they showed on SmackDown, I think it was, the package for Billy Graham, they had the Hall of Fame from 2004 with Triple H giving the speech, because Triple H grew up a big superstar Billy Graham fan. New England kid, wanted to get into bodybuilding. That's what happens. And he said, Billy Graham was 20 years ahead of his time. And it's interesting hearing that about someone who, when you really think of it, was actually one of the biggest stars of the 70s. Not like someone who was uncovered years later or someone who no one discovered, or like the Velvet Underground, like 8 people bought their record, but every one of them started a band. He was actually one of the biggest stars of the decade, but he still felt like he was ahead of his time because of the physique, because of the way of talking, because of the way of interacting with the TV. But he actually was one of the biggest stars of the 70s.
Well, he actually was only 6 years ahead of his time. Because if he had been the superstar Billy Graham of 1978 and 1984, Vince wouldn't have needed Hulk Hogan, because he would have already had superstar Graham. So, because that was, well, I said we were going to talk about how the Graham family and the McMahon family were intertwined. It's kind of ironic that Vince ended up the first favorite wrestler that he ever had as a teenager when he moved from his trailer in North Carolina and finally met Vince Sr., his real father, when he was, 15, was Dr. Jerry Graham. And his favorite wrestler, as he became an announcer, and if he had owned the company at the time that Billy Graham was champion, was superstar Billy Graham, the last gimmick brother of Dr. Jerry. And during that period of time, the one that Vince Sr. did the most business with was neither Jerry nor Billy, but was Eddie. And I think I think it's fascinating that the Grahams in some way or another were always figured in with the McMahon family, but if for different reasons and depending on Vince Sr. or Jr. But that was the reason, I think, why that not only did Dr. Jerry Graham get so many chances with Vince Sr. in the late 50s to through the mid 60s, but then Billy Graham got so many chances with Vince even after he retired. And I mean, because the last 35 years, if Vince Jr. was sending Billy Graham a check, and I'm not burying the guy's public knowledge, then Billy Graham was all for the WWF. And if he wasn't, then Billy Graham was saying these people are all possessed by demons and are, Satan walking the earth. And he legitimately, I guess he got so religious, he legitimately believes in like demon possession being an actual thing that happens. So but Vince would always, because it was Superstar, he would always take him back, just like to maybe a lesser extent, Vince Sr. would always take Dr. Jerry back because, well, it's fucking Dr. Jerry Graham. And Eddie was the only one who didn't cause anybody any trouble.
Except himself.
Well, exactly. But
it's interesting. I found not too long ago in the Wrestling News archives, going through the files, in the Superstar Billy Graham file is correspondence from Norm Kietzer to Billy Graham in, I want to say 79, that, talking about where the relationship was. Again, world champion 77, 78. In 79, Vince McMahon Sr. wouldn't allow Billy Graham to buy advertising space in the programs to advertise his poster.
Yes. And, that was the thing, is that he melted down over the title loss. And I mean, if you've read his book, and if anybody out there, if you've read the book, or I think it's still available on Amazon, but he melted down when Vince Sr. took the title off of him while he was still the biggest box office attraction in the business. And think about it, at that time, what were the 3 highest paying jobs in wrestling in 1978? The NWA champion, unless you were a promoter also, or a booker of own part of the office. I'm just talking about purely for wrestling. NWA champion, WWF champion, and Andre the Giant, not necessarily in that order. And he was the hit of the New York and the toast of the Northeast. And they were still selling the buildings out.
A better sellout ratio than anyone else in Garden history for wrestling.
Yes. And Not more than Bruno, but a better percentage because, I mean, I don't want to get on side tracks here, but Bruno had a period where there was no TV in New York, blah, blah, blah. But Vince Sr. honored the commitment that he made to put the belt on him, but he honored the commitment he made to take it off of him. Remember, that was the story. He gave him his starting date where he was going to win it and the date he was going to drop it at the same time. And Graham was sure, with business like this, there's no way they're going to take this belt off of him. And they did. And
that can't be easy, because even if you're supposed to lose the title on a specific day a year later, as that year's happening and you're getting bigger and bigger and the sellouts just keep coming and people are paying a lot of money to see anyone beat you. Putski, Dusty, Mil Mascaras, someone. And then doesn't matter how good that year is. It ends at this date. I think even if you weren't Billy Graham, that would probably fuck with most people's minds.
Yeah. And the entire Graham family, and I have family in quotation marks because they really, only Eddie and Mike were really related, but you guys know what we're talking about. They had problems at various points with substances, whether either alcohol or, in Dr. Jerry's case, alcohol and mental illness, Eddie with alcohol and Billy with drugs, both the steroids that damaged him, but also he got on drugs as a result of that title loss. And that was where, remember, I first saw him in 1979 in person, because back in those days, he was the hit of the magazine covers and the pictures were phenomenal. And especially after the After magazines, the London publishing line, they liked belts, bodies, and blood. And Graham had definitely one in every picture, if not all three. And so he was on the covers and, but it's the same. And you knew that he was selling out Madison Square Garden, but this was the days before home video. And there was no way, unless you took a trip to the fucking Northeast Territory or the guy came to your territory, you couldn't ever see him. So the only I'd seen brief glimpses. Remember, he had a scene with Wahoo strap match in The Wrestler in 1974, which was shot in 73 when he was on top for Vern. And, you couldn't really tell much from the movie scene. But then when they took the belt off of him, he dropped out of the business for a while and got fucked up mentally and et cetera, et cetera. And then, I guess the entire instigation of this was Jerry Jarrett was creating the CWA world title because he couldn't get Lawler to run with either the NWA or the AWA title at that point, that he was going to make his own. And he wanted a legitimate world champion level guy to carry it, to give it the credibility. And obviously then it would go to Lawler. And then that's why when Lawler broke his leg after winning it, Jarrett brought Billy Robinson in because it's Billy Robinson. He could be a world champion. But Superstar Graham was the guy. And the problem was, this was fall of 1979. So he'd been out of the business for a year. He hadn't been training hard. He wasn't real tan. He still had a great body. It was Billy Graham. But also think about this. He's come to Memphis, and I'm sure Jarrett probably made him a day. Billy, you won't make less than $200 a night or whatever it was, but it was nowhere near the money that he'd been making. And even, at the time, if he's in front of a crowd of 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people, to him, that was like a spot show. And he was kind of defeated mentally. So he was a nice guy. But we didn't get the best superstar Billy Graham. It's not like he was motivated to tear the fucking house down every night, right? He was working sort of like Handsome Jimmy toward the end of the in-ring years. And at the same time, the Memphis fans, Tennessee fans didn't have the benefit of having seen him come in and get over in a territory in his prime, which was only fucking 3 years earlier, right? and get to talk every week on TV and the big push, blah, blah, blah. It was just kind of an abrupt thing. So that didn't work. And he was here when he dropped the belt to Lawler in Lexington on, I think, November 8th of 79. I'm sorry. And I think by the following January, I think he was gone. But it was, it was an example of context and time and place. And he had a different style than the Tennessee style. And but at least, I got to see him at that point.
Do you remember the first time you actually saw him in a magazine? Because there have been impressive physiques before then. I mean, Sailor Art Thomas may have had the most impressive natural physique ever, but he was another level, especially after he left L.A. If you see those L.A. pictures, he's still kind of big and bulky, but then he got shredded. Do you remember when you first saw him in the magazines?
Yes, I do. And well, let's go back without going back to I was born in a poor child in a log cabin all the way back. Jerry Graham obviously was the first Graham. And we've talked about the Graham brothers, and they're going to be an episode of Dark Side of the Ring this season also. And I'm going to be on that because I did some research for that a few months back. But he was, mentally ill and an alcoholic and crazy. And he's the one that started the riot in Madison Square Garden in 57, where we'll never know the real story. Everybody's dead, but possibly he got juice on Rocca when he wasn't supposed to. And potentially also Rocca didn't know till after it was over with either. And they had a fucking riot and almost got wrestling banned in the Garden. The front page newspapers, we've talked about it. And then he gets his brother Eddie, who the Grahams become one of the biggest drawing heel teams in the history of the business at that point. And they're selling out New York and everywhere.
Not real brother,
not real brothers, but Eddie Gossett. But Eddie only can take Jerry Graham for a couple of years before he finally, when the run ends, he goes to Florida and ends up the top guy, owning the territory, working with Vince Sr. for the next 25 years until Eddie died, or until 20 years till Vince Sr. died. And they had a close relationship between the Florida and the New York offices. But Jerry then got Crazy Luke in 64. And Eddie even came back to work some six-mans to kind of give Luke validity as a Graham brother. But that was a case of Vince Sr. bringing back Dr. Jerry after a few years. Let's try it. The Graham brothers again. It's the doctor. And he flamed out quick, but Luke Graham made a living off that gimmick for the next 20 years. Just being a Graham brother and being crazy. And believe me, I saw Luke Graham in the 70s and the 80s. Again, nice guy. Couldn't work a fucking lick. Awkward as shit, but he had the size, the gimmick, and the fucking promo. And then the last hurrah for Jerry trying to get back into business. This was after the hospital incident, which is chronicled in Behind the Curtain, my graphic novel, on sale now at jimcornette.com, where he stole his mother's body from the hospital at gunpoint in Arizona and beat up the orderlies and was taken in by the squad of police. He talks the Los Angeles office, Jerry does, into bringing him in because it's Dr. Jerry Graham, right? And he brings in a bodybuilder that is going to be his brother, Billy. And Wayne Coleman had broken in, 6 months beforehand in Calgary.
Yeah.
And they trained him, and he was a bodybuilder. He had been an evangelist and a bodybuilder and did the traveling revival shows when he was like in his early 20s. So he knew show business and had the gift of gab.
How to work people.
How to work. Yes, exactly. And the fucking line of the patter, the promo. And then they trained him in Calgary briefly. And then Jerry, because they were both Jerry Graham was from Arizona also. So he got him booked in Los Angeles as his brother. And I have to think the reason why they chose Billy Graham was because I don't know if people around the world are aware of this, and probably a lot of people in the United States have forgotten now, but the biggest TV preacher in the entire United States was Billy Graham. He was on network TV. He did all the president's funerals and consulted with the high muckety mucks, the Reverend Billy Graham. He was a big fucking name. And so if you've been an evangelist and you're going to be a brother of a guy named Graham, why not be Billy? So in the roundabout way to answer the question about when did I first see him in the magazines, and we had to do the background there just so everybody knew the relation, the first magazine cover that I saw of him had to be it was a magazine from 1972, or no, 71, but I may have gotten it as a back issue in 72. But it's one of Bill's magazines, Apters, and the cover is "This Billy Graham Preaches Violence." And it's him in the fucking hippie fringe jacket that he used to wear in Los Angeles when he first got started. And that was cool, he's got Billy Graham's name, right? And then Superstar came in 72 from Jesus Christ Superstar when he went to, the first place he did that was AWA working for Vern, right?
I think so, yeah.
Because he was obviously it was, and again in Los Angeles, I don't think Jerry lasted long again before something happened. But Billy was there as a single for a while and then, bopped around a bit and ended up working for Vern Gagne.
It is such an interesting move, though, just because, like you said, the Reverend Billy Graham was a pretty big figure in society. To take the name Billy Graham, of all the names you could have picked, to pick that one.
Yeah, and there probably was, I would think, some pushback at the time from some people like, wait a minute, can we do that? Because that's how puritanical or whatever it was then. And then, again, Superstar has a bunch of connotations, but if he'd have played the Jesus Christ Superstar music, he might have got run off television. But he gets his first name from a TV preacher and Superstar from the play about Jesus Christ. So he was reaching for the stars there. And
you talk about influence over the McMahons. I could be wrong. I believe WWE still holds the copyright on the term superstar for wrestlers, and Vince McMahon's love of using superstar instead of wrestler really all stems back to Billy Graham.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that, well, before we get to talk about what he influenced Hogan, when he goes to work for Vern, Dusty is there also. That's when Dusty was still there as a heel before he went to Florida, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is, Dusty always had the lisp and the way he spoke. And I'm not saying that he just copied, but at the same time, Tawa Power, man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. That's Superstar. And you see all the pictures of Graham went to Florida in the late 70s when Dusty was there, and on top, the pictures of them with their arm around each other. Pictures of them with their arm around each other. Dusty brought Superstar to Crockett in 85 when he needed a job. Hogan saw the body, and so did Jesse Ventura, the body and the rap, the promo, the patter. But at the same time, Dusty saw that funky, jivey way of speaking too, and made some of it his. I'm not saying everybody just copied Billy Graham outright, although a number more people did. And as this can go to Austin Idol, and we can go on. But a lot of people took some certain thing from him and, made money with that.
It is funny, though, that we recently saw the Dusty Rhodes biography where Hulk Hogan said, I was in the crowd and I saw Dusty Rhodes and I said, that's what I want to be. And now here with the Billy Graham tribute video, it's the same thing. I was there, I saw Billy Graham, I said, that's what I want to be. Whoever they're interviewing Hogan about, that's who he wanted to be.
Well, and remember Flair, when he was starting out in the AWA, when Dusty was there as a heel and Graham was just coming in, he wanted to be Ramblin' Ricky Rhodes and be Dusty's little brother or whatever. But at the same time, you would also see some of Superstar in Flair and just the way he carried himself as a heel and etc. Anyway, the point being, when he went to work for Vern, that's where the magazine covers souped up. And also, think about this. He breaks in very early 1970 or late 69, one or the other, as a wrestler. By, 72, 73, he's working for Vern Gagne in the AWA as a top heel. That's 3 years in. And he's already 30 years old because he started late. And the thing about Graham, and it fit Vern's territory, because Vern liked wrestling for himself and his opponents, Billy Robinson, Nick Bockwinkel, but he also liked the crazy gimmick guys, Crusher, Mad Dog Vachon, because that's what got over in the Midwest. And his baby faces and heels, Vern's, were some of the biggest names in the business that had drawn money everywhere, but they were also, there was no young people on the card. Ray Stevens at that point was 40, and Bockwinkel, and they were the bump guys, right? So when Graham comes in, he didn't need to take a lot of bumps, which was the only thing he never did, but he had a better body that nobody had seen, and it was a territory of promos, and he was a great promo even in that field, and he didn't mind bleeding. And they liked blood in the strap matches with Wahoo, or the fucking grudge matches with Crusher, or the saloon brawls. And he's got the look. And so he drew a ton of money there and was one of the guys figured in for Vern for a couple of years. And again, fit right into that big man and/or, talk him into building, gimmick match kind of territory that Vern did. That's another contrast with like a Tennessee territory or any. Graham got over in Florida, but he was not the guy. He was one of an all-star lineup, because the Southern territories that ran towns weekly, they expected more in the matches in the arenas, the house shows, more action, more bumps, more whatever. Because whereas in the Midwest and the Northeast, you saw every week on TV, you saw the top guys talking and beating some job guy up. And you only saw him once a month in the building actually having a main event match. In the Southern territories, you saw him in the building every week having a main event match. So they had to gear it up a little bit. But then again, did he go to Texas after Vern? He was down in Texas for a while. Then he was doing, at one point, he was doing Florida and the WWF at the same time.
That's right, because again, he was in the WWF, a year and a half, 2 years before he ever got the belt. It wasn't like he just got there and got the belt.
Yeah, I think he went from Vern. He had a run on top in Texas and got to perfect more of that shit. Did a lot of the arm wrestling challenges, and then worked for Vince for quite some time, plus made shots in Florida. And then when he got the belt, it's another reason people, I guess now, maybe nobody talks about this anymore either, but the war between the NWA and the WWF that Vince Jr. would kick off, the only place besides, I think they did it once in St. Louis, didn't they? But no, they did it in Atlanta. The NWA champion versus the WWF champion took place in Florida. One of Eddie Graham's a couple of Eddie Graham's towns. I think they did Racing Graham in the Orange Bowl in Miami.
They called it the Super Bowl, didn't they?
The Super Bowl of wrestling. And of course they went 60 minutes, Broadway, I think, which had to be fun for Harley, because that wasn't fucking Superstar's gig. I think they did one in Atlanta with Backlund and Race.
82. No, 82, they did Backlund and Flair.
Backlund and Flair.
I think it was July 4th, 82, and there's no footage of the match out there.
Flair probably burned it.
From what I understand, he may have wanted to. It wasn't a good match, everyone says. Yeah.
But they did several of those title versus title matches in the Florida territory, and they had a cooperative relationship. And then at the same time, they've just had on the Dusty biography and also on some of the Superstar clips, that was the big trilogy. You know, in the Garden and elsewhere was Dusty versus Graham in 77 for the WWF title in the WWF. And Dusty was on loan from Eddie Graham for that. So there was a close working relationship there. But that's why, you know, again, you look at Billy's career, he breaks in within a couple of years. He's a main event guy in a big territory. He's making money. I don't know if he made a lot of money in Dallas, but he didn't stay there long. He's in the WWF in Florida, both the biggest money geographic territory in the country at the time, and Florida, the home territory of not only some of the top talent, but also one of the most important promoters in the business. And he's being used. And then he wins the WWF championship. And he's the biggest box office attraction in the world. Or at least in the country. And by 1978, he's been in the business 8 years. He's done all that. They take the belt off of him, and he, like we talked about earlier, cracks up and just drops out.
And remember, Gorilla Monsoon in the Philadelphia newspaper, where he had a weekly column on wrestling, reported that Superstar Billy Graham died.
Yeah, died of cancer. And by the way, now, I have that newspaper article. It's in the vault. I saw it just the other day when I was looking at some other stuff. But I think that was the year, I think that was right after his Memphis run also. Is Gorilla had fucking printed that. And because he did kind of disappear again after the thing in Memphis.
But then when he showed up in 82, all of a sudden, I mean, he was losing his hair, but now he's completely bald with a mustache and still in good shape, but a relatively good shape. Well, he's still in good shape.
Well,
but very different than what he once was. And actually, if you ever see footage of Billy Graham in 1982, he looks like 10 years older than he looked just a few years later.
Yes. Well, and see, that's the thing. By 1982, there were several things wrong. Number one, he was almost 40 now. So he had still in the karate gimmick, Kung Fu Billy Graham, he had the body of a 40-year-old guy that had been a incredible physiqued bodybuilder years earlier. And he still looked good for, you know, I'm not saying I could have fucking beat him in a pose down, but he wasn't the guy that was doing, you know, the pose downs with all the top bodies in the business a few years earlier. But also he's never been a guy that did a lot of bumps, took a lot of bumps, or had a lot of, he wasn't a smooth bodybuilder like Ricky Steamboat. Even when Steamboat ripped himself up for competition bodybuilding in the Carolinas at one point, he was still smooth as silk. Whereas Graham was not a smooth bodybuilder worker. It was the promo and the action and et cetera, et cetera. So now he's 40 and he's trying to do a karate gimmick because I think he mentioned it again in his book. He wanted to do something different. He had no confidence. He didn't think, he thought he had to do something different. I don't know what the fuck, but bald head, black handlebar mustache, black karate gi pants from the once tie-dyed, most colorful superstar in the fucking wrestling business. And Scott Steiner. There you go. My God, that was Scott Steiner in TNA with Chainmail was Billy Graham from 30 years earlier.
So again, Philadelphia fans read in the newspaper that he died. Then they see him like this. He sounds the same, but he looks radically different. So some fans actually thought it was either a different guy or that the real guy died.
Yeah, basically fake Billy Graham. And Gorilla never would retract the deal, but the karate gimmick was horrible anyway. And that's where I'm saying now we're in the video era. And people who are trying to seek out home video that's not on the network that was passed around by the collectors or put on YouTube or whatever, now they're seeing karate Kung Fu Billy Graham, which was grisly horrible. And then I guess did he go straight from there? Was he out again for a while, but he ended up working for Crockett in late 84, early 85 when Dusty came in as Booker?
He was in Florida before that.
Okay. Which makes sense because Dusty was booking Florida.
Because I read something Sean Waltman put up there, which I thought was interesting, because he's someone who actually did get into martial arts and became a big wrestling fan. Was a wrestling fan and became a wrestler, but that was the first Billy Graham he saw. He never saw the tie-dye Billy Graham. So
Wow.
to him, karate Billy Graham was cool because he never saw the other one. And
Oh, boy.
you know, it's
Well,
interesting. There are fans like that the first version of whatever you see, you think that's great, but if you've never seen the other stuff, what else do you have to judge it on?
Well, Kung Fu Billy Graham didn't sell out to Garden 28 fucking times in a row or whatever it was, but then to Crockett, to my point of where I was going with this was, that's where I'd obviously met him and talked to him as a photographer when he was in Tennessee briefly. I have pictures, etc. But now I'm in the locker room with superstar Billy Graham, and when he came back to the Carolinas for Crockett, at least he went back to the tie-dye. And he, like you said, he was losing his hair because now he was, well, he just passed away. He was born in 43, so he was 42 years old now after multiple years of multiple steroids and other things. So he'd lost his hair. He was shaved, but he was jacked up again. And he had the bleach blonde beard. You know, and had the do-rag on and the tie-dye and he had the talk and the patter. And so he was back to kind of being superstar Billy Graham. And in Crockett at that point, he didn't have to be the guy. He was a big star on, once again, another all-star roster where all the baby faces were popular and all the heels had heat. And that, you know, fit in. And we did the thing with the Midnight Express against, first it was Jimmy Valiant and Rocky King. And Jimmy Valiant was representing the street people. And of course, Big Mama's cameo appearance there.
Woo, Boogeyman.
Oh, I've looked in bars, I've looked in cars, and here you are. And then Superstar Graham comes to the aid of poor Rocky King. So it's Superstar Billy Graham and Handsome Jimmy Valiant against the Midnight Express. And of course, Jimmy is my favorite wrestler from 1977 when he came into work for fucking Jarrett and did the program with Lawler. Woo, Mussy! And my Mama Cornette was actually named Handsome Jimmy Jr.'s official godmother when he was born, because that was while they were here in this territory. And so that's fun working with Handsome. And then there's Superstar Billy Graham, who, again, 6 years previously, or 7 years, that had been the biggest fucking star in the business. So, and Bobby and Dennis could take all the bumps because neither one of them were going to take any bumps. But it was fun to have those house show matches. And then I wrestled. Technically, I wrestled Superstar Billy Graham because we had a couple of 6-man tags at a couple of house shows where it was him and Handsome and Rocky King against me in the Midnight. And I believe the extent of our interaction was me getting in and choking him while he was down and maybe dropping an elbow. I'm pretty sure because Jimmy was actually at that point, Jimmy was one of the hottest babyface in the territory. So he always got the tag to make the comeback. But I've technically wrestled Superstar Billy Graham. So there you go.
Hey, Kung Fu Billy Graham, do you remember what his entrance music was?
Kung Fu Fighting.
Kung Fu Fighting.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. But yeah, again, that was, yeah. And then at that point, it was late 85, early 86. That's when he left Crockett. And, you know, honestly, again, I can't say that a lot of people noticed he left Crockett, and it's not to be derogatory, but just because it was loaded, packed, the locker room of stars, and they were bringing in some more. And, you know, Dusty liked Billy, but Billy was not a huge draw on his own in the Carolinas for that run. But that, I believe, was when it convinced Vince Jr. to, and see, again, that's the thing. If Vince Jr. in 1978 had been in the position he was in 1982, Graham would have never lost the belt. And for that matter, it's not like Vince had a sudden goddamn epiphany between 1978 and 1982, what he wanted to do. If he'd have been running the company 4 years previously, he would have started trying to expand then. May have been tougher because there wasn't anywhere near as much cable television. But that's the thing, whereas Vince Sr. wanted to go with Backlund. He didn't like having a heel on top. He wanted an all-American boy after all of the years of the ethnic heroes and the short-term heels. And he promised to go with Bob Backlund, and they still sold out. They still did great business because the company was on fire and they had the biggest towns in the country. So it's not like it hurt their business as much as it destroyed Graham's momentum and or psyche. But that was, whereas Vince Sr. tolerated Jerry Graham starting riots and all the trouble he caused because he drew money, and he gave him a couple of second chances because of that. Vince Sr. loved Jerry Graham as a personality because he was a teenage kid riding down the fucking streets of Manhattan in a bright red convertible Cadillac with this fucking maniac lighting cigars with $100 bills in 1958. But at the same time, Superstar, the youngest brother, would end up being the prototype 25 years later, right? Or more. Would end up being the 20 years, whatever, would end up being the prototype for what Vince McMahon Jr. wanted to feature as the world champion in his plan to take over the world. And in the middle, the longest business relationship was between Vince Sr. and Eddie Graham, who both became two of the most powerful promoters in the business and had a relationship that at some points was even outside the parameters of the NWA. And then finally, Vince Jr. gets put back in the same position with Billy Graham that Vince Sr. was with Dr. Jerry at one time, in that he kept giving Billy Graham second chances and signing him as an ambassador. And, oh, it's the Superstar, even though he said I was a demon possessed by the devil and put here by Satan himself to fucking, pollute the world. Let's send him a check.
That's the thing. He goes back to the WWF. Physically, he's unable to wrestle. They make him a manager for Don Morocco. They make him a commentator, and as good a promo as he was not a good commentator.
No.
And then at the end of 88, there was that house cleaning where all of a sudden, the Bulldogs left for different reasons, but Don Morocco, Ken Patera, Billy Graham, a lot of the guys who were really the stars of not the previous generation, but the previous era, I guess you could say.
The previous decade.
The previous decade, or guys that were coming into their own at the end of that decade and hit their peak early in the 80s. WWF was letting them go. And then it was 89 where Billy Graham starts going and talking about the dangers of steroids and all the health problems he's having. That's when we first started hearing that Billy Graham was, close to death. It was like in 1989. But it's interesting just because, I was thinking about this the other day. That's when all the Lyle Alzado stuff came out and he died and he got cancer and then he died and everyone attributed it to steroids. Not everyone, but it was attributed to steroids by many. And we all assume because of that, because of Billy Graham talking about the issues he's having, that everyone who was a wrestler in the late 80s and early 90s, this was their future. And a lot of guys went too far with different things and paid the price, but by and large, you're not seeing that, which I think is really interesting. You're not seeing what Billy Graham said was going to happen to everyone in 1989, which is, all the wrestlers who took steroids in the 80s ending up physically like he did.
Well, there's a reason for that also that sometimes people overlook, is that he was taking those steroids in the 60s. And I'm pretty sure they probably refined some of them monkey hormones in that 20-year period. But remember, as I said, he was born in 1943. So when he got in the wrestling business, he was already 27. He was already a bodybuilder. That's where he met Schwarzenegger. And those guys, that early generation of bodybuilders and guys that were on the cover of all the weightlifting magazines, Dave Draper, I remember that was just almost cartoonly big in those 60s bodybuilding magazines. They were taking shit that experimental shit, and or they had no frame of reference as to what the dosage might be, or cycling on and off or whatever. And Graham was kind of in wrestling one of the, I'm not going to say the first, but one of the first wave of guys who were doing steroids, and they were more primitive and more unpurified or whatever, and there was no guidebook in a lot of cases to go by for what they were doing. That's why at one point, did Graham not get up to within 11 pounds of the world bench press record? Not for wrestlers, for anybody?
I'm not sure.
I think I heard that story at one point in, in his, whether it was the late 60s, early 70s, through the period of his athletic prime and when he was really big. But, I think that's the guys that were taking the stuff in the 80s. They didn't take it as long. They didn't take the kind of, prehistoric shit. I'm not saying it was good for him, but Graham has literally, he's had hip replacements and he's been in and out of the hospital for various issues and replacements and surgeries and everything since, like you said, almost 35 years. And that has to be playing somewhat of a part in this.
You would think. Again, we haven't seen a rash of people go down and just everything go down like it did in just a few years, it seemed like, for Billy Graham. And then after that, when the scandals in 91 and 92 happened, Billy Graham front and center. He accused Pat Patterson of stuff, which caused Pat Patterson, who had been his tag partner in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's right.
To never speak to Billy Graham ever again. Wouldn't accept an apology, nothing. Because he was really the main person. Well, I shouldn't say that. He was someone most vocally, publicly.
He was someone that people would think would know the real story, and why would he lie, even though he was lying?
And when people were making accusations about Terry Garvin and Mel Phillips, I say accusations, I believe those stories are actually true.
Yeah.
There was Murray Hodgkin, who made an accusation against Pat Patterson. He was later proved to be a career con artist, but Billy Graham, in that mix, jumped in there to also point the finger at Pat Patterson. And, that's the thing where it was, you couldn't tell how much of it was genuine anger or how much of it was, you guys fired me at the end of 88. I'm never going to let you forget it.
Well, and he didn't ever let him forget it, except when he forgot it, when they rehired him for various things. And that was the thing, is it seemed kind of sad. And I know that it's been a lot of years that he's been in ill health and obviously, needed help at various points. But it was almost like clockwork. Whenever any deal or affiliation or whatever would expire, or they did something for him and the goodwill would wear off, then he would be back with they're all horrible and they're possessed by the devil. And that kind of became the thing where it would bounce back and forth. But I guess over the last however many years, they've been copacetic. Or were they? Were they on the outs again? Because he went to the Hall of Fame. Did they fall out again?
They fell out again after the Hall of Fame, for sure. I remember seeing.
But then did they fall back in again after that?
That would have been something recent, because I remember seeing some stuff online just a few years ago. Like, people got upset at him for saying that Adam Cole should get on steroids. Which, again, even if you think Adam Cole should be bigger, if one of the main things about your life is your body breaking down because of the steroids you were on, don't tell someone else to get on them.
Yeah.
But he was still out there, and I don't think, based on what I read, that he was necessarily in their camp at the moment.
Okay, but and that's
before he openly got sick again. I don't know if that changed anything.
Well, and they still paid tribute to him, and that's the thing. Vince has the soft spot there because he was superstar. Billy Graham was what Vince wanted to main event his worldwide company with, and he just didn't get to do the company in time, or Graham was already too old and didn't make it long enough.
You know what, though? Can I say this, not to take anything away from superstar Billy Graham, but that was probably the best thing for Vince McMahon, because Hulk Hogan, personality-wise, was the right guy for that spot for Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
I don't know if Billy Graham would have been able to have a 5-year run as the champion, as the main babyface, working a schedule. Even though Hogan didn't work necessarily the full schedule that everyone worked, just constantly on the run, constantly going. If you have substance abuse issues, I mean, that's the time where they're going to really pop up. So I think all things considered, Billy Graham may have been the inspiration, but he probably wouldn't have been the right guy in the role for the long term.
Oh, and I agree with that 100%. He would have got the spot. And but at the same time, if he got it in 78, it like you said, it wouldn't have worked out as well. But also, there was no Hulk Hogan in 1978. But if he was the same superstar Graham, he would have drawn huge for the first couple of years, and again, especially in the Northeast. But over a longer period of time, he wasn't not the wrestler, but he wasn't the employee that Hogan would be to go the extra mile, to do to want to get into movies, to do all the other thing. I don't think he would have been able to handle that like Hogan did.
No, and again, perfect guy for Vince McMahon. Hogan hears that Ventura is going to start a union, and he goes and tells Vince. I don't know if Billy Graham would have reacted the same way if he was the top star.
Billy Graham would have said, "Hey, Jesse, when can I be the first one to sign up?
Can I bring in Ernie and Ivan to talk to everyone about what we did?"
Yes, yeah. Oh, that's another thing, Bert. We've talked about it before, but when Graham and Ivan Koloff and Ernie Ladd were the top three heels in Vince Sr.'s WWF territory, they negotiated a deal where they would all three walk unless all three of them got main event pay, no matter which one of them was in the title match on top or whatever. They got paid the same thing because they were rotating them in and out against Bruno Bruno was champion at that point. And they felt that they had all worked together to get the territory business doing that. So even if one guy was on top one night, all three of them would get to main event money. So that was a pretty fucking good deal.
And in terms of, you brought up before, there were so many superstar Billy Graham not impersonators, but he inspired so many to the way the Road Warriors inspired so many people.
Right.
Jesse Ventura being Jesse the Body Ventura, very similar to Billy Graham in terms of not really being a guy in the ring that could, go the way, someone else may be able to go.
Yes, actually, they had kind of a Superstar was a little more mobile in his younger days than Jesse, but it kind of the same kind of thing.
But Jesse Ventura, you brought up Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan said that Dusty Rhodes and Billy Graham were his inspirations for getting into the business, and the Billy Graham influence is obvious. But it's really another Billy Graham-influenced wrestler, Austin Idol, who Hogan took so much from when he went to Minnesota and started changing the promos. It wasn't Idolmania anymore. It was Hulkamania.
Yeah.
Another person influenced by the look and the style of Billy Graham.
And, again, the body was new, but the bleach blonde heel in the Northeast especially goes back to the Graham brothers, Jerry and Eddie, and to the Fargos, Jackie and Don. And to the, Shire brothers also were doing at the time, Ray Stevens and Roy Shire. But the addition of the body and the physique would not only, it grabbed people's attention in those days because most of the guys weren't built like that. And to be honest, in the 70s, when I was a hardcore fan, smart fan, whatever, you didn't want to see the bodybuilders because they were usually the shits, right? Their matches weren't any good. The body looked
Zulu.
Good. And
yeah, you had just seen Zulu. Yeah.
Yes. And the boys. Even into the early 80s, the boys in the locker room most of the time would roll their eyes when a guy with a body came in the locker room because they're, shit, here's another one we got to work with. He's going to be stiff and fucking hurt me and whatever. And it wasn't until Vince just made it necessary that you have to have that kind of physique to get a decent job in the business that the boys even wanted to work with a guy with a physique, much less have one themselves. Because it not only wasn't necessary, but it hampered, in a lot of cases, the guy's ability to fucking work. And in the territory days, who had time to go to the gym that often? You were in the car fucking 8 hours a day. So, but then, but that was the vision that Vince had, and Billy Graham fit it perfectly.
Well, he certainly did, and Superstar Billy Graham, people will still remember him and talk about him. There's a biography, as you mentioned before. WWE has produced a documentary in the past, and a lot of those promos are out there. The local promos are really what you want to try to find, but those promos are out there, and a big influence on wrestling. I'm sure that influence will continue.
And as well, we'll see them profiled, I think, in 3 or 4 weeks or whatever coming up on. Well, we'll talk about it next week when we have Evan on for Dark Side of the Ring, the entire Graham family.
The entire Graham family, meaning not just Eddie and Mike, but Dr. Jerry and even Billy?
Jerry, Eddie, Mike, Billy, and occasionally Luke.
Oh, even Luke? Wow.
He's probably going to be, I mean, they've only got an hour, so he's going to be the Zeppo of the piece. But, it is the Graham family, but with some emphasis on modern day. But I have reason to believe, unless it doesn't make the final cut, they will reenact the scene of Jerry Graham stealing his mother's corpse. So we got that going for us. But Superstar Billy Graham. So there you have it. 79 years old, and most people have been thinking it was going to be, bad for the last, as we said, 20 or 25 years. He's been in ill health. So he was a fighter till the end, but you can't take anything away from the legacy or the impact that he had on this business. And as we just talked about, in a relatively short period of time.
Did you ever see that footage? I know you're not a big fan of the garden shows from the late 70s. But it's a clip that now has gone around again. It's Billy Graham versus Ivan Putski, and it's the build-up to the Polish Hammer.
Yes.
And he hits it. Those people wanted to see Billy Graham lose so badly. They explode in the garden like nothing you've ever heard.
Yes, that was the thing is they had never seen a heel champion in New York City. The top singles champion had not been a heel for more than 3 weeks in anybody's lifetime. Think about that, because I guess Rogers was he was a heel.
That was it. Yeah, that was really it. And he was briefly the champion because of everything happening between his injuries and the politics.
Yeah, the thing is, they didn't even use a singles world title in the Northeast. When Rocca was on top, he wasn't a champion. He was just the star. They didn't have a singles title until Rogers was the NWA champion, and Vince Sr. was trying to steal him, and the belt came along with it. But that was just for a less than 2-year period. And then they took the belt off Buddy, and then he had the heart trouble. So since the 30s, all the champions had been baby faces. And now the people have this fucking guy that, like you said, Mascaras can't take him, and Bruno can't win the rematch, and Putski can't stop him, and Chief Jay Strongbow, and whoever Dusty. They stole the title from Dusty in the Garden, but he couldn't take it away from Superstar. So, yeah, it got to the point where any time that anybody looked like they had a chance, the people would come unglued. And that it was not showing signs of slowing down. And then in comes, and I love Bob Backlund. He's a great guy. He's a heck of a person. But most of the fans, they liked him for the first couple years, as we've talked about. Hardcore fans hated him because he was namby-pamby goody two-shoes. And he just didn't work compared to the colorful personalities that they had before and after in that spot.
No. And again, you watch those local promos and you have Billy Graham and the Grand Wizard, two incredibly flamboyant personalities. And then you get Bob Backlund with Arnold Skaaland, and Vince asks him a question. And he's just, I'm going to get in there and I'm going to be working as hard as I can. It's a weird promo, but it worked. Like you said, whatever you want to say, it worked for the first few years. By 82, by Snuka, Backlund was losing the fans and also cut his hair, started wearing a singlet.
Yeah.
Found a way to make himself unappealing to what the changing wrestling world was becoming.
But again, can you imagine Billy Graham looking over at Bob Backlund and said, look at me and look at him, and he wants to put the belt on this guy. Everything is Tuesday, feeling light and groovy. Well, we got bad news to start the program out. When we just sat down, literally, I informed you of this breaking news as we sat down to record this program, and we immediately had to throw out all the plans that we didn't make for what we were going to talk about, because we usually fly by the seat of our pants anyway. But in this case, we just heard the news that the Iron Sheik passed away. It was announced about 20 minutes ago as we sit here.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't looked well in a while, and he's an older guy. I mean, that's the other thing. Everyone always talks about the wild life he had. He's not a young guy. I mean, he's an older guy, and
I believe he's 80 or was 82, right? Because we just did talked about the biography special they did on him just here recently. So pardon us if we repeat anything or whatever, but in this different context. But I think he was early 80s, correct?
I believe so. And again, whatever partying he did out of the equation, a lot of bumps. He had a life. I mean, to live to be 82 is pretty miraculous, actually.
Yeah, well, and not only that, but we talked about, again, when we watched the biography episode, he was a high-level athlete in a competitive sport, that wrestling, that causes injuries, before he turned pro, and he turned pro in his 30s. So he had a lot of miles on that body, but that's what we were mentioning. You know, we talked about it, his earlier career in pro wrestling. People have forgotten what a badass athlete he was, because, you know, by the time that the national expansion happened, he was in his early 40s when he, you know, worked with Hogan. And even though he was still pretty stout then, as they say, when he was younger and was still moving and before any kind of injuries and a little bit lighter weight, and the WWF, you know, road style didn't catch up with him, he was doing... When he came to Tennessee in 82, you know, the double arm suplexes, the gut wrenches, stuff from the amateur background. And it was cool that the Sheik, Farhat, was obviously, he was not a high level, you know, Olympic level amateur wrestler. So when he did his gimmick, it was all crazy and all wild. And there weren't any suplexes and, you know, goddamn, you know, technical wrestling thrown in there. But with the Iron Sheik, and you remember seeing the Mid-Atlantic videos especially.
Yeah.
He was a badass Brock Lesnar level amateur doing these suplexes that weren't common at the time. Most people didn't do them. And all these amateur throws. And at the same time, was doing the crazy Sheik gimmick where he was throwing the fireball and pulling a butcher knife literally out of his fucking boot and sawing on guys' heads. So it was, if you believed that, and also because of his personality, you believed that he had a fucking screw loose and was dangerous. He had that aura to him.
And a lot of these things are somewhat commonplace now, like a gut wrench suplex into a power bomb. But he was one of the first guys in a national stage to do the gut wrench suplex and put it out there.
You know, not only was it legitimately an amateur move, and honestly, that was the finish that Paul Orndorff used in '77 in Tennessee when he was a rookie, because it was more of an amateur type thing. He could get that, right? And he wasn't used to working yet. And the same thing with the Sheik. He was strong enough to, because remember, the guys across the board were larger in those days than they are now. And he was like one of the Steiners. He could put anybody up and where he wanted them to go and put them down in the same place. So it was, you know, again, it was like, this fucking guy is crazy. And there was very little comedy, but he could, and that's again ironic, considering his, you know, later career and the WWF style, but he was crazy and he was badass, and you could be scared of the guy in his early years as Hossein Arab and the Great Hossein and finally the Iron Sheik. But then, the thing is, again, like the bushwhackers and the sheep herders, he made more money than he'd ever seen in his life later on when he was 50 as a funny guy with a big belly waving the flag around and going Hakapatui.
Yeah, you know, he was one of the first wrestlers I ever knew of because of that cartoon and because of that action figure. You know, I knew of him before I ever watched him. So when I did see him, I felt like I already knew who he was. I knew what side he was on. I knew who he was kind of friends with. Even on the show, him and Nikolai were kind of hanging out. I had the figure. Hulk Hogan needed an enemy. There it was. Andre needed a guy to wrestle. It was either the Iron Sheik or Big John Studd. He was one of the first wrestlers I ever knew.
Well, and the thing is, also, he's in an exclusive club as far as we've done retrospectives on the various, promotional methods of the McMahon Senior and Junior. But in what a 40-plus year period, really, neither McMahon kept or had a heel featured as their top guy, as their world champion, more than 3 weeks, except for Rogers and Billy Graham for Rogers for what, maybe a year and a half, Graham for 10 months.
Well, Rogers, it's a tough
and
debate.
that was a whole different.
Yeah.
Well, in actuality, he wasn't even advertised because of New York Athletic Commission rules as the world champion for some of the time that he was working in New York, and that was a whole different animal.
Well, again, not to go too far into this, but when he started working pretty exclusively for just Vince and Kohler and then just Vince and Toots, he was the NWA champion. They got the belt off him, but they didn't acknowledge that title change everywhere in Vince's territory. So they didn't actually acknowledge the WWF as a thing for a while. He was world champion just a brief period of time, and then they got it to Bruno, and who knows what was really going on behind the scenes. We could all still ruminate on that.
Right, and I love the combination of Vince and Toots. And also with Rogers, if the heart problem had not come up and he dropped it to Bruno that quickly, would he have run longer with it? Nobody knows. It's lost to history. But nevertheless, in the next 30 years, Graham at 10 months was the top heel champion. And then you had the transitional guys, Ivan Koloff for, 3 weeks in 71, Stan Stasiak for 9 days at the end of 73. And that was just to go from Bruno to Koloff to Pedro, and then from Pedro back to Bruno through Stasiak. And Vince Jr. did the same thing 10 years later when he took over, had full control, had decided what he was going to do, got to get rid of Backlund. So the Iron Sheik is perfect because not of the fact that the Iron Sheik was the perfect heel to beat Bob Backlund. The Iron Sheik was the perfect heel to lose to Hulk Hogan. The American hero that he's building against the, Iranian menace or Iraqi, goddamn. Iranian. It was, we were mad at Iran then.
Yeah, he became an Iraqi sympathizer in 91.
He was the Iraqi sympathizer when we got mad at them. But nevertheless, and also because Sheik was with that personality and that look and that gimmick, which even if by now, as I said, he's in his 40s, he can't go like he could when he was younger, when he was legitimately, a world-class amateur. But Vince didn't care about that anyway. He, Sheik wasn't going in to get over in Mid-Atlantic or Mid-South anymore. He had done that. Now he's going to get over in New York. And Vince wants the gimmick and the personality. And he's the perfect guy for that spot. And that's why, again, he was so memorable. He only had the belt for what was it? Was it 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever?
3 weeks, a month, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but people remembered that whole exchange to the point where he was able. Ivan Koloff had a great career off of his run, and Stan Stasiak to a lesser extent, but the Sheik became one of the biggest stars in the business just for being able to be there and drop the belt to Hogan.
And when you look at the other options, he was the best one. I know Billy Eadie has said that he thought he was going to be the guy, or he was told that. I forget exactly what he says, but he's alluded to it. Masked Superstar would have been an option. Don Morocco would have been an option. Mike Sharp was a heel there. Sergeant Slaughter. And the other option would have been a heel Bob Backlund, which wasn't going to happen. And if it had happened, it would have been rushed to get Hogan the belt in January, and Hogan was promised the belt to come in. So, of all those options, the Iron Sheik was clearly the best.
All due respect to Bill Eadie. Again, it wasn't about who was the best one to take the belt off Backlund and end his 5-year reign. It was who was best to put Hogan over, because Vince knew that's what he was doing. And I'm not saying that Bill Eadie couldn't have had a better match to put him over as far as, wow, look at all of the things that Hogan did to him. But it would have been Hulk Hogan beating that masked superstar from Parts Unknown, boy, instead of a goddamn person we're potentially going to be at war with. It was the American hero.
The only other one I think could have possibly worked, because it could have been interesting, is Ivan Koloff, because he was there. He had already beaten Bruno. So now you could say that Hogan not only beat the Russian menace at the height of Russia-U.S. tensions, the Olympics about to happen, and he beat the guy that beat Bruno, and he's now the world champion, and the guy who beat Backlund.
Yeah, but, well, where was Ivan was working for
Vince?
No.
He was finishing up. He was there in November.
Was he there then?
I got to see if he was there in December, but he was definitely there in November. I think he was there in December.
How long had he been there? I thought he was already in Charlotte. Well, I've lost track of his booking book there for 83. But anyway, but then the modern Sheik, the Iron Sheik, began as far as the, what we know of him today, and the outlandish personality and the cartoons and the ice cream bars and the whole 9 yards. And we've told the story that he was one of the first set of 4 or 6 action figures and got like $80,000 for a quarter back in those days. That was almost 40 years ago. Because as you mentioned, they had to have the kids with the Hogan figure, had to have somebody for Hogan to beat up.
And I think they've estimated, and I don't know if there's an exact amount, but I got to think that they made, at least, I could double check actually how many units they think they made. And again, there were only 5 options to start: Hogan, Andre, Snuka, John Studd, Iron Sheik. Eventually they introduced Nikolai and then Piper and Junkyard Dog and everyone, but that was the initial 5. And if you bought one, you needed 2.
And so, again, since there were basically no action figures, you had 1 million kids with these fucking figures. But
it's estimated that there were 800 to 900,000 Iron Sheik figures made, including the tag team sets later on with Nikolai Volkov.
That's almost as many action figures as I've sold over the last couple of years.
You have a better overhead, too, than this.
Well, that's true. I do keep costs down. Feather bottoms work cheaper than those folks up in Stamford in the office. But anyway, so I guess, again, being in his early 80s, people would say, oh, geez, it hadn't been that long ago, and that's why I mentioned that he started late. Can you imagine if he'd have gotten out of Iran and come to the United States and got into the wrestling business earlier? Let's say if he started when people mostly usually start, let's say right after college at 22, that would have been, instead of starting in 72 with that Vern's training camp, or 73, he would have broken into business somewhere around 1960. And can you imagine if he'd have been a pro for 25 years already before he even got to the modern WWF era? That would have been fucking wild.
Him and Danny Hodge would have been going at it for years.
Oh my God. You know what, and here's the thing, because remember we talked about Ali Vaziri, his original name and gimmick. He was 218 pounds and had the washboard ab stomach and hair. Some hair, not a full head. But that a guy like that, I think, he worked a little bit for Leroy McGurk, didn't he? In between.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Breaking in for Vern, he went there. He went to Tennessee and a couple of other places. just as a preliminary guy, but McGurk would have been all over that. A junior heavyweight shooter that's Olympic level credentials, and Danny Hodge is the top, and he's Iranian, and Danny Hodge is the top guy in my territory, the most famous junior heavy or light heavyweight or whatever wrestler in United States history. That would have been, so they would have been, and as a matter of fact, if, just while we're still supposing, if Sheik had broken in his 20s instead of 30s and worked for Leroy McGurk against Danny Hodge in the Oklahoma territory in the mid-60s, who else did they send over there when he first started? Jack Briscoe.
Yeah.
You would have had an NCAA champion, a former Olympic silver medalist, and the goddamn Iranian national champion in the same territory. And McGurk would have loved that because it's lighter weight guys and shooters.
And also because Iran wasn't the enemy they would become in 1979, you can have them both, you can make it a bigger story for the sports section than just the heel Iranian.
Yeah.
It's a sports story now because you have two known collegiate athletes or amateur athletes competing, even though it's professional.
And again, that was right down McGurk's alley. That's so it would have been interesting if somehow it had come to pass that he started out of his college age years instead of mid-30s.
And you first saw him when he came to Memphis in 83, or you saw him before that as the Iron Sheik?
No, I had seen him a couple of times when Crockett came to Cincinnati. I'd never met him. Obviously, we had seen, the pictures in the magazines of either Hossein Arab or the Great Hussein. As we mentioned, and when we talked about his biography, there was programs from Texas, where I think is the first place he did the gimmick. And the pictures of him looked nothing like the Ali Vaziri you had seen a few years earlier. He was much heavier and bald-headed. So at the time, no internet, and I'm just barely starting to get smart. In those days, when somebody would completely change their look like that and go someplace else under another name, you'd look and go, who the fuck is that? Your mind would register that they should have seemed like they should have been somewhere before, but you've never heard of them in the magazines or seen them on whatever. And then he had a run in the WWF, but again, that was before cable. But then with the Carolinas, that was about the time that home video came in, and as well, Crockett had opened up Cincinnati, and I used to go up there and watch some of the live events before I got into business and had to be traveling the other direction. And again, he moved and bumped and fucking threw people around and etc. But that was, again, I was in the bleachers in Cincinnati. When he came to Memphis is when not only I got the chance to meet him, and we talked about the car trip he took with me and my mom and some of the other shit, and everybody knows the fuck the commissioner story. But you got a chance to see him up close, and he, as everybody's talked about, loved being a heel and loved getting the heat and wasn't scared of anybody, in the way of doing that, of what was going to come. And sometimes when it was actually in Louisville, it was the Sheik, the Iron Sheik, that had a match with Lawler. And the stipulation was that if Lawler won, he'd get 5 minutes with Jimmy Hart. And that's where Lawler did win, but it was a disqualification because Sheik had done something, hit him with something, done something, where he was pretty much laying there almost unconscious, just selling. And so Hart says, okay, well, now he gets the 5 minutes because he's the winner. And drops an elbow and covers Lawler and pins him. 1, 2, 3. Oh, my God, the people were mad. And fucking Sheik just, come here, Jimmy. And he picked Jimmy up and fucking carried him through the people. They had cops, but cops had their hands full, but Sheik carried Jimmy through the people so they wouldn't kill him or stab him or beat him up or whatever. He didn't give a shit.
Speaking of not giving a shit, that's become kind of his online persona. What do you think happens to his Twitter account and everything now? Do you think he lives on in the afterlife?
Well, I hope.
Fuck the kingdom of heaven, whatever he would say on there. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. Has he actually been physically doing that, or is it somebody that handles that for him at this point? Sort of like a.
Right, that's what it is.
So I think they've got the flavor of the Sheik, but would it be in bad taste if you tried to still talk like the Sheik, but Sheiky is gone?
I guess so.
Maybe it should become more of a tribute to greatest moments of, rather than trying to sound first person or imitating the style or whatever.
No one in wrestling would ever do bad taste. I would never think of it.
Well, no, but see, the secret about wrestling is doing bad taste in good taste. I've said that many times. Anyway, hopefully we've done some bad taste in good taste here. And we're sorry to hear about the Iron Sheik. Obviously, Khosrow Vaziri, one of the, iconic. They throw that Legends, not an exclusive enough club anymore. Everybody's a goddamn legend these days. I guess now it has to be icon. So he's one of the iconic names in all of professional wrestling.
That's right. And when you think about big things that happened, he was the guy who dropped the belt to Hogan, something that was replayed at the beginning of their show for a few years, every week to the tune of Thriller. I don't think they paid any rights for that, but that was something everyone saw. He was on, I believe, the first Saturday night's main event, and some of those big ones that were getting those giant numbers on network TV. He was in the tag team title match. Him and Nikolai beat Wyndham and Rotunda at WrestleMania 1. He was in a Cyndi Lauper video for the Goonies song. The Goonies Are Good Enough, which is a great song. Yeah. So, I mean, he was on the cartoon, and his figure was out there. So, despite the different things that happened, and he would end up working for World Class briefly and going to the NWA and then going home and being paid to work for the NWA. For a period of time there, he's one of the most recognizable names and faces and personalities around wrestling ever.
Yeah. And see, remember again when George Scott brought him in for that WCW thing, he at that point in 1989, he was almost 50. And George Scott's remembering the Iron Sheik that he had in 79, 80, not 1989, 90. And, it didn't work, but that was George Scott's fault. It wasn't Sheik's fault for taking the money or for taking the renewal, because they forgot to fucking send him his notice. So anyhow, we hate to hear that again, but it seems like time is passing quicker. People are 80 years old. We turn around, we don't even realize it till it happens.
It is pretty crazy. How old's Keith Richards?
In what, cockroach years? I don't know. I don't see if the difference that I 79. Feel between. Well, he wasn't even as old as the Iron Sheik, son of a bitch. The difference I feel between 41 and 61, I don't know what 81 would feel like.
I have a idea I may know, and again, our thoughts and prayers to the family of the Iron Sheik and the friends of the Iron Sheik.
But we wanted to mention real quick, because the news just came out yesterday that Darren Drozdov passed away. Droz. And if you were a fan of the WWF in the late 90s, obviously you know who he was. I don't know where the modern generation is fully on being aware of Droz, what happened to him. I mean, it hadn't been kept a secret, and there have been numerous stories and pieces on him over the years, but he passed away. I guess he was 54, I think they said, correct?
I don't know for sure. I have to double check.
Well, I was hoping you had noticed, because I remarked that I was going to call him a kid, but then I realized he was almost as old as I am, but he started late in wrestling because he had played pro football. And I guess that made him about 30 years old by the time that he started breaking into business, and he only wrestled a short time, I think like a year and a half or thereabouts, 2 years, whatever. But he was famous in the Beyond the Mat movie because he was famous from a football game where he puked on the ball, apparently, but he could puke most of the time on command or at will. Nobody really commanded him except for Vince Puke, but he could do it if he wanted to at will. And not only did they, feature that piece, where Vince said he's gonna puke, but I got to be honest, I was in the office and this was another thing that Bruce told me, right? When he would come in with trying to be excited about the things Vince was excited about. He said, we're signing this guy and he can vomit at will on command. I was, okay. And, and that's the thing that Vince was wrapped up about. But thankfully, as we met Droz and got to know him and he started training, everybody, fell in love with the guy as far as a trainee, a student, somebody to have in the locker room. Everybody liked him and there was never any problems or issues or whatever, except that the first time, I can't remember what the circumstances were. I've tried to block this shit out of my mind, but Brian, maybe you remember. Do you remember the first time he was supposed to vomit on live TV and he got nervous and couldn't throw up?
That's right.
What was the context of that?
I don't think there really was much context that I remember.
You just said, here, this guy's going to throw up, and then he couldn't.
I don't remember there being too much context. I mean, remember, and I don't think this was a service to him, they brought him in and put him with the Legion of Doom right away as Puke.
Yes. Yeah, see, I had been around him for a while longer because I was involved with the training camps that Dr. Tom and Dory Funk Jr. were doing, and he had made some spot shows. So I knew him as Droz before Puke. And then obviously Hawk was having his issues at that time, and the Road Warriors had come back, or Legion of Doom as they called him up there. And they thought, well, we might need to replace Hawk, and they were going to try that. But in some way or another, I just remember that. Thankfully, Vince didn't hold it against him, but that was the thing, is the guy that can throw up whenever he wants to gets nervous and can't throw up. But they got past that, sorry period of everybody's career, the Legion of Doom, the whole 9 yards with Puke thing, and he became Droz, and he was a great prospect. And again, he was a guy that everybody loved coaching or, working with. He was starting late, but he had a lot of athletic ability and was starting to get, the picture of what the business was. And, again, of anybody to be in the ring with. And this is something that, honestly, everybody talks about somebody's going to get their neck broke or somebody's going to get paralyzed on these indie shows or the crazy matches in AEW or whatever the fuck. Well, somebody actually did. And it was not even doing anything that particularly crazy. And it was a guy whose size and musculature and physical conditioning and size of his neck was twice that of some of these guys that are doing these cannonballs, multiple flips off the top rope through furniture. And it still happened. And it happened with D'Lo Brown, who is, of all of his reputation in wrestling as being a good worker or being a nice guy or be whatever, also has never, to my knowledge, ever hurt anybody else. Except me. He potatoed the fuck out of me when he was a green rookie in Knoxville. He punched me right in the fucking head. But it didn't hospitalize me. And it shows that no matter how highly trained you are, no matter how good a worker you are, or no matter how strong you are or what shape you're in, a situation can occur where you either are given the move and somebody else gets hurt, or you're taking the move and you get hurt. And that's, that's why that everybody who knows anything about the wrestling business freaks out when they see these people doing this shit. Either if they don't say something about it, that's because they just don't care whether somebody breaks their neck or not. But that was the thing. It was a complete accident. I think D'Lo had said in an interview that I saw that I don't think either one of them, I know he didn't, I don't think either one of them ever watched the tape back because they didn't want to see it. But I watched it because I wanted to see, exactly what the fuck happened. And as I can recall, and this was, 24 years ago or whatever, it didn't air, obviously, but I had connections. It was one of those fucking deals where, one guy doesn't have the exact right balance. The other guy doesn't fucking go up at exactly the right pace. It happens all the time to every professional. And so it wasn't anybody's fault. The definition of an accident is you didn't know something was going to happen. Was there something that each guy could have done to prevent this from happening? Yes, if they'd had the ability to say, well, let's stop and let's look at the video and now let's see what we shouldn't do and correct that. But you can't do that in live time. So anyway, from what I've always understood, the company took care of him after that, and he made sure that he had everything he needed for his care from that point forward. And that was the thing, is everybody said that Droz maintained it. I think I may have seen or talked to him once after it happened, but he maintained a great outlook. He didn't blame anybody. He didn't fuck it and say, I give up. He carried on with everything as best he could and figured out other reasons to have things to look forward to. And
we saw a little bit of that. Remember, he was on Dark Side of the Ring.
Well, yes. And, and worked with the Dark Side guys on that show. It was 2 seasons ago or whatever. So, overall, I'm sure that at that age, his injuries and or whatever side effects they've had probably contributed to him passing at an early age. But, I hate to hear it, but he, again, impressed everybody as being, this is the toughest guy on earth to go through this and not let it whip him.
Is that a situation that any wrestler, any young wrestler, inexperienced wrestler could just get thrown into? And I know that Hawk and Animal didn't have a lot of experience when they became Road Warriors, but that's a little different. But in 1997, 98, I forget exactly when, for a young wrestler to be thrown into that role, can anyone succeed in that role?
What do you mean, as being a new member of the Road Warriors / Legion of Doom?
Yeah.
No, but Vince never understood how over they were because they were never really over for him, and he didn't see everything else. So he didn't understand that you were trying to replace, a member of, I don't want to say a member of Laurel and Hardy. Maybe I'm just trying to think of an irreplaceable duo that could not be. You couldn't do it.
Which one's Hardy and which one's Laurel?
Well, I bet Hawk would have to be Stan because he was the fun one of them.
Well, Ollie.
Well, Ollie. But no, he just nobody experienced or green could have replaced a member of the Road Warriors. It did not work and wouldn't have worked.
It is interesting, though, to think, what if the Road Warriors didn't have Paul Ellering? What if they had Hal Roach?
Well, then in that case, they would have been set for life. They could have moved from the short subjects into the features, and then they would have been iconic instead of ironic. But anyway, back to Droz. The point is, that was a thing also, is that I thought where you were going was, well, the Road Warriors, when they were green, they were dropping people on their heads, blah, blah, blah. Somebody else could have got hurt.
Well, no, I was actually just going with the idea they were unknown and they were thrown together and treated like stars right away, and they got over like stars right away, even though they really didn't know what they were doing yet at all.
Well, yes.
But Droz was being thrown into a gimmick that was already over, that had already worked in 2 companies, although differently in WWE than everywhere else.
Yes. And here also is a point that I was going to make, too, is that accidents continue to happen at greater frequency over the last 25 or 30 years as the style has changed, because when green guys can you imagine if there had been such a thing as dives and, all the craziness with the furniture now, when guys like Hawk or Animal or any of those big motherfuckers in the late 70s, early 80s started breaking in, it was back then the injuries were potatoes and fat lips, knocked out teeth, and black eyes. But over the last 30 years, the size and physicality of the guys has diminished as the risks have greatly exponentially increased, and guys are still getting fucking injured. But can you imagine if it was these 300-pound maniacs that were green and breaking in, now doing the shit they're doing now? I don't know anybody would have a career lasting longer than a year and a half. Anyway, having said that, again, it was unfortunate and a complete accident, but that's something that what happened to Droz can happen. And I think more people should be aware of it and not have to worry about being able to handle it like how he handled it. Try to prevent it when it's not necessary, when you're taking unnecessary risks. This was a fucking sit-out power bomb that D'Lo had done 1 million times. Wasn't even a risk, really. Everything's a risk, but slight if that, and definitely not unnecessary, and shit can happen. So what are you fucking doing diving off these goddamn ladders while their legs are broken? Or poor Sting.
Yeah, that's the big... as you're talking about this, I'm thinking we could talk about examples from just the past week. Danielson. Plenty of guys are getting hurt all the time.
Well, and honestly, I'd love to blister one of these New Japan guys, but Danielson's injury comes down to happenstance. The guy, maybe slightly careless, dropped an elbow off the top rope and landed on his arm. But the idea of dropping an elbow on a guy off the top rope is not revolutionary nor highly dangerous, but things can happen. But the thing with Sting, when we get to that and we talk about it, he probably got off as easy as he could have, because if he'd have done something else, which I will analyze, he could probably broke his back instead. But nevertheless,
let's get to some other news and happenings in the world of wrestling. Let's go to some sad news. And a lot of people, of course, naturally got in touch with us and wanted to get your thoughts on this. News breaking this morning as we are recording, the passing of Mantar Mike Halleck.
Well, yeah, and obviously I saw this, early. Well, you had told me first, and I got on Twitter and saw a bunch because people were, including us in it because of the... And I didn't dislike this guy at all. I'm not trying to say anything bad about him, but he literally was Mantar for what? Was it 6 weeks? Did he last that long? I managed him, I think, at one taping twice, or maybe spread over 2 tapings. It was kind of a rib on me. I think I don't know how he got booked and got there, to be honest. And I think when Vince saw the outfit and the bison head or whatever it was, I think he just kind of tuned out. But anyway, I really only interacted with him those few times, and he didn't last long in the WWF because the gimmick, it just didn't work. He had a career. I saw on PW Insider, the retrospective, they did some clips. He wrestled as Bruiser Mastino. He was did tours of Germany, was in, I guess one of the clips I saw was, I think it was either in Japan, England, somewhere. He was worked around the world, had worked in Canada, was in Memphis at one point. That just the gimmick and just the preposterosity of it is what registered with people, and we've told the story a few times. So I hate to hear that he passed away and we have no, information on, what happened. And he was only 55 years old. I knew he had to be younger than me, and I was like, geez. So, we really don't know anything more than that, but we had to comment on it just because so many people have had brought the thing up. Hey, you as a tape trader, you were watching stuff from everywhere but Antarctica.
And Germany.
How was... Well, did you see anything of his other work besides Mantar in the WWF?
I never had seen him before he got to the WWF, and that was kind of what launched, like, who's this guy? Where is he from? Usually, like, when someone showed up there, you know, domestically, you kind of knew, if you were a smart fan or just someone who read the magazines even, you knew the name. Yeah. You kind of had seen them somewhere. But I didn't know who this guy was at all, and I don't think I ever saw footage of him until, like, the days of YouTube. Before Mantar, and again, it lasted a very short period of time.
He had a run in Memphis when Memphis was not doing well, I think in was it the late 80s or was it the early 90s? At some point around there. But yeah, you know, that's the thing is, in those days, somebody could still show up on television with a different gimmick and a different look, and you didn't know who the fuck they were.
How long before you went out with him on TV did you actually meet him?
Like 20 minutes. Like no, that was why I thought it was a rib somehow, because they literally said like 20 minutes before the fucking match went out. I think he was one of the first matches at the taping. Bruce told me, you're managing Mantar. And I was, oh yeah, right. Like they would just tell me, no, you are. Go out with him. Oh shit. And he was a very nice guy. I don't know whether it was nerves or what, but his timing, as we've mentioned, I don't want to speak ill of a man who's just passed, but his timing was an issue in that match, and it wasn't real good, and the gimmick he couldn't get in the ring with the fucking head on. And I'd seen Yukon Moose Cholak when I was 12, so I knew what was going to go on here, but he had to wear it, and then he had to carry it, and then and it wasn't a good match or a good gimmick or whatever, and like I said, somebody has said to me on Twitter, I've seen you with Mantar in 2 different matches. It may have been 2 matches that taping. I don't know, but it didn't go long. They may have sent me, did he have a match with Brett or somebody that they sent me out maybe to take a bump? I don't know.
You said he had timing issues. Did a lot of guys who weren't used to WWE rings have timing issues or different issues because of the size of the ring, let alone the ropes?
That may have been part of it, because one of them I remember, but also he was trying to wrestle. He was trying to do, Mantar, like he was revving his feet up like a bull charging or whatever. He charges into the turnbuckle and the guy moves and he hits the buckle and he staggers back and weebles and wobbles for like 5 seconds without turning around. And I just, oh man, stuff like that.
Several of the reports have referred to him as a member of Camp Cornette. Do you consider him an official member of Camp Cornette?
No. I'm not even sure if that period of time was when we were still doing Camp Cornette, that I was with Owen, Davey, and either Yoko or Vader was pretty much the Camp Cornette lineup at one point or another. I don't even know whether this was the same time period or not. I have a feeling, boy, I'll tell you what, if he had been welcomed into the group as a full-time member, I can't imagine the fun that Owen and Davey would have had with Mantar's gimmick, at least.
Well, what is camp if not fun? But
there you have it.
We send our sympathies to the fans and the friends and the family of Mantar, Mike Halleck. That's right. And Jim, speaking of music, of course, when we talk about wrestling and music or the rock and roll.
When we talk about wrestling,
but when we talk about the rock and roll, as you put it earlier, and music, well, that is music, and wrestling, excuse me. Many people will remember, of course, exotic Adrian Street and his glam rock music, and of course, his personality, which we got to see here in Memphis and Mid-South and all throughout the Southeast. And of course, news this past week that Adrian Street has passed away.
Well, we wanted to have some fun at the top of the program first and take the piss out of some people that deserved it before we got to this topic, because it was, I guess, Monday I heard the news. I don't know whether it was Sunday that he passed or what, but it's been a couple of days as we're recording now, and it really, I just didn't. It hit me worse on Monday hearing that, because not only was Adrian a great wrestler in person, but it's kind of like that was the highlight of my rookie year in wrestling, was managing Adrian and getting to travel with Adrian and Linda. And it, it felt like a part of me there. You know what I mean? Because that was without a doubt, I mean, all respect to the other people that I'd managed. First, Jesse Barr, he was about as green as I was, just almost. And Mike Boyette, bless him, had his own things going on with his apocalypse gimmick and everything. We've talked about that. But I got to spend time with Adrian and Linda also, because as we'll talk about, Dundee being the booker and working a program with him, I got to be featured in more important matches, which was a learning experience, as well as just riding in the car with Adrian and Linda was not only so much fun, but I could learn. Even though Adrian had spent his entire career in the UK, and it was a different style and different business over there, there's some things that are universal, and just learning how a veteran thought about things was so important at that point in time, because I'd only been in business not even 6 months. And anyway, I know we did a clip on Adrian. It's on the YouTube channel. It's been quite a while ago, but I know it's out there because somebody retweeted it. So I don't know if we're going to repeat ourselves here, or if anybody wants to check that out also. There may be different stuff. I can't remember what we said. But I get, where do you start with a guy, Adrian? He wrote, like, what was it, 7 books on his own life. It was a 7-volume series. Just a fascinating fucking guy from start to finish. And I know a lot of people have seen the gimmick and they've seen his matches, and, that was interesting enough, but his entire life story that he actually did, his father worked in the coal mines. There's that famous picture of him in gimmick in front of his dad and his dad's co-workers at the entrance to the coal mine. But he actually did a little bit of it himself and decided he didn't want to. And he was way undersized in terms of height for even the British wrestlers of the time. And Bill Dundee went through kind of the same thing in Australia, a few years later. But in the early 60s, Adrian was only like 5'6", 5'7", maybe. But at least he had that big chest and the big, shoulder spread and upper body, and he took care of himself, and he could fit the fucking picture. But he overcame that. And with the gimmick, which was revolutionary, not only in wrestling, but also he always maintained, and the time period kind of works, that he had an influence on glam rock in England and guys like Mark Bolan and T-Rex, because he was starting to do that shit at that point in time. And, getting on the outs with the joint promotions, the establishment in wrestling at the time in the 70s, after he had been a big star, not only as a single, but he and Bobby Barnes as the Hells Angels. And then he ended up working Outlaw and running his own shows and promoting his own stuff. And of course, that ended up like, most Outlaw promotions do. And he didn't make a fortune at it, which was why he came to America, because he couldn't get booked for the establishment, even though he was such a name, because he'd gone Outlaw when he felt that they were mistreating him. And he was not a fan of Big Daddies by any stretch of the imagination. But that, he was just so fucking interesting and completely opposite of the gimmick, but at the same time, he kind of was the gimmick too. Does that make any sense, Brian? Did you ever meet Adrian?
Never met him in person, spoke to him. He was on 605 a few years back to promote the reissue of his album, and we talked a lot about wrestling history and stuff.
He was, again, he was outrageous in his own way as a person, but he was not like a heel or vicious or whatever as his wrestling gimmick. But I mean, just a tremendous artist. I've told the story about, you give him a couple pieces of colored chalk and 30 minutes in the high school locker room at one of these spot shows, and he could draw this giant portrait of the sheep herders carrying their flag, and it would be so detailed that it would take you a second to notice that their flagpole was Luke Williams's giant 4-foot-long throbbing dick with a big vein on the side of it. But he was an amazing artist, and he and Linda together, they've been together over 50 years. They not only made their own gear, all those outfits and everything, but they started making gear for other people too after Adrian retired. And they also made, at one point when they were living in Tennessee, I went over to pick them up because that was the deal. When Adrian and Linda had both come to the United States, the first place I think they worked was Los Angeles, right? In the dying days of that promotion, late 81. And a lot of it was lucha at that point. I think they'd been to Mexico. But then they came from there to Tennessee, and to drop two people in the middle of the Tennessee territory that had hardly ever driven in the United States, much less, down south. I said, look, I'll drive. You guys just ride with me, and Adrian, talk to me, teach me, entertain me, tickle me, whatever. So I would drive because I'd been in this territory, as a photographer, I knew where we were going. So I'd drive and Adrian would talk, and poor Linda was quiet. She would generally talk just whenever Adrian quit for a minute. But they rented this apartment at this place at the foot of Sanders Ferry Road in Hendersonville. And several miles up the road was where you got into the part at Old Hickory Lake where all the country music stars, Johnny Cash, and everybody lived. And Lawler had a big house up there. So one day I'm going to pick up Adrian and Linda, and I turn onto Sanders Ferry Road, and there's Lawler coming the other direction, and he sees me and I see him. I'm driving up the hill, and we got the show that night, and I saw him. He said, "Hey, what were you doing on my street today?" I said, "I was picking up my street." Brumch.
Oh boy.
Anyway, maybe now I know why he didn't book me better. So anyway, I went to their apartment one day. They had made their own dishes. Linda they both, I guess, did pottery, and they had made like their own set of dishes. I said, fuck, if you guys had a farm, you could bank your entire paycheck. They made everything. It was amazing. But just, a fascinating guy. And he would tell me just, stories about English wrestling, British wrestling, some of the personalities. That's where I picked up, some of the Cockney rhyming slang. And, first kind of I don't know if I would have been able to understand everything that Davey Boy Smith said if I hadn't managed Adrian, before that. But he didn't like working with Mark Rocco. Not because he didn't like Mark Rocco's work, but because evidently Mark Rocco, and if you go back and look at some of the video, you can kind of see it. I can't do Adrian's accent, but he would say he had boils. The most disgusting boils all over his body. And he didn't want to yes. He's like, I don't know what was the matter with his skin condition. Or when he was telling a story of how somebody had tried to work him or just give him a line of bullshit, his eye would arch up and that accent would be even more pronounced. And he'd be like, and then he tried to tell me this bullshit, whatever. It was just fucking hilarious. I can't do it. I wish I could. But to just listen to him talk, he was fucking hilarious.
So you drove around with him and tried to learn as much as you could. For him, Memphis was a very different experience. There was no live wrestling TV with promos over in England like there was on Memphis Wrestling TV. What was it like for him to learn how to do that?
Well, and I think that's how I got the spot, because the first week that he was on TV, I was not with him. And then the second week, suddenly I was. Dundee was the booker at that time. And Dundee, he brought him in because he understood not only how to work with the gimmick, but how to work with Adrian. Because Adrian had, as I said, had never been to the States. And so if you go back, there's a great match with Adrian versus Jim Breaks on YouTube from like 1972.
Yeah.
Because that's when he was about 30 years old. Because remember when Adrian came to the U.S. in 1982, he was already, I think, 40 or 41, right? So you go back and you watch the old stuff, he was such a great wrestler because that's what they put the emphasis on in England at the time. And the world of sports style was wrestling. And so he had a problem adjusting to guys in the Tennessee territory who had never, at that time, this is before any of the wrestlers were watching tape. VCRs had only been around for a year or two. Most of the boys couldn't afford them. Or didn't have time to fucking watch, right? So the guys working Tennessee had never seen World of Sports style. And they really, there were style clashes trying to work with Adrian. But Dundee, because he was from Australia and had worked for Barnett, who had brought Americans in and as British guys as well, he got it. And they had really great matches. The people, they hated Adrian for the gimmick, and they loved Dundee. And I got to go along for the ride and be involved in main events, and the matches were exciting as fuck because people were really into it, right? So that was a big learning experience for me. And I was,
and they were the same height, so it looked right.
Yes, and it looked right, because they were the same height, and they both had the big chests, and it worked visually. And I was able, you asked, to tell Adrian because I had been a fan here and studied the territories, etc. I could tell him, okay, here's who runs so and so, and here's who's worked in so and so, and here things like that. I wasn't telling him any revolutionary concepts about the wrestling business. I've been doing this for 4 months, but I'd been a fan and involved and smart to the business in the United States for years. So I could, tell him to be, well, what about the Kansas City? Don't go to Kansas City. Shit like that, right? I knew that much. Because that's where I would end up trying to get Ken Wayne to book me in about fucking 6 months before Watts came calling. But anyway.
In between Memphis and when you would see him in Mid-South, he went to Florida, he went to Mid-Atlantic, he got around a little bit. Then he came to Mid-South I want to say in the summer of 84, towards the end of the summer of 84. What was that like? How did he mix with what was happening in 84 in Mid-South?
It was even hotter, really, because those people despised that gimmick. And, at the time, obviously, it's playing on homophobia. But at the same time, it wasn't like Adrian was doing Adrian Adonis, where he's blatantly saying, I'm gay, and he's wearing dresses, and he's wearing the garish face makeup like, fucking Shirley Booth on acid. Adrian was an English glam rocker with a female valet that he mistreated because he apparently was a male chauvinist pig, even though he was a sissy. And she was portrayed in some cases tougher than he was, but in actuality, and it would take over when he was getting heat as a heel in his matches. All the boys knew he was a fucking shooter and he could stretch almost anybody in the locker room. And I will quantify that or qualify that with he could stretch everybody in the locker room at the time in Memphis. When he came to Mid-South, there were probably a couple guys just because he was in the mid-40s and he was giving up 100 pounds. He probably wouldn't have wanted to, but he could have fucked him up anyway because he knew all the tricks from 25 years in the wrestling business. He told me in the car when we first started riding together, because he was talking about how are the marks, I said, well, they're not real bad, but you got to watch out. Nashville, certain towns. When he got in the wrestling business to defend himself from the marks that were trying to attack him, he drew circles on his bedroom wall and spent time practicing poking them from out of nowhere as quickly as he could with an index finger, on the theory that if anybody came at him, he was just going to poke him in the fucking eye. And then he would go for the balls. So the whole gimmick was you could read into it what you wanted. Superficially, the guy's a sissy. He's got the bleached blonde hair and he's prancing around and he's skipping, and his finish in some cases when they'd let him get away with it when he first came into territory is he'd jump up in the job guy's arms and give him a big kiss. And when the guy went, oh shit, he'd roll him up.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things in Mid-South in 84. He shows up, and again, he's prancing, he's bopping around, he's blowing kisses to the camera while he sings his own song. Linda is there with him. So you're like, okay, what exactly is happening here?
And in sometimes she would get down on her hands and knees at ringside so he could step on her back to get up on the apron and use her for ring stairs.
So remember, he beat Terry Taylor by kissing him, and Terry Taylor's like, what the fuck? And he rolls him up and pins him. And then the next week, I think it was Adrian Street against Chris Adams who came in, and Linda's at ringside. Terry comes down and kisses Linda. That's his revenge. I'll make out with your woman. So then Adrian comes out of the ring and starts beating up Linda.
Jerry Jarrett had him do one when it was Adrian Street and Jesse Barr were going to wrestle Stan and Steve, the Fabs, in Memphis, right? And they did one of the early Fabs videos, which now we can look back on and say this was pure softcore, male pornography. But they were doing it was in the hot tub, and they were doing the workout at the gym, and they're all sweaty and they're in the Speedos. And then they cut back to the studio, and there's Adrian and Linda, both side by side, leaning over, watching the monitor, drooling. And then Adrian notices that Linda's looking and slaps her on the shoulder, like, quit looking at that. So, you didn't know what the fuck was going on, right? But it wasn't like he was lampooning or creating ill will toward gay people, because you didn't know what he fucking was or what the deal, and that was part of it.
Right. See, that's the thing. He never came out and said he was gay. People would jump to that assumption. And again, it's a time in society and, of course, amongst wrestling fans where fans did do that. That was something that promoters leaned on. He did it in a certain way. With Adrian Adonis, he announces he's gay, and all of a sudden he's wearing women's clothing. It's a completely different thing. There's no nuance there like there was with Adrian Street.
No, it was, I could kill a man eventually. And the names of his songs, Imagine What I Could Do to You, and a sadist in sequins, and it was the sweet transvestite with a broken nose, fucking Rocky Horror Picture Show deal. Right? And
see, he was glam rock. Adrian Adonis was not in any way like that.
No, it was just preposterous. But even with the Hells Angels, a lot of people think, and Adrian told me this, and I don't know the entire history of motorcycle gangs in England, but in the mid-'60s, when they came up with the Hells Angels, and there are pictures of them on posters from the time wearing leather and studs, but it wasn't Hells Angel shit. It was S&M shit from the clubs in London, right? And you're
talking about him and Bobby Barnes.
Him and Bobby Barnes. And as well, Hells Angels was supposed to be a different kind of double entendre. As they would come out, he said at one point they got these robes made where they were all in white because they had the bleach blonde hair, right? And they come out in these white flowing robes, and then when they get in the ring, they spread the robes out, and the lining is red silk or whatever, bright red, so Hells Angels, white and red, shit like that. He said one night they're getting in the ring somewhere where they've just got these things, these robes, and they want to make the big entrance in this club somewhere, as they called them back then, and as they're getting in the ring, they have to step up on a chair to step up on the apron and get in the ring. So Adrian's first, and he steps up and he gets in the ring and he spreads the robe open, and he's expecting the big ooh from the fans. And instead they're fucking dying laughing. They're just popping, blowing snot laughing. And he turns around and he sees that Bobby Barnes, as he stepped up on that chair on the apron, as he stepped on the apron, the chair had folded up on his foot. And he brought the fucking chair with him on his ankle. And now he said, in an Adrian's accent, he said, I'm there trying to make this grandiose entrance for the fucking punters. And now I turn around and Bobby's walking like a duck with a chair on his fucking foot. But so they didn't have the motorcycle gang connotation to that gimmick as some people may think from hearing the name. And again, they were wearing, it was like what's the fucking Judas Priest lead singer's name? Rob Halford.
Rob Halford, yeah.
He was wearing that S&M black leather bondage gear. And, you know, as the old saying goes, queer as a football bat. And people, all those English bands doing that were gay, the people in America thought, oh, shit, that's fucking tough guy stuff. And they're all dressed up, you know, like they're going to the fucking Velvet Underground or something. But anyway.
That's not maybe not the Velvet Underground, maybe the Blue Oyster Bar.
Well, the Velvet Underground is why you don't know what their undergrounds are made out of. But that's the thing. Adrian was the furthest thing from homophobic. And both he and Linda, just the sweetest people in the world to everybody. And he was a lot different than a lot of the other boys. In terms of, he loved reading books, painting, various, you know, cultured things that one would imagine from the, you know, a gentleman of the, you know, countryside over there. He lived at one point in a farmhouse that I guess the original house dated back to like 1200 or whatever. And he just, you know, it was a completely different. He'd made a great hippie if he was from San Francisco in terms of being so self-sufficient, being able to make everything and, you know, take care of themselves, you know. But it was so much fun getting a chance for me to do that at that point in time when I was just starting out. It gave me a big boost. And also I got to be, you know, not only involved with the booker in a program and a veteran like Adrian, but get in the ring and work. Somebody just tweeted one of the clips of the matches with Dundee and referee Jerry Calhoun against me and Adrian and Linda. And I remember Jerry Calhoun should have won the Brawl for All. Nobody ever smartened him up. That was like his first match, and he was killing me. But Adrian would every once in a while would just grab him and give him a just like that as a little receipt, but it wasn't Calhoun's fault.
The match where I guess it was your eye. You were teaming with Adrian Street, right?
Oh, yes. Well, it was the lumberjack match. It was all three of us, me, Adrian, and Linda, against Dundee, with Lane and Kern and Lawler and Dundee around the ring with straps to whip anybody that tried to leave the ring. And that was at the Cook Convention Center, and it wasn't the regular Memphis Coliseum ring. It was the TV ring that Buddy Wayne used to bring. And Dundee threw me out of the ring to get whipped so fucking hard, I hit that middle rope, flipped upside down, and laid my side of my face open across the cheekbone, 20 stitches from the bone out. And I'm bleeding. And then they all knew I got nosebleeds. So I roll back in, and Linda's like, your nose is bleeding. I said, it's not my nose. I can stick my index finger inside my cheek now, right? And then Adrian says, your nose is bleeding. I'm like, it's not my nose. And then we got to finish the match, right? And then Dundee had to get a hold of Linda at some point. So he gets her and tries to pull her back in the ring from the apron, and he pulled her tights up into the ultimate camel toe. And the whole front row got a shot, and she's laying there face down on the mat. She's laughing from embarrassment, but I wasn't looking because I was too busy bleeding in the other direction, so I thought she'd got potatoed. And I go over to her. I'm like, are you okay? And she looked, and she said, she's laughing, right? But she said, don't bleed on me. Then after the Dundee beat all three of us, then Adrian grabbed my hand and did the prance around like I was the maypole, like he'd do to get heat back after we lost. But in the meantime, I'm spurting blood 6 inches out of my face. I'm like, Adrian, can we go now? It was a wonderful 20 minutes out of my life. And I'll have you know that I worked Jackson, Tennessee and Memphis that day, and my combined payoff was only $30 less than I had to pay the plastic surgeon to sew my face up. But it was experience. And that, you know, that's, again, that's a thing that a lot of people say, what the fuck? It's experience. You learn a lot of shit about what not to do and to do in times like that. But I had my biggest week in wrestling until I went to work for Bill Watts managing Adrian Street. Because one week, we were going around with Dundee with the angle, but we set the all-time box office record at the Nashville Fairgrounds Arena with that handicap match in the main event. Lawler didn't like to work Nashville on Saturday nights because he lived in Memphis, so he and Jimmy Hart would main event in Jonesboro, and they'd fill out the card there. And the guys, most of them that lived in Nashville, the Fabs, Dundee, whatever, they'd be booked in Nashville. And we just happened to hit that we were the main event. I believe it was within a week or 2 or 3 weeks that they raised ticket prices across the board. So instead of like 3, 4, and 5, they were 4, 5, and 6. And we sold out and got the gate record for the building. It's my first box office record. I can see you're impressed.
I'm very impressed, and more impressed by the career of Adrian Street. And of course, we send our sympathies to the friends, the fans of Exotic Adrian Street, and of course, Miss Linda.
Well, and I feel bad for Linda also. And I saw them, gosh, it was at a fan fest somewhere, probably, maybe in Charlotte, but probably 7, 8 years ago. They had lived in Pensacola in the Gulf Breeze area for all those years after he sort of settled in Continental. And when the territories went away, he stayed there and wrote his books, did his art. They did wrestling school and made tights and etc. But it was, I guess, right after I saw him last at that fan fest, they moved back to Wales. After, God, what was it, 35 years away or whatever, I guess, he wanted to get back. But they were together since, they had been together almost 15 years when they came to Tennessee. And there was never any, dalliances or anything like that. Linda totally devoted to Adrian. I don't think, he would never have admitted it, but Adrian couldn't function, I don't think, without her. And I feel bad. She's probably several years younger than he was. But I feel bad, just knowing that how much she's probably going to miss him. Because they were always together everywhere. It wasn't like he'd go on the road or whatever, like, normal wrestling marriages. They were always together. And after 50 years, good Lord, one or both of them probably deserve a medal. But yeah, just a unique guy. I encourage everybody to listen to his records and read his books. And we didn't even get to the matches in other territories, but that was the thing, is Adrian was just a natural performer and just a personality. Like Mama Cornette used to say, he wasn't playing a character, he was a character. And, unique, if nothing else. A lot of people tried to copy it, but they never got the gist of it, is that it was just about the flamboyance rather than which team you played for, I guess.
I know you wanted to talk about some sad news that just came in, and apparently it reflects something that happened a few weeks back. But a wrestling historian, or actually, I guess more appropriately, a wrestling reporter for so many years, just passed away.
Koichi Yoshizawa, who was in the glory days of the 60s and 70s and 80s of Japanese wrestling magazines, was like the name photographer, the name that anybody in the United States knew related to Japanese wrestling. I guess he was 73 years old, passed away, as you said, a couple of weeks ago. We just found out about it. And I honestly hadn't had any interaction with him in, 40 years now, probably. But before I got into wrestling, when I was a photographer and et cetera, was writing and shooting pictures for the magazines here, Koichi is the guy that got my stuff in Gong magazine in Japan. Gong Weekly was there were two, Weekly Fight and Gong were the two major wrestling magazines in those years, right?
They were monthly, and then they became weekly when things really got hot in 83. Everything, 83 into 84, everything went weekly, but originally Gong had a couple of magazines. There was also Weekly Pro, I guess it was just Pro Wrestling before it was Weekly Pro Wrestling.
Yeah,
Baseball magazine Shaw, remember that?
Yes, they were done. Weekly Pro was done by the same publishers, same company that did the baseball magazine over there. And these were sold on every newsstand and the train stations and any place where sports magazine, any kind of magazines, but major magazines. I mean, this was whatever their version of Better Homes and Gardens or Newsweek or whatever, these magazines were front and center. They were huge sellers. And they were at the time, the most beautiful wrestling magazines in the world. Because, here's how it happened.
They still are. Those old ones are still better than everything today.
I started shooting, as you know, for Norm Keitzer and the Wrestling News, because when I started taking pictures in Louisville, that was the magazine that Teeny was selling on the gimmick tables, and they had a relationship with, because Norm did all the different regional versions of his magazine so that it would be more appealing to the fans of particular territories.
Remember that survey in PWI? Who discovered Jim Cornette? Bill Apter.
Yeah. Well, actually, and it was Christine Jarrett, really, if you want to go back that far, because she told me to send some pictures, to Norman Keitzer to get him into Wrestling News, right? So she could sell more magazines.
If I could just jump in, because I recently went through a lot of this stuff, I have all the back and forth paperwork between Norm Keitzer and Christine Jarrett.
Oh my God! Someday you got to copy that stuff for me sometime.
Yeah, yes, I will. And you, of course, replaced noted photographer Pat Malone. He's just a fantastic photographer, I must say.
Pat probably never even had a camera in his hand in his entire life, but he would get pictures from Mike Shields or Scott Teal or whoever, and he would send them to Norman Keitzer because he wanted to say he was the one in Memphis and Nashville selling the magazines. He'd find 12-year-old kids that wanted to get into matches free, and he'd say, "Come here, boy, sell me 10 magazines. Go out right now." And they were, $1 or $2 or whatever. And they'd go out and sell the magazines, bring the money back, and he'd give them 10% or whatever, so they'd go get a fucking drink. But anyway, he would send the pictures in, and Norman was such a, as Jim Ross once said about Bob Caudle, the epitome of a white man wearing brown shoes. He didn't want to insult anybody, so he credited Pat Malone as the photographer for whatever he sent. Some of my early stuff is by Pat Malone.
Yeah, because I know some of your early stuff, and I also know your handwriting, so some of your early stuff is definitely attributed to Pat Malone.
But anyway, so nevertheless, I started doing that, and then that's when, after I'd been around, doing it for maybe, I guess, about was it a year and a half, then I got in contact with wonderful Willa Apter, because Lawler was getting a more prominent name nationally, and they needed stuff and blah, blah, blah. But in between there somewhere, because I've got to go back and look at the magazines and see the cover dates to remember after 45 years. But I think my work started appearing in the Japanese magazines before even in Bill's London publishing magazines. And what happened was I got a letter from Koichi Yoshizawa. And now come to find out, I didn't know at the time his name was everywhere in relation to Japanese wrestling, but he corresponded with everybody that was a smart fan or a photographer or, somewhere in the American magazine or publicity, wrestling enterprise. And you've seen him because you've got him in the files there, but he would send you result sheets that he wrote by hand and had copied on a copier. And he was apparently, I never spoke to him on the phone ever. Because in the 70s and 80s, you didn't just talk to somebody in Japan on the fucking phone. Mama Cornette would say, "What am I, a millionaire?"
Well, you want to hear something crazy? Kids listening today, anyone listening today who was born after, let's say, 2000, they have no idea what long distance is. They don't understand that costs so much more than a phone call down the street.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't even know what it was to call fucking Japan back then, but it would have been like the equivalent probably of $20 a minute today. So anyway, but he sent a letter and say, "Hey, would you like to send, results, photos, whatever?" Yeah, sure. And the result sheet that he sent, he would write out by hand, like I said. And even though he spoke English and could write English, and that's how he was able to navigate the two worlds, still, when a Japanese person learns to write English, there's a flourish to it. You know what I'm talking about because you've seen his writing. And he would do it like on a piece of copy paper, but it would be folded over like a brochure, and you'd see the some results here and almost no space between the paragraphs, just endless results and dates and towns. And then you'd open it, it would be folded over, and you'd open it up, and there was more in the middle, and maybe the back would even be horizontal, whatever, right? But he was giving you the results of all of the matches that happened anywhere for both companies in Japan, Baba and Inoki. And when I started sending pictures, I don't know that he ever clarified that he wanted pictures for the magazine. He said, please send pictures of so-and-so and such, right? A couple of names, and I did. And then a few months later, it was either late 1977, early 78, here came an envelope with that issue of Gong magazine in it with my pictures. And and a check, right? They paid. I think I once got a check in probably 1981 for pictures of Funk and Lawler and some other people, and I was just sending 3.5 by 5 color prints. I might have $3 in it. I got a check for $200, which today would be between $500 and $600. So this was great. It was better than Norm Keitzer and Bill Apter put together, to be honest. And the Gong magazines, as you said, they were beautiful because they were not full magazine page size, 8.5 by 11 like we have here. They're maybe 7 by 9, something like that, 7 by 10. But they were thick bound, and they had a flat spine. It wasn't really a magazine as much. I mean, some of them were 150, 160 pages?
By the time they became weekly in the 80s and into the 90s,
they got thinner then.
Well, they were still pretty thick, and it became even more glossy. And that was the thing. The photography was the best photography, and it was glossy.
Yeah.
No wrestling photographer in the States had their work presented like that.
Oh, well, and because the way that the Japanese people read is, I don't want to say it's backwards. That sounds negative. And a lot of people are going to say, well, Cornette hates Japanese wrestling and Japanese wrestlers. No, same thing as here. I hate bad Japanese wrestling and bad Japanese wrestlers or anything else bad. The Japanese people read in reverse as how Americans read, in terms of, imagine if you've got a magazine, if you turn it over backwards where the cover is facing down and the spine is on the right, that's their cover. And they turn the pages from left to right instead of right to left. And so the front of once I saw that, that's blowing my mind. And then, like you said, the cover, the pages were glossy paper, not the newsprint that the American magazines used. And there were huge color sections. I mean, 30 or 40 pages of color. That was the first part of the book. And then you would go into these, even more pages of black and white, but action pictures, not only of the Japanese matches for either company, but also they constantly sent, photographers to America and covered the different American territories, focusing on not only the wrestlers that came to Japan from America, but just ones they thought might get over, whoever looked colorful or whatever. And Wally Yamaguchi did that for years. And
Jimmy Suzuki,
who, he got more juice than most wrestlers in the territories.
Linda Rufa.
Linda Rufa was even though she didn't come from Japan, she lived here in St. Louis, but they sent her traveling around. Bill Otten did a lot of work for him. But anyway, then after the black and white photo sections and captions and etc., then you would have, obviously, I don't know what it was. It was all Japanese, but tons of text and ads and results boxes and everything else you can think of in these magazines. It covered the world of wrestling in the whole country, top to bottom. And
it would show you merch that you had never seen before. They would show you cartoons and drawings that were made professionally of wrestling characters, like American wrestlers you would see in Japan. Like, oh my God, it's a Terry Funk comic book, or all these different things.
Oh yeah, the merchandise was vastly eons ahead of what it was in the United States, where you might get a cheap T-shirt, but over there you've got everything. And You know, people have talked about that Abdullah the Butcher, Terry Funk had record albums, music records that were actually somewhat well thought of, or at least sold well. They had all that kind of shit.
You know what else is really cool? It's a little bit after the time you just started talking about, but like 1983, 84, some of the magazines, and by that point, wrestling was so big that there were other magazines outside of the two major companies, outside of Gong and Weekly Pro. There were other ones. They would have stickers in there, including like spines for your VHS tapes. Like in 83 or 84, think about that, because VHS, what it was here and what it was there, they had spines of what you're recording off TV, the wrestling you're recording in Japan. Here's something you can put on the tape. That's incredible.
Oh, well, and that's honestly why that I was able to see everything, was because of their advancements in, you know, home VHS and beta before, you know, it was very common or well thought of over here. And that, honestly, this was before that in 77, 78, and most of 79, before I got a VHS recorder. The pictures you're seeing of these, not only the stars, but the matches. And in Japan, American wrestling fans would have been freaking out at the match. Talk about dream matches. You got matches that you could never see in the States because guys were in different territories. And at the same time, if even by just watching or reading the magazines, Brian, I've knocked the guys that they bring over for AEW, Tanahashi and Okada, whoever. Everybody looks the same, does the same shit, works the same kind of size, whatever. The major stars at the time, Baba, Inoki, Jumbo, Fujinami, Tiger Mask especially, and Sakaguchi, fucking all the supporting cast.
Yeah, let's not go crazy.
Well, but they were all, I'm not saying they were all great.
I know, I'm joking.
But everyone was unique looking. They had different looks, sizes, personalities, gimmicks. You could easily know exactly what everybody's great move was, and everybody, whatever the fuck. It was not, and everybody completely different working style. Even though Inoki trained a lot of that next generation, he was still, what he did in the ring was different. And then what they did with that was different. And then Tiger Mask, you know, and they, to bring in not only the greatest Americans, but also the greatest Europeans in Inoki's case, because Baba had the NWA booking deal wrapped up. He could get more Americans. You had the European style, the World of Sports style, Tiger Mask mixing with all that shit. But not only that, in the heavyweight category as well, you had fucking Karl Gotch was the god of wrestling. But then, you know, here comes the Americans that are flamboyant, and they get over too, the Funks. You know, it was a melting pot, but every style was serious in its own way. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, because it was different versions of professional wrestling style combat, as opposed to at some point in the match, everyone's going to just point somewhere and run. Or everyone's going to run the opposite way. There's so much more running now. I know it's a silly thing.
There were no thumbtacks. There were no broken glass.
That was it. Like, Maeda and Choshu and Fujinami and Inoki all wore black trunks, but they were all completely different styles in the ring.
And Tenaru and Tsuruta even...
Well, I didn't go to All Japan, excuse me.
Well, no, I'm just saying those two, even though they were both mostly trained by the Funks and were influenced by the Funks, they had completely different appearances, sizes, styles, personalities. You know, so even the guys that were trained by the same source, they were more well-rounded, because look at the talent that came through. And there was no, that's where the, I don't want to say legend, but that's where the belief even amongst modern day wrestlers and wrestling fans comes from, that it's an honor to go to Japan and wrestle, because they could pick and choose, and they paid great money. You had to be a top guy or a top worker or somebody they could do something with. And, you had to ask favors sometimes to get booked in Japan and work your way in. Now, it's the same thing as the United States. They've got every kind of indie outlaw promotion in the world. Anybody can get the American garbage promotions go over there because the promoters fulfill their fucking mark dreams of running a show in Japan and selling out a phone booth, and the guys make no money and do it for the experience. Now, it's not everybody, but it's a lot of people. But it was an honor then. And again, you saw those dream matches with NWA world champions against guys from the AWA. And, fucking incredible tag team combinations.
And again, to go back to Koichi, any of the magazine coverage, if you picked up the Wrestling News or Wrestling Review or the Rings Wrestling and various other magazines and programs, any photos you saw of Hulk Hogan coming of age in Japan probably had the signature Koichi at the bottom.
Yeah.
And so many of those, like you said, the dream matches, every now and then you'd see a photo like, Dusty Rhodes wrestled Bob Backlund. What is this? Those are his photos.
Yeah, and they had a different size regular standard photo as well back then, where ours was 3.5 by 5. I think theirs were probably 3 by 4 or something. It was slightly smaller, but he always autographed more or less photo Koichi either on the back or the corner or whatever. His name was everywhere. And that's one thing that my mom got the biggest kick out of. Here, I'm 16 years old, right? And I'm taking pictures at the wrestling matches in Louisville. But two things. Number one, when I got a check from Gong Magazine for $100 and I'm 16 and it's the mid-70s. And secondly, she would always tell her friends, when you'd open up to the part where my pictures were, every word on the page would be Japanese, except in English, photos by Jim Cornette. And that just tickled her to death. And she'd always say, have you heard from Koichi? Has Koichi sent you a package yet so she could show people? But that was the thing. He was everywhere at that point. And he was the one that really introduced not only the American newsletter writers and readers, but the American wrestling magazine publishers and people to what was going on in Japan back in those days. There, like you said, you didn't just Skype people. There was no internet. And before home video, really in 1980, you couldn't see this shit except through his efforts to get these magazines out and get better American coverage for his magazines.
And like you said, I have in the files everything he ever sent in. So it's not just the photos, and every photo is labeled in English. Every photo, you know exactly what it is, but there's just envelopes filled with photos. It wasn't like he was just sending in 1 or 2 photos. He was sending in every photo he took and telling you basically to choose the best ones, but detailed notes. It's extraordinary, and it just makes you grateful and thankful that someone took it that seriously. Because, it's easy for people not to, and you always need someone that will.
And that's, I kept with the magazines through really the first part of 1983, because I've mentioned even when I started managing in late 82, I was still taking posed pictures. So I would send a few things in. They liked action. And that's one reason I have a lot of great color action stuff of some big matches like Harley Race and Tommy Rich in the Omni in Atlanta, Lawler and Bockwinkel in Memphis for the AWA title, because Apter, and especially Norm Keitzer with his printing, wanted black and white because it reproduced better. But their printing in Japan was so much farther ahead, and they used color. So, and then when Terry Funk came in, shot a lot of that, and unfortunately not the fucking bloodbath in Memphis. I didn't have color film, but you knew if Terry Funk was around, shoot color, and they paid more for color because that was a bigger section. But that was the thing, is that, this is how you got to know these different wrestlers. And then when video came in, I've mentioned my friend Walt Wolanski had a contact in Japan, and Walt made trips actually to Japan on a number of occasions, went to the wrestling stores. But he had a guy over there that they already had nice quality VHS and beta machines in homes in 1980. And they started sending over tapes of those shows in return for American wrestling that now they were able to get. So we could get Japanese wrestling. If we'd have had VCRs, we could have gotten it beforehand. But when we finally did get them, we were able to start trading. And I have every program that Inoki and Baba aired, every weekly TV show from probably 1980 or 81 through the early 90s, still on tape. And would you agree, Brian, that the television production quality of Baba and Inoki's programs from the mid-70s through the early 80s not only blew away every television program in this country, but was better than Vince's when he first took over the WWF?
Oh, most certainly it was. And important to note, it was also prime time. It wasn't just a wrestling show on, not to say, well, Monday Night Raw technically is prime time, but this was primetime network TV.
Network. Who was on which network? You probably know this. There was Nippon TV and TV Asahi.
That's right. TV Asahi was New Japan, and Nippon was All Japan.
And that stemmed from, in the earlier days, they were, before Baba and Inoki left the original JWA, the Japanese Wrestling Alliance, and split off their own companies, the wrestling was on one network, and Baba was the big star on one weekly program, and Inoki was the big star on the other weekly program. And for major events, they would be a tag team, and well, goddamn, that was just swell, right? And then wrestling got so popular when Baba and Inoki split, the other network, whichever one the JWA was not on, I can't remember, was able to snatch up their own wrestling program, and it was prime time network TV. They had newspaper coverage. This was a fucking legitimate professional sport in Japan, second only to baseball at the time, right?
I mean, sumo was pretty big too culturally, and again, that's why so many people were able to go. Like Tenryu was a sumo player, performer, fighter. I don't know what you call them. A sumo warrior?
What do you sound like Shane McMahon? What do we call our wrestlers? A sumo wrestler is what they call them.
Sumo wrestler. A sumo entertainer, I guess.
This is the greatest night in the history of sumo entertainment.
But, that's why, where was a big wrestling show held? Sumo Hall. So, sumo was still big culturally because it went back so far. Baseball, of course, that was the prime of Sadahara O. So, you had wrestling there too.
But anyway, that was the situation in the 70s, 80s, and really through, as we know, the 90s, and then things like in America with wrestling started to go sideways. Apparently, but Koichi had kept up with a lot of the reporters and friends and was still, involved to some extent until recently. But anyway, yeah, he made me a lot of money and was a heck of a guy that I never met. I hate to hear, and he was only, so when I started corresponding with him, if I was 16, he would have been only 27 years old. It seemed like I was thinking I'm dealing with this, older Japanese professional photographer and newspaper magazine fellow, and I didn't know how the whole thing worked. But he was barely more than a kid like me. Very prolific, though. Holy shit, like you said, he was everywhere.
That's right, and I'm going to go through my files and see what I can put maybe on Instagram so some of the listeners can check it out from Koichi, and we're hearing about the thoughts from Kornichi, I guess, here.
Hey!
Hey, what?
Kornichi. Come on, that'll never fly. Well, this is another one that I could have done without doing, to be honest, this show, and not because of we don't want to talk to the listeners, but because of the subject that we have to address at the top of the program before we do anything else, because one of the most important figures in not only in my lifetime in wrestling, but in the history of professional wrestling is gone. And, it's kind of cathartic, I guess. We do these shows when we don't want to and get it out. This just the news just came out yesterday afternoon as we're speaking. And, you, Brian, and I, we've had over the last few weeks, family issues, medical issues, all kinds of tugs on our time back and forth. And it's like, we got to record, we got to watch this, we got to watch that. I'll reveal we're not going to talk about last night's AEW Dynamite on the program, because after I heard, and I know, Brian, you feel the same way, after I heard what the news was yesterday afternoon, the last thing I wanted to do was watch any more current wrestling. So we'll pick up some of the things that we might normally do on this program on the experience in a few days, however long it takes us. But as you said, Terry Funk passed away. He was 79 years old. And, people who are within the business have known for some time, I can't remember how long it was, that Terry's been living in an assisted living facility, and he was at start a few years ago having good days and bad days. And, you haven't seen, obviously, he hasn't made any public appearances in some time now, but some people have had the opportunity to go out to West Texas and visit him. And so people were kind of prepared that the day was going to come, but it still obviously is not any easier when it does. And, everybody's been making comments, not only the fans, everybody in the business has either been interviewed or statements or tweeted or whatever, but predominantly the feeling was he the greatest of all time? And that's so broad and so subjective, but can you honestly make a case for anybody that in the history of our business that has been that level of star for that long a period of time and performed at the level he did, not only the physical part, but the psychological part and the verbal part, drew as much money in a variety of situations and or was a pivotal part of so many promotions and so many great moments. And behind the scenes, not only was a mega superstar in the ring in Japan, but behind the scenes was instrumental in Baba's pipeline of American talent, got tons of guys their first Japanese exposure. But point I'm making is he was an important guy in the ring, out of the ring for a longer period of time at the top, was never used as a preliminary guy pretty much his entire career after he broke in Amarillo, at his dad's promotion, and obviously, made the spot shows and the tank towns and was on early on the card at that point. But what, Brian, by a couple years into his career, when Dory, who was a couple years older, started making out dates and the campaign for him to be world champion, Terry and Dory Sr. started making out dates in support of that. Florida, they worked Madison Square Garden in the early 70s because of Dory's respect, Sr.'s respect with everybody. So was there ever anybody that came along and after an initial period of breaking in as a rookie, he was a main event featured guy in every promotion, everywhere he ever went, multiple places around the world. And for that long, we're talking the late 60s, for the next 50 years.
Even beyond that, and that itself is an incredible achievement, something I tweeted out because I thought about it. Is there anyone else, especially with that longevity, who just about every single night, because I can't think of examples where it didn't happen, stole the show of every event he was on? Everyone walked away. That guy, Terry Funk, was crazy, but he was really entertaining. Or I have to see this guy. I saw this promo. I have to see him. You talk to fans in Florida, And they talk about what a big deal it was when he would reappear on TV for a promo. They had to go down and see him. And I think Terry Funk is one of the first guys who, not that people dogged it, and you know that era better than me, I'm not saying that at all, but every night he went out of his way so that you were talking about him.
Yeah, well, and it wasn't just bumps.
No.
It was everything.
But there were those too. But there were those too.
Oh, yeah. But it was the impression he made, and he could read a crowd, and he could, you know, I mean, we could be here all day. We probably will be. And we don't have anything better to talk about. But I go back to, again, you talk about must see. I've talked about it a million times, that match with Lawler in March 23rd, 1981, the Mid-South Coliseum. The thing is, I had seen some element of Terry. Obviously, we talked about this on one of the programs recently, but, you know, before video, I'd gotten to see him on the undercard of the Ali Inoki match when he went to a 30-minute Broadway with Jack Briscoe. The undercard was broadcast here from the Omni, the NWA promotion. I'd seen him in Paradise Alley. I told you earlier this morning I went and saw Paradise Alley in the theaters in 1978 5 times. I may have been the person that doubled its box office take. It was a flop, but Terry Funk was sensational in the wrestling scenes and seeing Stevens do the turnbuckle bump, right? And all, you couldn't see that anywhere else because, you know, there was no home video yet. And when Terry won or lost the NWA title, rather, they showed that to Harley in 77 in Toronto. They even showed that on Memphis TV, only 3 or 4 minutes. But you got the, you know, the sense of him in the magazines. He was all over the place. In the Japanese magazines, we just talked about Koichi passing away, Yoshizawa passing away. You know, I was able to see all those pictures of the matches he was having before I was able to see the matches, and then was able to get the tapes later. But point I was making is, you go back to that match with Lawler in 81, it was one of the, or maybe the single most impressive, incredible live performances from anybody that I've ever seen in wrestling. And I've said it wasn't, again, because of bumps, although the one camera from the Coliseum stands doesn't do it justice, because if we had high def and floor cameras and modern audio, the people were hearing, and you can still hear it on the audio, but the people are hearing him shriek and scream and calling Lawler a pig and squealing at him. And the people are able to say the blood is shooting out. Lawler got good juice. Lawler was never, he was never shy about getting juice, but you don't see him covered a lot. But he had the white tights and the blood shooting out of his head, and Funk is bleeding. And he's fucking, and his eyes are either wide or rolled back in his head, and everything he did. At that point in time, I'd been going to the matches for 7 years. I'd been a photographer for 5 years at ringside, weekly in Louisville, regularly in Lexington, weekly in Evansville. I'd been to the Omni. I'd been to see Southeastern Wrestling in Knoxville. I'd been to Indianapolis to see Dick the Bruiser shows. I had been a variety of places. And it fucking floored me. I was blown up after watching this fucking thing. And I wasn't as obviously as smart to the business then as I am now. So I went because I wanted to see Terry Funk versus Jerry Lawler. I'd not gotten to see, Funk had never been to Louisville at that point, ever. And he hadn't wrestled Lawler in Memphis in 76 when he was the NWA champion. So, and I knew the Japanese magazines are going to love the pictures, right? But what I saw, now in hindsight, Funk was starting a program with Lawler. And traditionally, when you start programs, it's another guy in the territory. And so the heel just jumps the baby face, or they have a match on TV with a disputed finish or whatever. And the guy's already over in the territory. But this was Terry Funk coming in, hadn't wrestled in town in 5 years. going against the top babyface and going to start a long-term program, he knew he had to fucking get over. So in one night, in a match with a count-out finish, right, of all things, he had those people screaming and yelling and panicked and drained. And you can see on the videotape, it's on YouTube, that when Lawler finally takes the chair to Terry out on the floor and is just beating him like Paul Bunyan, and you hear the whack, whack of those big, heavy, padded Coliseum chairs were not comfortable. Like getting hit with a goddamn frozen fucking turkey. The people in the front row are the women, especially the girls. I knew some of them. They were smart to the business. They were backing up over the backs of their chairs with horror on their faces. It was a goddamn performance. And that instantly sold me as, again, one of the more jaded viewers, right? I was the biggest wrestling fan in the world, but I'd seen a lot of shit. I needed to see this fucking guy every time I could. And that for that whole program, I was driving back and forth, Memphis, Louisville, Lexington, wherever the fuck he may be. Because it was always a different match. It was always chaos, but it was always different. I'm rambling now.
No, you're not. And, you know, when I first started tape trading, it was a big deal. Now it's so easy to find a lot of these things, but to find like the definitive cut of Lawler, Terry Funk, Empty Arena. You know, you'd get one version that was slightly edited. Another version, you couldn't see Lance smoking his cigarette. Another version, you didn't get to hear any of the cursing. But when you finally got it and got the whole thing, it was a big deal.
You know where you got that from?
Is that from you?
I went over to Jerry Jarrett's house out in Hendersonville, the big one we were talking about recently. And Randy West, the office wing, had all the tapes that they had saved set up there on a metal stand. And I would take my VCR over, and while he pittered around and did his shit, and we talked about wrestling, I hooked it up, and I would dub over copies of all the shit that they had left that I could get of that time period. And one of them was the unedited with the cussing Empty Arena match.
Was that a big deal to you to get that unedited
version? Oh, good
version?
God. Are you kidding? If the car had caught on fire on the way back home, I would have grabbed the box of tapes and let the car burn. I got a lot of stuff there that they still had at that time, because we've talked about that they erased all their tapes, but that definitely was a big deal. And, you know, that's the thing, is that match obviously made me a Terry Funk fan, which I already was anyway, just because of his persona and the things I'd seen in the movies. But once you got to start seeing him work, then, you know, and plus I got to meet him at that point. He knew not only was I a huge fan of his, but also I was taking pictures for Gong magazine. So he was more than kind in posing, or, you know, not, he would, that's the thing, is the first time he did it, I almost shit myself. And then I came to expect it, but I never let him get too close. If I'm shooting pictures at ringside, right? And he's working with Lawler, and he's got Lawler down on the floor, and he's hit him with the fucking chair or whatever. He turns and he sees me. And he starts looking at me. And then I put my camera down from my face, and I kind of see that he's looking at me. And then he takes a step or two toward me with that kind of sideways walk, and he looks a little stranger at me. And I just started doing this because it was kind of natural. You see me backing up, and where I'm kneeling down, I start to come up in a squat, like, what, are you talking to me? Are you looking at me? And then he'd take a couple more steps, and I'd stand up and start backing up, and he'd break out in a run. And I would take off, and he'd run me 2 laps around the ring until maybe Lawler would come up when I passed him and fucking nail him and stop him. They get back in their match.
Anytime you ever saw Terry run, he never looked like he was taking a step back. It looked like he was running full steam at whoever he was running at.
Yes, but he didn't. I made sure he never caught me, because there was, obviously, I didn't know this was coming.
He caught you in 83.
Well, hold on. As a photographer, I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen, but he knew I was smart enough to work with him, right? And if I hadn't worked with him, he probably would have, he'd had to rip my clothes off or something. But the people would react to that because they would see he was a master of the pantomime. They would see him look at me, and they would look then to see what he was looking at, and then they would see the reaction of the person he was looking at was, oh shit. And then they'd get with it. And when I was running away from him, they're cheering like, run. So a couple years later.
Well, before you get that, I just wanted to ask you a question about all this.
Yes.
Are you a sissy?
Well, that's the thing. Because I think I see a sissy, Lance. So it's Super Bowl weekend of 1983, and the Coliseum is literally running on Sunday afternoon. You can come at, I think it was 1 or 2 o'clock, and see the wrestling matches and get back by 5:30. You can be back home and see the Super Bowl, right? And with that strategy, it was a little off. I think we only did 6,000 or 7,000 people, whatever. But nevertheless, that weekend, Terry comes in to make the Memphis TV on Saturday morning and then the Sunday afternoon show. And now all the people remember the Lawler Funk battles, the empty Coliseum, the stabbing in the eye, the double juice, bloodbath, the chaos, right? But now it's, oh, goddamn it, Jimmy Hart was managing, was it Bobby Eaton, Sweet Brown Sugar? No,
he was on your side.
He was on, well,
not your side, their side.
Yes. Bobby was involved. I think it was Sabu the Wild Man, who was really Coco Samoa before the modern Sabu. And another heel, whoever, it was Jimmy Hart's guys, against Lawler, and Coco Ware had switched babyface and left the First Family. And they bring in the special 6-man tag team partner, and it's Terry Funk. And they do the fucking confrontation with Lawler and Funk on TV where, you don't know whether they're going to fight or not. Coco's trying to be the peacemaker. He was just shitting himself being in between them, right? And Terry does a thing where I'm going to do whatever I need to do to hold up my word, Lawler, if you do the same. And I think maybe did they slap each other and whatever. And then when I got to TV that morning, I'm managing Jesse Barr and Adrian Street, right? But I see that Jesse Barr is in a 6-man tag with, I think, was it the Master Marauders, who was like, God, was it probably Jim Jameson and Tom Maley, or just local Memphis job guys? The Master Marauder, like the matching suits, like the Purple Bombers, right? And Jesse Barr is their partner, and Jesse sees the goddamn lineup on the wall, and he thought, well, they're jobbing me out. I'm teaming up with 2 job guys against Lawler and Funk and Coco Ware. They're jobbing me out. What the fuck? I need to go ahead and give my notice. And he was freaked out about it. But it was all to get me on the other side of the fucking team, because they knew how much I loved Funk and they wanted to rib me and fuck with me some kind of way. And I don't, to this day, 40 years later, know whether that Lawler said, hey, Terry, chase him around and, rip his pants off, or whether Lawler just said, just chase Cornette or just do something with Cornette. But the only thing I got was, hey, no, we're not going to beat Jesse. We're going to beat one of the Marauders. They got to be like 5 minutes, and then, they're going to do the promo or whatever. And so in the middle of the match, Funk has already done the promo about Jimmy Hart. I think Jimmy Hart's a sissy, Lance. Well, then in the middle of the match, I'm there at ringside, and Terry goes over and says, Lance Russell, I think I see a sissy.
Well, he accuses Lance of being a sissy as well.
Well, yeah, are you a sissy, Lance? No, Terry, I'm not. Well, I think I see a sissy.
Well, hold on, I have this.
Are you a sissy?
And then there's a faster version.
Are you a sissy?
And here he comes. And I'm like, oh, shit. And the first time No, it was the first time he got me. And then the second time I made it out of the building, I think. But nevertheless.
I thought it was the other way. I thought you made it out the first time.
That's right. That's right. The first time he starts chasing me. He chased me around the studio, and I didn't know what else to do. I just took out through the back door, right? At the back into the break room.
It was so fast that the cameras were having a tough time capturing the chase.
Yes, because I was legitimately scared. I didn't know what the fuck was going to go on here. So then I sneak back out while he's beating up and they're hitting these job guys with chairs in the head and whatever the fuck. And then boom, it's over. And then he sees me glance. I think I see a sissy again. And now that the match is over, he takes me around one way. And as I'm running Coco, the little weasel, he drops down and blocks me off. And I'm like, oh shit. And I try to go in the ring. I turn left because Coco's in front of me. Terry's coming up behind me. And there's Jesse. He don't know what to fucking do. He don't know what's going on here. As I'm diving in head first, I give him my goddamn hands, and he's trying to pull me in the ring by my arms. And Terry later, in happier times, told me personally that this is what he used to do. His father told him, or taught him, to do this when a mark came in the ring and wanted to fight. What he did was, as I'm diving in the ring head first, he, without checking to see if I was wearing any underwear, put his hands in the pockets of my pants and fucking ripped them and peeled my pants right off of me in half. And Jesse's pulling me, and he pulls me right out of most of the pants there. I think they're around my fucking ankles or whatever, and I'm tripping and I'm rolling, and I roll out the other side, and I'm holding my pants up with my underwear on live television in front of 300,000 people, and off I run again. And it was, again, that was the biggest.
And then your promo afterwards where you have the pant like duct taped like around.
Oh, yeah, because it's the only pair of pants I had. I had to leave the television station and drive to Nashville, right? So I fucking put duct tape and taped the pants on, and we had like a 1.5 minute promo at the end of the show, and I came out and I screamed, "Funk!" And everybody in the back thought that I'd said, "Fuck!" But anyway, Funk, I can't believe you're in my pants off, and I had to talk about Dundee because that was our issue. But nevertheless, so the point is, yes, Lawler was in charge of this segment, and they put me across from Terry because they knew not only was I a huge fan and they wanted to rib me, but also the reaction would be fantastic. And also, again, Terry knew what to do to get over because Jimmy Hart had been beaten up. I'd been beaten up on TV. If I took a bump or whatever, I mean, people would pop. But the chaos of the chases and the chair throwing and the I see a sissy and then the ripping the pants off and, seeing me depart in my underwear, that in 10 minutes he got over for the audience watching Memphis television as strong as you possibly could. And the people in the studio were jumping up and down.
By the end of it, he turned his ire again to Lance, and Lawler and Coco are holding him down. He's trying to lunge at Lance, going, "You're a sissy, Lance!
Yeah, you're a sissy, Lance. I'm going to get you." And he's trying to crawl away from them as they're holding him bodily, both of them. It was just, that was the thing. But he didn't have to be crazy all the time. Because when you think about it, at home in West Texas in the 60s, when he was a cute little bleach blonde-haired boy, he was a smiling baby face. You see the pictures. You put out a bunch of them from the Wrestling News Files. A smiling baby face in a cowboy outfit. But then when he'd make out dates, because it was more, that was a more apropos that he be a heel, especially when he's going around with his dad campaigning the Funk family for Dory to be the champion. And that's what he would do. Late 60s, early 70s, he'd be an evil cowboy, a nasty cowboy when he went and did out dates as a heel. And I remember one of the first magazine covers that when I found wrestling magazines, I think this one was from, what would it have been, 72. Remember the big bloody picture of Terry and the caption, "I'm not my brother's policeman." That was like the Big Book of Wrestling or whatever, maybe. Or maybe it's one of the London publishings. But they would send Terry around. If you could, Terry would either be trying to collect a bounty on Dory's top challenger in the territory, or if you could beat Terry, then you could maybe get a shot at Dory, but he was going to try to stop you. And he was going territory to territory doing that, and he could be a heel or a baby face, depending on the situation, and do it almost instantaneously. He could switch from one thing to the other. And then I know, promoters' kids get a bad rap as well. They had it handed to them on a silver platter, but I mean, my God, I don't think anybody's ever said after Dory Sr. died in 1973, Terry was in more territories and was in bigger spots. All those promoters didn't do that because they loved his father. It's because he drew money and everybody wanted to work with him, and he was fucking great. And then in the mid-70s, remember at the same time he'd be a heel in Florida with the beaded braids in his hair and the orange shirt that says Dusty sucks eggs. Somewhere else, maybe out in Texas, he'd be the smiling baby face that, was taking up against the evil heel for the honor of the state of Texas. Or, whatever the case.
If you think about even like the early 80s, in the States, he may pop up in Florida or Georgia or Memphis or wherever it may be. Sometimes he would have some facial hair to really add to things. And then, whatever, at the end of the month, he would shave it off and go to Japan, where he was the biggest babyface ever.
Yeah.
There was no American babyface ever as big as Terry Funk was in the early 80s.
And remember, there's some great video. Did he have the crew cut because of the movie?
I think so.
Frankie the Thumper.
Because it's the 78 tournament, isn't it?
Yeah. So he shows up with a fucking crew cut because of the movie, but it's still, that's the first video that I got really started seeing the Funk, specifically Terry, was the Japanese stuff, because obviously, that was the prize tapes that you could get at the time was Baba and Inoki's shows. And the main event matches, we've talked about those, unlike anything you'd see in the United States. But my God, not only were the matches great, but the entrances, the Japanese people had normally been, not indifferent, but reserved, sedate at, public events and everything. And then here comes Terry Funk and the streamers and the hoopla and
children,
kids running around. And there's people hanging on him around his neck to where he's trudging to get to the ring, and they almost pull him off the side of the ring when he's trying to get up on it. And they're just raving lunatics, screaming for Terry Funk. He was the most popular American in the history of Japan, I would think. And as some people would say, Brody or Hansen, they loved to watch Brody and Hansen wrestle, but they just loved Terry Funk as a person.
And Hansen, over time, there's an argument. But again, I think if you're looking specifically at the peak, 1983, there's never been an American, even the Destroyer, for that peak, there's never been an American that was as popular in Japan as that moment for Terry Funk.
I mean, he had commercials, he had endorsements, he did the album, singing. Some of that stuff was Jimmy Hart's music that didn't become a hit in Memphis. He just did the same songs.
That's why you hear Terry Funk singing "We Hate School."
Yeah. My DJ's playing my favorite song.
But again, you look at the magazines, we talked about them recently from that period of time. It went so, not overboard in a bad way, but it was so overboard with Terry. Multiple different magazine companies all doing big features on Terry, magazines just about Terry. They go to Amarillo, and then it's really cool because it's like pictures of Terry at home, pictures of Terry on the ranch, and then it seems like they just go anywhere with him. Here's Terry at the bank. Here's Terry at the bar. Here's Terry just shaking hands with people on the street. But there's many different photos and magazines like that. He was that big. If you think about wrestling figures, before the LJNs, there were the Poppy figures out of Japan in 1981. First round of figures, Terry Funk. He's in there. So when it goes back to the beginning of wrestling collectibles or figures, he's in the conversation. And you brought up Paradise Alley before. Think about what that would end up meaning in the long run the relationship with Stallone leads to Hulk Hogan getting recommended for Rocky III. That changes wrestling forever.
And as a matter of fact, Stallone, I think I've mentioned this before, the stuntmen on the movie, because they shot a lot of the scenes in West Texas. That's why Tommy Gilbert, who was wrestling as Johnny Starr at the time, not the Indianapolis Johnny Starr, he's in it. And isn't DiBiase in it? Stevens was there at Murdoch. And some of the stuntmen were making fun of wrestlers or wrestling or whatever. And Stallone shouted them down. He said, hey, these guys do what they do in one take with people on all four sides of them. So fuck off. But that's the thing with Terry in that movie. Instead of just being in the wrestling scenes, as some of our other favorites were, he actually got to play a part. And fuck, you know, he was the most interesting thing in the movie, to be quite honest. As we mentioned, it was not an Academy Award winner, but it appealed to the wrestling fans because of a slice of that time period. But think about this. In that time, Dory Sr. had passed away in 1973. Dory Jr. and Terry inherited the company. And obviously they had, oh, good Lord, what was their brother-in-law's name? Oh,
shit. I know who you're talking about, too, and I don't remember his name.
But he did a lot of the, running of the company, but still their names were on it. But at the same time, Dory was had just lost the title in 1973. Terry would win it in 1975. And that's the thing. You look at Terry when he's wearing the NWA title belt and he's got the long velour robe on and the fucking headband and a normal head of hair. He was, 250 at that point? He was big. He had the size where he could hang with Harley Race and the other guys that he needed as champion, but he could still move around, but he looked more normal because he had to carry the belt. He was the champion. He couldn't be a psychopath. And he worked his world title matches as one of the best. He wasn't a technical wrestler like Dory was noted as being a technical wrestler and an amateur guy with an amateur background. Some of them would be known as technical wrestlers, but Terry could do the body slams, the suplexes, the backbreakers, the atomic drops, the pro wrestling drop kicks. He could do all that shit. And as champion, he worked a champion style. But then when that was done, he would morph back into his crazy psychopath heel or his, goofy, smiling, cheerful baby face until you piss him off, depending on what was needed. But then think about this. Again, I said he was 250 when he was NWA champion because you needed to have some size. But as he got older and leaned out, especially in the mid-'80s, that rangy, kind of halfway crooked physique that he had became what he was more known as. A lot of people wouldn't remember him as being the size he was in the 70s.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the end of the 80s when he came to the NWA, because that may have been the best physical shape he was actually in for his whole career. Of course, he ends up hurting his back. But he was in great shape. He looked incredible. What do you remember about... Now, you weren't there when he first came back for Wrestle War. That was during your hiatus, correct?
Yes, and I was extremely pissed off when I found out they shot that angle and I wasn't there. But I was watching it on pay-per-view, so I actually got to experience it as a fan. But
so you didn't know he was going to be there as a fan? I mean, as a coworker, you're watching this and Terry Funk showed up?
No, I didn't know they were going to... Remember, he was a judge at ringside.
That's right.
So I knew that was going to, I didn't know they were going to shoot an angle. I thought it was going to be another WCW, here's RoboCop or whatever, right? And I should go back one thing real quick. The NWA title years, that's what I was going to say, is he was still part owner of the Amarillo promotion that he got from his dad. Plus, he's the world champion traveling all over the place. Plus, he's Terry Funk, so he's going to put everything into it. That's when he and Vicky had trouble. And the only reason that he asked out as the champion was he wanted to, which he did, go back home and fix things with Vicky, and they were together, another 30 years until she passed away. Was it 40? Wait a minute.
I think it would have been in the 40s because that's
78 to 2018, 40 years.
Yeah.
So he did that, that's why that he, asked out early as world champion, but still, he kept up the Japanese tours and the periodic territories. But then in the mid 80s, that brief period of time, he and Dory went to the WWF, and Dory became Haas, I think.
Terry went first. Haas joined him after the fact.
Yeah, so Terry was Adam. Too bad and then I guess Jesse Barr became Jimmy Jack or Little Joe.
He replaced Terry. When Terry left, they needed another crazy brother, so they invented Jimmy Jack.
And that's, what, Jesse Barr, again, he had the kind of the appearance of trying to work like Terry, but he wasn't Terry.
A lot of guys did, though. Isn't that one of the biggest problems with Dick Slater? If you see Dick Slater after you saw Terry Funk, you see a guy doing an impersonation of Terry Funk?
Well, yes, and that's what because Slater was trying to work like Terry Funk to the point where even people like Dusty and everybody would say, "God damn, Dickie, you're good on your own, baby, but you don't need." When Terry was champion and coming into Knoxville, and the tape wasn't good or whatever, they actually they put highlights up of Terry and had Slater do Terry's promo in a voiceover, and nobody knew the difference. But anyway, so through the mid 80s, he's, kept up the Japanese thing. He's done the brief stint in the WWF. He did a couple more movies, couple more TV shows, whatever. And then the final Flair and Steamboat match at Wrestle War 89 in Nashville was going to be, there were going to be judges at ringside because they went 2 out of 3 falls, but 58 minutes or whatever in New Orleans, right?
Right. That was the night that George Scott, that cost him his job.
Yeah. They did that in an empty building instead of the Superdome. So then they say, okay, if it goes to the time limit, we'll have judges at ringside. And that is, as you mentioned, we had just started our hiatus where we were getting away from George Scott. He got fired before we finished, but we needed a vacation. So the one NWA pay-per-view that I had missed since they'd started them, I'm sitting at home in Charlotte watching it on TV because I had to see the Flair and Steamboat match. And when Terry gets in and starts doing the interview afterwards and starts having words with Flair, I realized they're doing a fucking angle. Holy shit. And of course, it turned out to be not only a great angle, but that was the only Ric Flair versus Terry Funk was the only thing the WCW did in about an 18-month period that drew serious money at the gate and the pay-per-view buy rate. And so I was like, oh, shit, I missed it. But goddamn, at least we're coming back and he's still going to be there. And, that was everybody, at least the one thing they could agree on in WCW, we've talked about the constant booking changes, and the booking committee gave way to Flair, and then Hurd interfered so much Flair quit, and it was a committee again, and then Ole was in. But everybody wanted to do something with Terry Funk except for Jim Hurd. That's why that run he got with Flair and also with Steamboat was kind of uninterrupted, because even the booking changes, nobody was going to say, well, no, we want to move Funk out of here, except for Hurd. So the booking committee had made the deal to bring him in. Eddie Gilbert was still on it, loved Terry Funk. Jim Ross respected Terry Funk. Kevin Sullivan.
Yeah.
So, they got that started. And then when Flair later on in the summer saw that things were, continuing to go to shit in other directions, he wanted to be the booker. Obviously, the first thing he did is magnify what they had been doing. And we loved the plastic bag over the head. Loved it, loved it, loved it. I don't even know the reason why. But we loved it because it was classic Terry Funk. It was an old-time wrestling angle for the people who don't have any idea what I'm saying. So the fucking deal on one of the Clash of Champions is Flair is the babyface, Funk and his manager Gary Hart and the rest of Gary Hart's army, they're the heels, and Funk takes a plastic bag and puts it over Flair's head. And you're seeing Flair struggling and trying to breathe. Oh, my God. And the people are screaming. It's been done, countless times in wrestling. But that's when TBS saw that fucking live clash. I can't remember who signed the memo. Do you remember? It's in my fucking book, I think. But that's when they sent the memo, said, no, you can't do this. And we used to joke, professional wrestling is a show about gratuitous violence, and they told us that we were not allowed to show any more gratuitous violence. And then they talked about branding irons and crowbars, and I can't remember what else had been involved, but they went absolutely ape shit over the plastic. But Flair loved it, Funk loved it, I loved it, Kevin loved it because people loved it. They went crazy, and that, as I said, I can't think of another match that during that at least a year that did the houses that Flair and Funk did, or the pay-per-view buy rate. Because it was heat you could feel, and it was a different match for Flair. Flair was having to have a different match. And that registered.
That's one of the reasons it was a special year, 89, for Flair. He turns 40 and he has the Steamboat series and then the Flair series, then the Funk series, two completely different matches. But then they retire him. In 83, we talked about his popularity in Japan. He announced his retirement. And although he would come back, not wrestling at first, but eventually wrestling for All Japan, it was never the same. Different situation here. They retire him after the I Quit match. He stays around. All of a sudden, he's a babyface commentator.
And that was heard. And Terry wasn't happy because he went into the I Quit match. I mean, obviously, he knew that eventually Flair would win the program in some fashion.
Flair won every match, I think.
But I mean, have the last word in the program without him coming back to get more heat. But Hurd threw that in. And after I think the publicity was already out on the match and everything, and it wasn't like a huge stipulation that was announced to the people. Hurd just said, yeah, and as soon as you finish that match, then we're going to transition. We're going to get you out of the ring and into commentary. He thought Terry was entertaining, but he thought Terry Funk was too old. In November 1989, Terry Funk was too old to stay on the roster of WCW in the state that it was in, and he should be moved to be an announcer. This is before Terry was in Smoky Mountain Wrestling or ECW or the WCW back again in the mid-90s, or was on WrestleMania 14 and was one of the tag team champions in the late 90s for the WWF, and on and on. He was at that point, he was 45 years old. And fucking Hurd wanted to, against his will, retire him and make him an announcer, which he did the best he could with. And it's not like he was bad, but he was not. He also, they put him on the booking committee. But since everybody had a side at that point and he was just trying to come in and do his work, nobody was really taking up for him. But yeah, that was the thing. 45 years old, it's Terry fucking Funk. And Hurd was like, I gotta, But Hurd always wanted to make people announcers. He wanted to make me an announcer. He wanted to make Funk an announcer. He was the first one that started paying the announcers as much or more as the boys. Because that's where his head was at. He was, this is TV. You fucking idiot.
You brought up winning the tag team titles. He was in the WWF, like you said, in the mid-'80s, first by himself. He had that Saturday night's main event match with Hogan, which was a great match. And then with Hoss Funk, including one of the better JYD matches of the era, that tag match at WrestleMania 2. That's one of the reasons he was working with JYD. They knew he can get something out of JYD every night. Not many people could. But he returns later on as Chainsaw Charlie. I was never a big fan of that because I loved Terry Funk and I saw the kind of work he was doing at that point in the 90s. I thought there was a better usage of him that was apparent, but they used him as Chainsaw Charlie. We've actually heard in the Cult of Cornette Facebook group and via email from some fans that was their first exposure to Terry Funk. And believe it or not, that made them fans of Terry Funk.
Well, and I've never been able to get a straight answer because I've heard that Terry may have wanted to do something like this just in case they weren't serious. He didn't have his actual name on it. Because remember, we got to back up. He was going to be at Survivor Series 93, right?
That's right. One of the masked knights. It was going to be for Jerry Lawler, but then Jerry Lawler had his scandal and left. So it was going to be Shawn Michaels returning, because he had been on hiatus, to lead the masked knights against Bret Hart and his brothers.
And since the angle had been Lawler and the Hart family, they wanted to give some kind of oomph to the knights, so they were going to have recognizable people. And Terry had agreed to be one of them, but then he found out he was going to get unmasked. And he was like, well, they're going to beat me and unmask me, and it's a one-shot deal. So he left the note on Vince's hotel room door. Sorry, Vince, had to go home and tend to my sick horse.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, this is Terry Funk, and this is 93, and in 93, he's about to do a lot of really cool stuff in Smoky Mountain. He's doing good stuff, but he's about to do really good stuff in ECW. He's about to have a few appearances in WCW a year later, and then later come back there. They're going to unmask him with, who was it, Jeff Gaylord?
Yeah.
Greg Valentine?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
That wouldn't have really worked well for him.
And he knew that, so he departed. But then where were we going? Oh, so with the Chainsaw Charlie thing, it may have been a deal where, like, he didn't necessarily want his name on until he felt it out a little bit. But also when I first heard it, I'm like, Chainsaw fucking Charlie? Why are you not you? And I couldn't. Bruce told me this reason and that reason, the other reason, but you can't ever tell whether Bruce is telling the truth about anything or not. But the Chainsaw Charlie thing, the actual name, came from what he used to call his friend John Ayers, who used to play in the NFL. And he was from West Texas also and had gotten cancer, later passed away. I know they did a number of, benefits, memorials, etc., in his name. But point being, he used to call him Chainsaw Charlie because of the chainsaw he had on his property or whatever the case. So that's how Terry became Chainsaw Charlie. Now, none of this was shared with Kevin Dunn, the erstwhile vice president of television programming and producer, whatever. But we were in a production meeting, and again, it came up, Chainsaw Charlie's he came out of the box. That's how he's anybody that comes out of a box gets over. That's where this came from. And Kevin Dunn had to bring up, well, now it's a new character, so should we? I said, you honestly know that as soon as he comes out, whether he's got the pantyhose on his head or he's dressed whatever, that they're going to know that that's Terry Funk, right? Well, Jim, this is a completely different audience, and it is, and I think it was Madison Square Garden. Yes, it was Madison Square Garden there too.
Yeah.
Same place that he didn't think they'd know who the fuck Cactus Jack was, and he brought the house down. I said, I'm just telling you, or the announcer's going to say something because they're going to know who this is, and whatever the fuck. Kevin was like, as soon as Terry came out and lifted that chainsaw in the air and did that circular walk, leaning to the left, the people started chanting, Terry, Terry, Terry. Anyway, so, again, this is 10 years after the other guy thought, well, we'll make him an announcer. And he's still tearing the house down. And through the injuries, I don't know, going back to the program with Flair and Steamboat in WCW in 89, he broke his coccyx. Is that how you say that?
His back. I mean, that's a better way to say it, but his coccyx, yeah.
No, it's not your back.
It's your lower back. It's your tailbone.
It's your tailbone. Imagine, feel back, ladies and gentlemen, in betwixt the crack of doom back there, the sharp, pointy little bone right at the top of your crack. That's your tailbone. He broke that and didn't want to, because he was in main events every night and he didn't want to hurt the company, didn't want to take time off. So he would get on the airplane and he would strap himself in the seat for takeoff. And as soon as they turned the seatbelt sign off, he would get out of the seat, turn around, kneel in the airplane seat, hug the back, and ride to the town the rest of the way like that, because he couldn't sit long enough on his tailbone to take plane flight, and he was working the main event every night.
And then, he becomes this independent superstar. Independent wrestling means a lot of different things today than it did in the early 90s. In the early 90s, there were a lot of people didn't work out for. A lot of people you may have seen end up in Dallas in the dying days or on Savaldi's TV. Wasn't a lot happening, but there were certain guys that can come in and work an indie shot, and it meant something. And Terry Funk was one of those first guys. He had a series of matches with Eddie Gilbert. Even before ECW, worked for Dennis. He, of course, did a lot of stuff for Joel Goodhart. Terry was he was working for, He even did USWA. He was in the World Title Tournament, of course, or the Universal Title Tournament, Universal Champion. So, he was doing all these different things. And then in 93 with ECW, he comes in under Eddie, stays for Paul Heyman. The early days of ECW, when people really were talking about, you have to see what's going on there, it was about 3 wrestlers. Sabu, Shane Douglas's promos, because at first you had never heard anyone say fuck, so it was a big deal for a little while, and Terry Funk. And it was, Paul Heyman used him differently than anyone else ever had or ever would again. It was the Terry Funk that the fans loved.
Yeah.
Middle-aged and crazy, and we love him for it.
And it was perfect for that environment because, as we've talked about, most of the Philly fan base especially, but most of the ECW Northeast fan base were the emerging smart fans that now were looking at Terry as, and Paul played into that with Desperado, the theme music, and he's an elder statesman. He's a legend. Because they were so supportive of ECW as a promotion itself, and they see this guy who doesn't have to come in there, doesn't need the money to do this crazy shit, but is as helping validate their company. So he becomes, for the first time in the United States, probably nationally ever, and for the first time in the U.S. in almost any territory in years, he becomes the beloved Terry Funk. And they're carrying him out of the ring on their shoulders, the fans are.
He was a different kind of worker, and that's one of the reasons he stood out. Some of the matches that exist from the 70s, him against Bill Watts right before he won the NWA title, and for Leroy McGurk, not even Mid-South Wrestling, various different things. You see the bumps he's taking, the things he's doing to himself in the ropes.
Yeah.
No one else worked like that, and by the 90s, he evolved with wrestling, and some people go, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing these things at his age, but he wanted to. And at the same time, he was doing things in ECW that at times went too far with barbed wire and fire, of course.
Yeah, the fire was really too far.
One of the last classic Terry Funk heel runs was in Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
Well, and that's another of the things. At the same time that he and Dory came up and did some barbed wire stuff, but at the same time he was doing that in ECW, he was having completely opposite style, classic NWA style Southern wrestling matches in Smoky Mountain with the Armstrongs and Tracy Smothers. And, it was like he was a chameleon. He fit right into everything. And see, that was the thing, is you couldn't, in Smoky Mountain Wrestling, I couldn't make Terry Funk a babyface because he had the television exposure not only from Southeastern wrestling for all those years before that, but then from WCW and WWF as a heel. And plus, that was his strength when he came in as a heel to oppose a territory babyface. He could be the heel that traveled in and out. The babyface was the local hometown boy, and we're behind him. my fan base, as we've talked about on the program, was the furthest thing from newsletter reading smart fans. So they didn't see Terry as a beloved wrestling icon. They saw him as the heel that they'd always seen him presented as. So what better way to, and not only because they had history together, but what better way to find somebody that the people would think could possibly put an end to or defeat or hurt or maim or whatever Bullet Bob Armstrong than a guy that's been on his tail. They wrestled in Southeastern in the 70s there. They had history. So that's what I was telling you earlier today. Terry Funk main evented the worst house I ever drew in the Knoxville Civic Coliseum, and then my record best within the space of 11 months. And I will tell you how this happened. We did the big blow-off match with me and Bullet Bob Armstrong in August of 1993, and that's where we'd shot the angle into Rage in a Cage in May, and we'd hospitalized Bob. And then Scott and Steve came back, try to get even with the Heavenly Bodies. And then Bob came back in 6-mans, and finally it was a single match, Jim Cornette versus Bob Armstrong. Lumberjacks surrounding the ring with tennis rackets in case anybody tries to leave. Anything goes, and Bob swore he was going to send me to the same hospital that he went to himself when I hurt him, or he would refund everybody's money. And at that point, we did the biggest house we had done in our, 16 months in business or whatever, and drew over 3,000 people. But the next month was September, back to school month, Tennessee Valley Fair month in Knoxville, traditionally the worst house that we'll do all year. But I needed to start something because Thanksgiving and Christmas and our big winter was coming up. That's when I called Terry. He was, as you said, making shots in different places. And I got him to come in and work with Bullet Bob in September. And the deal was, since I'd gone to the hospital, I'd found a guy that I thought could beat Bob Armstrong, Bullet Bob Armstrong, and by cracky, if Terry Funk can beat Bob Armstrong, then Jim Cornette becomes the commissioner of Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And here's the thing, I know, especially even better now than I did then, but I know that nobody wants to come and pay to see the heel get even with the babyface. That's ridiculous. Nobody wanted to pay to see, after they'd seen Bob send me to the hospital on a backboard and a bloody mess, they didn't want to see me get even with him. They'd seen what they wanted to see. But I had to start something. So in September, that show in the main event, from Bullet Bob against Jim Cornette drawing 3,000 to Bullet Bob versus Terry Funk drew 700 and something. But as I said, I had to start something. The psychology was off. Terry came in and he started the program by having a good match with Bob Armstrong, but by fucking him with the branding iron. And I believe, was that the one that Dory came, or was that the next time?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, point being, he fucked him with the branding iron. And that was the worst house we ever did in Knoxville. But by the following February, remember Sunday Bloody Sunday, the Texas Death Match between Bullet Bob and Terry Funk was on. It was a loaded card, but that was a feature match. And that show did $32,000. We did over 4,000 people. And then by August, that was the Night of Legends. Again, another loaded card, but the main event was Dory and Terry and Bruiser Bedlam with me in the corner against Bullet Bob, Road Warrior Hawk, and Tracy Smothers with Ron Wright. And that's where we did $40,000 and over 4,000 people. We started the program. Terry came in and got the heat. We brought Dory in to have tag team matches with Scott and Steve Armstrong in several different places, not only Knoxville, but they worked in Marietta, Georgia, when we ran in WCW's backyard. And the Armstrong boys were thrilled because not only did they grow up in the wrestling business where Dory and Terry were world champions and colleagues of their fathers, and they looked up to them and they were heroes and legends, but now they get to wrestle one of the great tag teams of the NWA of all history, especially the 70s and 80s, that they never thought they'd have that opportunity. And it stepped their game up because they were enjoying what they were doing. It was an honor for them. Like if a modern baseball player got to, play in a game against Mickey Mantle. He might be older, but it's still fucking Mickey Mantle, right? And they learned some shit. But that's the point I'm making is that they were the Armstrongs and the Funks or Bob Armstrong and Terry Funk were having matches, the quality of which in Knoxville and Smoky Mountain that you would have seen in Georgia Championship Wrestling or Florida back in the 70s. And that style of work and the fucking people loved that because that was the Tennessee crowd. And then they're going to Philadelphia and they're having all these crazy matches with, especially Terry, with Sabu and barbed wire and who knows what fuck's going on up there. And the people are loving that. It's a completely different style and he's a completely different guy.
Yeah, within a few years, I was very lucky, I got to see live Terry Funk and Smoky Mountain Wrestling, the main event in Knoxville. It's a big deal just to have him at the West Town Inn with the rest of us fans. And then I got to see him in ECW for Barely Legal win the World Championship, and that was all just about Terry being the ultimate sympathetic babyface that you wanted to get behind. And then I got to see him live in Amarillo against Bret Hart. Also in 97 in September.
Yes, you bastard. I didn't even get to go to that one.
It was the week I started Nassau Community College. I got to fly down to Amarillo, Texas. It was the day Fritz von Erich died. And that was one of the coolest experiences of my life. Because it was still, I shouldn't say still because I never went there in the 70s, but Amarillo was a real small town. And Terry was big deal. And all the wrestlers were there in the town, and Terry took everyone out to a bar. We all got to go to the Double Cross Ranch. And it was a really special show. And they say that Bret Hart, although WWF champion, wanted to put Terry over.
He did.
And Terry insisted that couldn't be the end.
Well, and that we had done earlier in, what was it? It was probably 1995. The Heavenly Bodies and I did a show in Amarillo at the Amarillo Civic Center.
Yeah. Is there any footage of that?
Marty claimed there was. Marty Funk claimed there was, and I've begged for it, and I've never seen it. But what that show was, and then we'll go to Terry's match with Bret in a second, but they had gotten a sponsor. I think it was High Country Chevrolet. I have the program around here somewhere. And Terry called me to see if he could get some talent, not only because they were running the show at the Amarillo Civic Center, and I believe it was going to, some or all of it was going to benefit John Ayers, who was still fighting cancer at that point, I believe. But it was the Heavenly Bodies, Tom Pritchard and Jimmy Del Rey with me against Dory Funk Jr. and Dick Murdoch, because Terry was in the main event with Eddie Gilbert. And I wish we could have worked with the Funks. So does Dr. Tom. But, and then up and down the card, he had, different people from ECW or from Smoky Mountain or, whoever he was friendly with. But it jammed that building. Probably. The Romeros were there, yeah, because they were local, the Young Bloods. And they were local superstars there. But we jammed the place, did like 6,500 people, the capacity of the Amarillo Civic Center, and what a fucking crowd. And the Bodies match with Murdoch and Dory got over like crazy, and then they spanked me with my own racket and all that stuff. And then Terry tore the house down with, that was Eddie Gilbert on that one. Yes.
I believe so.
Terry and Eddie in the main event.
I think it may have been 93 because that was in the middle of, like I said, Terry and Eddie had matches not just in ECW, but for different people. That's one of them that no one has seen. It seemed like a great indie show that just no one has ever seen the footage of.
Yeah, and you know what? It wasn't 95. It was obviously 93 now that I think about it.
But in 97, the match I went to that you're about to talk about,
yes,
that was billed at first it was going to be Terry Funk's retirement. And again, we talked about 2 other retirements he's had already. Then it was his retirement in Amarillo. And then it was celebrating 50 years of Funk in Amarillo.
Yeah.
So I'm not exactly sure what the stipulation was.
Well, I think he stuck to it that because he originally told me when I talked to him about the show, it's going to be my last match in Amarillo, Corny. But then they discovered that 97-47 Dory Funk Sr. made his first appearance in West Texas in December of 1947. And so they did the 50 Years of Funk tagline, which was more fun anyway. And I'm the one who booked Bret officially for that. Obviously, Terry Funk called Bret Hart on phone anytime he wanted, but I was doing the third-party booking, and I think they got some other guys. Terry had asked for a couple of people, I think, but specifically, Terry wanted to work with Bret, and Bret obviously said, my God, yes, Terry, to work a single match with Terry Funk and Amarillo, I would be pleased to.
Bret's whole family came in.
Yeah.
Stu was there, Ross was there, Bruce was there, big contingent.
And, you know, and that was the thing is that Bret obviously wanted to put Terry over, and Terry said, no, then they'll know it's phony. Because, you know, I'm winning my last match. Bret Hart was who he was at that point. You know, not current WWF champion, I don't think, but about to be.
No, he was WWF champion.
Was he champion then? Okay.
This is
That's
2 months
right.
before Survivor Series.
Okay. Well, anyway, nevertheless, he still wanted to put Terry Funk over. And Terry didn't want it because that would be ridiculous. He said, I'm 50 years old or whatever, and I'm, saying it's my last match in Amarillo, I'm going to beat the WWF champion. So he insisted that they not do that. But again, that's, the kind of guy, the kind of respect that the boys had for him. Well, it was the same thing with what was that, 2008? We did that Wrestle Reunion show for Sal Correnti. And it was the Midnight Express, Bobby, Dennis, and Stan in a 6-man against Dory and Terry and Mick Foley. And me and Bobby Heenan were in the corners.
Oh, wow.
That had to be either, it was in, goddamn, what is that communist enclave in Pennsylvania? King of Prussia.
Communist enclave?
Yeah, somehow they've got a communist enclave right there outside of Philadelphia. It's called King of Prussia. And he did the Wrestle Reunion and had that match booked. And we're, well, yes, okay, sign us up, right? And then we get there, and Sal Correnti, he says, well, I want you guys to fuck them. What? Yeah, you guys go over. I'm bringing you guys back, the Midnight Express, but I don't think I'm bringing Dory. I don't care. What are you talking about? And we could not convince Sal Correnti that not only would it be a downer for the people, but that it was preposterous that the Midnight Express, as the heels, would win that match over those 4 individuals. And no. So then we all sat down, and Terry's like, well, you can beat me. And Mick's like, no, I'll drop it. And we're like saying, no, we're trying to talk him into letting us get beat. I don't remember whether Dory ever offered to do the job or not, but everybody wanted to get beat. Nobody wanted to go over. And finally we said, all right, fuck it. I think we fucked somebody. I can't remember with the racket. I can't even remember which one, but then immediately Bobby, his mobility was a little compromised at that point, I think came up from behind me and rolled me in the ring so that he could get involved. And then Cactus put the mandible claw on me while fucking they didn't rip my pants, at least. I just unbuckled them and they pulled them off. And then Dory and Terry both put double spinning toe holds on each of my left and right fucking legs while I had the mandible claw on me. And I figured, just besides the fact that was just the coolest thing in the world, at least that may have made up to the ticket purchasing patrons for Sal Correnti's ridiculous, stupid fucking finish request.
One of my favorite videos out there, and I've talked about this in the past, Bob Barnett did a video of it, a few other people did. It was an indie show in California promoted by Dan Farron, the late Dan Farron. He's alive, but Mike Lano announced that he died on 2 different radio shows, so we call him the late Dan Farron. And he did this show, it was an afternoon show, and there were like local lucha guys on it. I know Kurt Brown wrestled as Vandal Drummond on it. I believe he lost his hair on that show. And the main event was Sabu versus Al Snow, which in 94 was kind of a big indie match. This is what put Al Snow on the map for a lot of people, were the matches with Sabu. And they have a good match. All of a sudden, in the middle of the match, Terry Funk shows up. Not booked on the show. This is a small indie show in a residential neighborhood in California in the middle of the day. And Terry Funk shows up and starts tearing the place apart and attacking everyone. The woman who owned the building flipped out and called the cops. And it's all a video, because they didn't know who Terry was. Terry starts going after the photographers like you talked about earlier. At one point, there's a video cut, and it returns, and Terry is now outside in the parking lot under a car. And again, it's daylight. I mean, it's daytime. And Terry's screaming while under a car. And the video ends with Terry walking away shirtless down this residential street. It's incredible. And again, there was no one else who could have pulled that off. And it was just the kind of thing that, outside of his mainstream stuff, if you want to call it that, ECW, WCW, WWE, there was not an appearance that he made anywhere that wasn't incredibly memorable.
Well, you know, you talk about making an impression. I've mentioned this. He's the only guy. I mean, back in the day, the fans, the male fans, grown adults that weren't smart to the wrestling business would run from the Sheik in the buildings, whether he had a snake or not. But as people started getting smarter and or kind of more with the lawsuit thing, at least, where, you know, yeah, he can't hit me, I can sue or whatever. They always used to tell heels, don't get up in one person's face. Yell at everybody as a group and you'll get heat. But if you get up in one person's face, and we've talked about it, if they laugh at you or they don't flinch or they fucking blow you off or whatever, then they've just buried you. With Terry, he could go out in a building cold, and before or after kayfabe was still a thing, and he would get up in a guy's face and back a motherfucker down. And I mean, he got away with it before when you would, any other heel would try to do that and they'd get a knife in their fucking ribs. And then he could still do it when they were smart that, yeah, these people probably can't fucking punch me. I could sue them or I could call the cops or whatever, but I'm not sure about that fucking guy.
You know, and there's also the way he talked, and it wasn't until years later, just because of my age and what I grew up watching, that I ever saw a King Curtis promo. And once you did, you understood where Terry got the whole like that thing in his voice came from King Curtis.
And the emphasis when he gets to something, but with that Texas drawl. But he could be the most softest spoken guy if he needed to be in a professional setting, or he could, you know, go out of his mind.
What'd you think of the stuff with him and Dusty Rhodes over the years? He seemed to love calling Dusty Rhodes an egg-sucking dog to the point where he put that phrase on the map. And even years later, I remember talking to Terry and asking about Dusty, and almost with a smile on his face and laughing, he's like, he's an asshole.
Yeah.
Like, he loved calling him an asshole. It wasn't like, I don't like the guy. It was, I love him. He's an asshole.
Well, and see, Dusty's a Texas boy, and an egg-sucking dog is the worst kind of dog that you can have, Brian, because then you ain't got no breakfast when that dog goes in the coop and sucks all the goop out of all them eggs.
I guess.
But that's, you know, they had such a rivalry for so long and in so many different places again, and it was perfect complement of styles and talkers that could not only do the gimmick matches and stipulations, but talk people in the building. And, you know, so I think there was obviously, you know, they had probably more fun with each other than all but a few of the other people that Terry may have worked with.
And, you know, in terms of behind the scenes stuff, you know, you talked about the fact that after Dory Sr. died, Dory Jr. and Terry really became power brokers between All Japan and all the American wrestlers that weren't wrestling for New Japan, and not many were. I mean, I was really just Vince McMahon Sr., Mike LaBelle, and guys from Europe. Everyone else was going to All Japan, and Terry and Dory were the conduits. And it wasn't just booking talent. When Terry Funk arranged the meeting in the Amarillo airport between Stan Hansen and Giant Baba, who flew in just for that meeting and then flew back home, that changed wrestling history. Stan Hansen jumping from New Japan to All Japan. Terry Funk was the one who was there to put Baba and Hansen together.
So, Terry not only being the son of a promoter, but the son of one of the most well-respected, most influential promoters. He loved the wrestling business and understood how to spread or grow the wrestling business, or sympathized with people that were trying to do that. Same thing. You know, Paul in Philadelphia, he had a bigger budget, and he had more, dates going on up there. But Terry in Knoxville with me, he understood what I was trying to do. He'd been to that territory before and knew it was a great small territory at one time. But also he just knew I was trying to establish something. And that's why I'll tell you, I paid Terry Funk $500 and a plane ticket from Amarillo, Texas, and a room at the Westtown Inn to come to Knoxville for me. And he did it because he loved the wrestling business, and he understood and sympathized with people that wanted to grow it or spread it or establish it in different places. And Dory was even, because Amarillo to Knoxville, especially 30 years ago, he was flying all fucking day. And had to fly all day to go back home or get anywhere else. And so he wasn't doing it for the pure profit of it. And Terry, a few times he gave me a break on if there was 2 or 3 days in a row, like when we did Knoxville, Barberville, and Marietta one time. And Dory was closer. Dory was down in Florida. But he and Marty both, I'll give them both credit, they came up a couple of times to do run-ins and appear at the time that Bruiser Bedlam worked with Randy Savage in Knoxville. Dory wasn't even booked, but they heard about the show and they said, well, we'll come up and do a run-in, because that was building later on that summer to the Night of Legends. So they both helped tremendously in helping me set up Smoky Mountain. And Terry knew it wasn't like, well, this is going to be a thing where Corny's going to call me and have me come in 10 days a month, nor would he have wanted to. And I'm going to make all this money. He was just helping me try to establish wrestling in a place that didn't have any at that point. And he understood the trials and tribulations of the business. And it was the same thing in Ring of Honor. You were there when Terry was there at the Hammerstein Ballroom, right?
Remember, we had to get my cousin Alex to go pick up Terry in Midtown at the Hilton.
That's right.
And he was at one Hilton, and there was another Hilton across the street. So my cousin's trying to find Terry, and Terry's like, Alex, across the fucking... That was actually the last time I got to see Terry, was when you brought him to Ring of Honor. And it was actually the last time I saw him, and he came right up to me and in front of the Manhattan Center, and we said hello, and it was great to see him.
And that was the thing. I called him, and this was, what was that, 2011?
I think
Probably.
So. 2010 or 2011.
I had called him, and I said, Terry, have you seen any Ring of Honor? I've seen a little Corny. And I told him a little about it. I said, I'd love for you to come to New York. It would mean a lot to us. Just to speak to the boys and do the main event where what the fuck did we even have him do now? Was he the ringside enforcer? Because I remember he shot Truth Martini off so Truth could take his over the top rope backwards Harley race bump. But what did he fucking do that night? God damn it.
I don't remember.
All right. Well, he was a special referee or enforcer or whatever, but he was there to make sure that people didn't fuck around, and they didn't fuck around with Terry Funk in the building. And the fans in New York loved him. But I called Terry. I said, look, this promotion is on a shoestring budget. New York is our big town, but Kerry, the boss, is a ticket broker. I said, we can fly you and Vicky up for the weekend in New York City and put you up at a nice hotel and get you tickets to a Broadway show the next night and pay you I think, was it $1,000 or whatever? If you could come up and do this for her. Corny, I'd love to. Let me see what show she wants to see.
It'll be the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the Book of Mormon.
I'm trying to remember what the fuck. I think was it Jersey Boys? Was that a show or something like that?
That was a big show, especially at that time. Yeah.
But yeah, and Stacy, first thing she thought of when she heard, yesterday was, I remember Vicky was, because the Ring of Honor shows took a lot longer to get done with than the NWA shows of the 70s and 80s. And Stacy had gone outside and there was Vicky sitting on the front steps of the Hammerstein. We're like, how long does this usually go?
That's why I don't remember what happened that night. I think I left early.
But they were commiserating as wrestling wives that they used to be able to get out of the building by 10:30, and now it's fucking midnight.
Hey, when you think about his promos, and there were so many classic ones over the years, we talk about guys who were great promos. Terry was a great promo, and there are specific promos you listen to or look at, and you're like, wow, what a promo. Whether it was having the fake Ric Flair, or dumping the motor oil over his head, or saying that he has his fans in Florida while he had cornrows. There were all these amazing promos, and, I remember at Smoky Mountain when you brought him in, he just started one off just naming Bill, Brad, Brian, Steve, how many legitimate and illegitimate Armstrongs are there? In an era where everyone does scripted promos, or guys maybe get the ability to say what they want, but they don't know what to say or what to sell or what they're getting across or how to get it across, what made Terry so special, and what, if any, direction would anyone ever give Terry Funk for a promo?
He would ask, for example, if he was coming in to work somewhere that he wasn't on a regular basis and didn't know everybody or have a long-term relationship, he would ask, well, what's this guy's deal? What's he done? What's he do? Just something about him. You can't just talk about somebody that you've never seen. He would want to know something about, a guy that he's talking about. But otherwise than that, the fucking information. What, am I selling a match? If so, where is it and when is it? What's the date and the place? Are there stipulations or not? And then, no, you didn't. You just said, and Terry, can you be under 2 minutes, or we're needing a minute or a minute and a half, or Terry, do whatever you want. I mean, that was and even then, if it was a live appearance in front of people rather than a pre-tape in the locker room or something, stand up in front of the wall or whatever, he would obviously say the shit that he needed to say, but he wouldn't know what the fuck he was going. The whole, I think I see a sissy, and that whole 10 minutes he did on that day, going back to it over and over again, probably came from, him saying to Lawler, hey, can I call Jimmy Hart a sissy on TV? Sure, Terry. Okay. And then that's all it took. So no, there was no, scripting or no explicit direction otherwise than the details that he needed to impart to people. And otherwise it was all Terry knowing how to get himself over and how to, get a rise out of people and how to say things about his opponent that would get more interest in the match without just burying the guy and making him look like a piece of shit.
And he was creative. I mean, every promo stood out. Dusty Rhodes, even like in 89, there were promos where he's talking to a horse's ass. Yeah. He's saying it's Dusty. There's another one where he takes a chainsaw and he cuts a picture of a blob and he says it's Dusty Rhodes. There were all these different promos. They all stood out and they were all entertaining.
And that motor oil promo, we heard from Barry Rose, may have been one of the people I heard about it from first, but before we got the tape, we heard Funk was in the shower pouring motor oil over his head. And he did it because I want to see what it feels like to feel like a greasy, smelly Florida cracker. And he's in the shower and he's pouring the motor oil over his head, and it's shot with like a VHS camera, but that adds to it because it looks like a fucking lunatic, a serial killer. And I know all of you people have all the grease and the dirt all over you. Well, yeah, it was. But then he said years later, he said he ribbed himself because it took him a week or two to get all that fucking motor oil out of his hair, out of his ears. but he would, he'd go to any length. And that's the thing we talked about, alluded to some of the injuries earlier. When you would see him in the back or you'd see him in the locker room, you might think, Terry, you okay? But as soon as he went in front of people, in front of the camera, whatever, it disappeared. He was him, and he was doing that shit. And then he would come back through the curtain, and he'd cool down and be grandfatherly limping Terry again. But it's like he could turn the injuries or the pain or the damage on and off too, which obviously you can only do that for so long.
There was a promo we did once at Memphis. I don't even remember who all the participants were, but it was going to be like a 6-man tag match. It was him and someone and Tojo against whatever, Lawler and 2 other baby faces. And Terry forgot who his partner was. So he's talking about it, and I'll just say you as the other person. He goes, and it'll be me and Jim Cornette and that Japanese goof. And how could you lose with a Japanese goof on your side? Because he forgot the name Tojo.
Well, they didn't cross paths too often in their various careers.
He certainly does. You said it at the top. He certainly does have one of the legitimate claims to being the greatest professional wrestler of all time. It's a thing that everyone will always argue. But if you want to talk about people who have legitimate arguments, he's up there on the list.
Well, and that's the thing also, because there was so much variety. And I'm not talking about, him reinventing himself in terms of the gimmicks as he changed with wrestling. I'm just talking about the variety of shit that he could do. The different kinds of matches that he could have with different kinds of people. And sometimes if he didn't have any opponent worth having a match with, he could have the match with himself. And he could instantly figure out how to have some kind of entertaining interaction with anybody of any style, whether it was a great wrestling match or whether it was almost devoid of any wrestling whatsoever and was just fucking crazy or something in between. And sometimes he just picked up on things. If somebody reacted to when he threw the babyface out of the ring, he would throw the babyface out of the ring 5 times in a row. He'd throw the babyface out on one side. A babyface would climb through. He'd fucking grab him, run him across, and throw him completely out. As soon as he got back in, he'd throw him out the other. He'd throw him out every side of the fucking ring. Lawler said one time, he said, God damn it, Terry Funk throws me out of the ring more than anybody I've ever worked with in my life. But he would do whatever that particular crowd on that particular night, not even the same town every week, but just those people there right then. He could hear it. If something happened that they got up about, he'd do all kinds of more of it and just forget whatever might have been briefly discussed beforehand. When he went to the ring, he had a finish. And if there was anything that was pertinent to the finish or to the program that had to be done in the match, he would know that. And otherwise, well, like I said, when he had a cage match with Lawler in Louisville, and they were too cheap to have a cyclone fence made, so the cage matches they had been having, they just have chicken wire, like 6 feet high, nailed to a 2x4, and they would wrap it around the ring, around the ring posts, and just tie it together. So the first thing he did when the bell rang was he threw Lawler into the chicken wire, straight through it, and tore the whole fucking cage down around the goddamn ringside. And then they had their regular goddamn crazy-ass match that they would always have.
I got a picture of him from Knoxville from the Night of Legends that I took from my seat. It's not the greatest photo or anything. It's just, you see the other wrestlers in the ring and on the floor, you're there, Ron Wright, and you just see like a barricade going up and over. And it's
yes, where he picked the bicycle rack barricade up, and Do
you remember how they got him over in WWF when they brought him in '85?
Truthfully, not.
They'll probably never show this. I don't know if it's on like an old Primetime or TNT or something, because Mel Phillips is involved, who of course was...
Oh, the thing where he beat Mel Phillips up and whipped him with his rope for putting his hat on. I do remember that.
Yeah, he comes out there with the whole Terry Funk outfit, the vest, the chaps, the hat, the branding iron, the whole thing. First appearance on TV. takes everything, and you always see the ringside attendant take the things, fold them up, carry them. Mel Phillips has this thing, he has that thing. Instead of holding the hat, he just puts the hat on his own head. And Terry, and you got to watch the way he does it, he's perfect, loses his mind and kicks the shit out of Mel Phillips on TV. This is his debut. And Terry had a way when he would throw, I don't even know if you would call it a punch or just a hand. Like, it was almost like Pete Townsend. It was like a windmill. Like,
the overhand sledges.
Yeah, it would come all the way around, and he's just wailing on Mel Phillips. Again, it was a good thing in the long run. It turned out Mel Phillips was not just a pedophile, but a foot pedophile. But he did it to Mel Phillips. I don't know if they'll ever show it again, but that's what they did to get him over as a crazy wild man.
That's not what they did.
What's what he did?
That's what he did. Yeah, I guarantee you that nobody said, "Oh, Terry, by the way, kick the shit out of our ring announcer while you're at it," or whatever. But it came up. And you know, that's the thing, is that he was a master of improvisation, and he'd been in every situation, and he'd seen every kind of thing, so he knew how to deal with stuff on the fly so well that, you know, and plus things just came to him. And it was a natural talent that he had, that he could go out and simulate conflict with somebody and get over in front of a large amount of people that may have never seen him before. Pretty much just like that.
Let's talk a little bit about, you know, I know we talked about a lot, but him as a person, just because, you know, like I said, I'm fortunate I got to know him. He somehow tolerated me as a teenager in the 90s, calling him at home and talking to him for hours about everything. And I first met him when I was 13 at a Rezzies convention, and meeting wrestlers was intimidating. Kevin Sullivan's a nice guy. When I met him, it felt like he was giving me the Inquisition about the Knicks, because I was wearing a Knicks shirt. You like the Knicks? Oh, Jesus, all right. Terry put on like a whole show for me. I was 13. He was fighting with his soda can. He was making me laugh. He said we have to look tough in the photo. And that never left me. And they always say, don't meet your heroes. Then you'll hear someone say, oh, but they didn't mean it about this person.
Yeah.
Truly, Terry Funk, despite the fact that he was the greatest heel, when you met him outside the ring, when you met him and you were a kid meeting a wrestler you were intimidated by, he was just an incredible human being. I'm fortunate I got to go to his ranch. I got to know him, got to be around him. But what a great guy. What a great human being.
Well, and that was the thing when I first met him as a photographer. And obviously, you know, he could tell, even though I'm sure the boys were telling him, because that's one of the things I was going around at the time doing was the Funk interviews. I'm 19, right? This is the greatest thing. And I told you, Lawler. And that's where they kind of figured out, well, he can do everybody else's promo. Wonder if he could actually fucking aggravate us as himself. But Terry was kind and nice to me as the photographer and sending stuff to Japan, to the magazines, and signing my books and everything, and not killing me at ringside. And then he comes back a couple years later, and I'm in the business, barely. And obviously, they told him, well, part of it, we're ribbing Cornette. You remember our old boy photographer? He loves you, so we're going to fuck with him. And he didn't hurt me or, you know, do anything bad. It was a great way for everybody to get over and have a good time. And then it was 6 years later. Suddenly he comes into the second biggest wrestling company in the world, and the boy photographer, who was barely a manager the last time that I worked with him, Flair's putting me on the goddamn booking committee. And you know, and he's able now, and I'm thrilled because, my God, you know, I was the biggest wrestling fan in the world. And even though I'd been in business for a while at that point, still, Ric Flair has specifically asked me to be on the booking team of WCW, and he's working a program that I get to help book with fucking Terry Funk, who is now treating me. I mean, he's seen me on television. He knows I've been somewhere, but now he's treating me. He didn't have to. Like, I belong there as a booker, you know, and it's like, okay, corny, we can do this or that or whatever. And helping and always, you know, helpful suggestions. finish, whatever. And then a few years later, he again, without needing to help me establish the promotion I was trying to establish. He is flying that entire day from Amarillo, Texas, to come and work with Bob Armstrong in Knoxville. You know, he was just not only a loyal person like that and a great person to be around and a understanding person about a lot of things about the wrestling business, but dedicated, and you could depend on him. And if you didn't belabor it, right, I'm sure if I'd have started trying to book him, to, Clinchco, Virginia or whatever, he might have, corny, aren't we taking this a little too far? But, I didn't wear his welcome out. And every time I interact back in the WWF, we could laugh about 10 years before when Herd thought he should be an announcer because he was so old. And now he and Cactus Jack are the two of the most popular baby faces in the fucking company that kicked fucking Jim Herd back to fucking St. Louis.
And Mick Foley should get a lot of credit for, as he was rising to fame, he always made sure to bring up Terry Funk and keep Terry Funk around so that a new generation of fans knew there was a connection there.
Yeah.
After All Japan, and again, Terry's popularity never reached the levels it had in 1983, Terry was one of the people responsible for legitimizing and getting Atsushi Onita and FMW over. And he did a lot of those matches over there. And him and Mick went to work for Victor Quinones, and they did that big death match. What was that, 95?
I think so. Kawasaki Stadium.
And, again, maybe not the style of wrestling I like. Obviously, Terry was doing it for a reason.
Well, the reason was incredible amounts of money because didn't they have 40,000 people at that stadium or 35 or somewhere in that range?
It was a packed stadium. I don't remember what the crowd was.
Yeah, the point is, if you're going to have an exploding ring match, okay, if there's 40,000 people to watch it, I guess maybe, if you're going to do it, that's the place to do it. And we talked about that. Much like with Mick, people have taken the takeaway from him with their superficial outlook is, big bumps and a lot of blood and hardcore, overlooking the incredible verbal ability and the incredible intelligence that he has and the psychology of wrestling and the working ability of knowing how to sell and etc. Same thing. They said, well, Terry Funk did hardcore stuff too. Yeah, he invented a lot of it. And his shit drew, and he made it work. And then everybody else has said, okay, we'll ignore the wrestling talent and the psychology, and we'll just wrap ourselves in barbed wire and blow the ring up at 15 minutes. It's that superficial look at what he was doing, because just from seeing pictures or brief video clips without context, that now everybody thinks, well, it's easy to do, we can all do it, and that's why they all do it. But I guess, in a less offensive and less dangerous way, you could say that about the Road Warriors, because they got over so strong, everybody had to paint their face and wear a mohawk. It's more obnoxious when everybody's taking bumps and thumbtacks and setting themselves on fire.
Well, of course, Terry Funk's career spanned many styles, and he did many different things, many different looks. He's one of the first chameleons in terms of, you would see a photo of him and you'd see another one a year later. Different hairstyle, different facial hair, different outfit, maybe wearing pants, maybe wearing trunks. You never knew what you were going to get.
The long, he wore those in the 90s. I first saw him when he came to Smoky Mountain. He wore them in ECW and then all the way through the WWF. But the long tights with the multicolored stripes around the leggings and everything, it kind of made him look different. And you talked about the different stuff he did. I've told this before, but I was there at ringside the first time he ever did the moonsault against Bob Armstrong in that Texas death match at Sunday Bloody Sunday. And he sees the big crowd and said, okay, I'll try this. And had no idea he was going to do it. I didn't. And he puts Bob on this pile of chairs and then climbs up to the top rope. And I said, what in the fuck is he going to do? And he moonsaults off, and he told Bob, move. Well, Bob rolled in but he's on all these fucking chairs, and Terry kind of went over him, grazed him a little bit. But I leaned under the bottom rope. I said, Terry, what are you doing? He said, I don't know, Corny. He just got a wild hair up his ass, as Mama Cornette used to say. But he did that, like, well, see what happens.
Remember that image that so many people now look back at, that, wow, it looks incredible. Pretty scary moment, all things considered, in ECW the summer of '94, where Terry asks for a chair, and it became a thing that had to stop. One of the few things ECW put their foot down about.
Yes.
Fans throwing chairs, and just the ring would be littered with chairs. It started, I believe, the Funks versus Public Enemy.
That's right. And he asked the people for a fucking, it's like when Ricky Morton used to ask the people in the front row, help me. And they'd come over with a fucking knife. He's give me a chair. And what was it like? Had to be 60, 70 chairs. Easily flew into the fucking ring, right?
Yeah. And again, there are wrestlers in there. Public Enemy had it easy. They were on the ground. Terry Funk, the guy who called for the chair, he quickly had to start ducking and diving to avoid getting hit in the head with a chair.
Yeah, that wouldn't have flown if it hadn't have been, what was the name of that building they were in?
The ECW Arena?
Oh, was that the arena? Okay. I was going to, if it had been, I didn't know whether it was New York and they were at the Elks Lodge or whatever, but if that had been any legitimate arena that you had to rent, like Louisville Gardens or Knoxville Civic Coliseum or the Atlanta Omni or whatever, they might have banned wrestling over that. It was bad enough because people could have got fucking hurt. But they were trying to help Terry Funk out. I guess we could sit here and talk about different. I'm sure I'll think of 5 different Terry Funk stories that I've not said here, or great examples of matches that I've, loved to watch, or the bumps that he took that nobody else could take, that I would even try to take one every once in a while when I was a manager, and, it wouldn't work. But as much help as he was helped me in Smoky Mountain. He gave me advice in WCW when he was tolerating me as the junior member of the booking team, but he helped me business-wise in Smoky Mountain. He helped Ring of Honor that time, as we mentioned. He made the WWF in the late 90s, for the period of time he was there, a lot more entertaining and or palatable for me, just to be able to see him there. And, I've been able to, from this guy that just, before I'd ever even met him in person, blew me away and made an impression on me to where I said this is a 5-star match, to be able to get to meet him and know him as a fan, and then as a co-worker and or part-time manager wrestler relationship, and then, on the Fan Fest circuit, whatever the case, all through these years, you don't think somebody like that's ever going to go away. They're always around in some form. And I realized with yesterday that we've almost, I will say almost as a qualifier, because there's few people still around and I want them to know I'm thinking of them, but we've lost almost everybody that got me interested as much as I was in wrestling to begin with a long time ago. And it's sad that those people, spread so much. They made more wrestling fans, or made wrestling fans bigger fans because of what they did, or got the business over and expanded it. And the only thing, that we see lately is the business contracting. And with those people not around anymore, you wonder who's the next guy that's really going to make a lot of people watch whatever pro wrestling is called these days. And Terry was one of those, and there's not going to be any more of him.
Jim, before we get out of here, one last thing. Any thoughts about the recent passing of Abe Jacobs?
I met Abe Jacobs once when he came to one of the Smoky Mountain shows that we did in Charlotte. We had several of the legends come in, and unfortunately, because we were in different places and he was just the very previous era to when I got into business, I never really saw him live. He was by that time, the last years and years of his career was kind of centered in the Carolinas. So I never got to see him live in person. I only got to meet him once, but just from reputation and from longevity, what an incredible long-running name. I guess he started, turned pro in the 40s probably, didn't he?
He was 95 years old as he passed, the oldest living wrestler, I believe.
So, yeah, so he would have been born in, 1928 or thereabouts, probably was a pro in the late 40s, was from New Zealand, was he not? That's why
so.
the name the Kiwi Roll, which was that old banana split move with a roll on it. But it was such a visual hold or move. It's both. It's a hold and a move that all the people in the Carolinas remembered it. And whenever you saw it on, a film or any kind of in TV or whatever, you may not even remember the guy that did it or what the name of it would, but you just remembered that move because it was so visual. But he was from what I understand, a pretty good legitimate wrestler too, and was a Carolina's mainstay for Crockett Sr. and then later on for Crockett Jr. for 25 years easily. Again, we just did a delayed drive-through episode, delayed by one day because of various issues, and then we're tasked with talking about, the loss of Terry Funk, because that happened imminently right before we started recording. And then again, within the space of, 24 hours or maybe not even, we get the news that Bray Wyatt passes away. And we had heard that he had some kind of health issue, but I don't know that anybody was spreading anything around that it was that serious or potentially that serious. He was only 36 years old. And since he had been off, WWE television a couple of different times and released and brought back, yes, his departure appeared odd, but at the same time, it wasn't anything out of character of the last couple of years where they've started and stopped something or let him go and brought him back. So it was, I think, a shock to everybody. But then we find out that, according to what's been released, his close family and friends at least knew that it had been a serious health issue where he apparently got COVID and it exacerbated an existing or congenital heart issue that he had. But that's why the word had been going around that he was close to coming back, or he was, close to being cleared, or whatever the terminology was, because he was improving. And then, what was this, Thursday afternoon, Brian, or was it Friday, that he had a heart attack, I guess out of nowhere, and died?
Well, Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful was the one who reported, and I have it here, it was on Twitter, I was given permission to reveal that earlier this year, Wyndham Rotunda, Bray Wyatt, got COVID that exacerbated a heart issue. There was a lot of positive progress towards a return and his recovery. Unfortunately, today he suffered a heart attack and passed away.
So, and a lot of people on Twitter instantly were drawing the comparison with, he was in a group with Brody Lee, and what was the name he was using at that time? Brody Lee was
Luke Harper.
Luke Harper. And not the exact same thing, but a similar issue happened. A disease discovered young age, and that's spooky in itself. But obviously this week, with everybody talking about and upset about, Terry, it was a double whammy, but two completely different situations in that, Terry would have been 80 on his next birthday. And obviously had health issues for a while, whereas, this is, I guess he has several children. He was with one of the ring announcers, JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo Offerman. Her dad was a baseball player, Jose Offerman.
I should have known you'd know that. And to be honest, first of all, I'm going to preface this with I never met or spoke to or had any interaction with Bray Wyatt in my life. So, and I certainly had nothing against him, even though we've knocked his wrestling. Or, I don't know if we knocked his wrestling as much as we knocked how his gimmick was portrayed or what surrounded the non-wrestling aspects of it. But I certainly knew Mike Rotunda, who was a great guy, and obviously Bray was grandson of Blackjack Mulligan, but I don't know all the different relations, but Barry Windham, Mike Rotunda, all these, wrestlers in the family, his brother, Bo Dallas. So, you hate to hear something like that because everybody's got to be brokenhearted, not only in his family, but also from what everybody said on Twitter, all of the boys and girls in the business. Everybody loved this guy. Nobody had anything bad to say about him or had any issues. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe some of the people did not necessarily look forward to working with him for the last couple of years, the incarnation of his gimmick, just because it was hard to come out of that. But as a person, it seems like everybody, loved him. So, again, there's a lot of people that I would rather not see on any more wrestling shows. That doesn't mean that I want anything bad to happen to them. There is a handful of people that I do, and whenever something bad happens to them, you'll hear me crowing about it. But this is not one of those instances.
Certainly a really talented guy, and like you said, a lot of the things that he did weren't things that we typically enjoy, and we didn't. But there was always that talent. You could always see it there. I always said, I wish this guy would go to Hollywood and make something because he's clearly a creative guy, and he appeared to be trying to mix the wrestling stuff with, I don't know what you want to call it, horror, science fiction, different outside elements. And if you like him or not, and we're not fans of that kind of stuff, you could certainly say revolutionary. No one had ever done anything like that stuff in professional wrestling before. I doubt anyone's going to do anything like that ever again. But it was completely different even than his earlier stuff. Remember, a lot of these guys kind of came up together through the first group of what Florida Championship Wrestling turning into NXT. The guys that were working with Dusty Rhodes, The Shield, the Wyatt family. So many of these people. When The Shield were first breaking big, remember the Wyatts came up from NXT and almost right away got a push as a top guy. Well, he got him as a top guy, but his two guys as his serious threats wearing the spooky masks. Amazing entrance. He had a great theme song. He came out to WrestleMania one time with them playing it. It was a really, really amazing entrance. And a lot of the stuff with the rise of Bryan Danielson, or Daniel Bryan, was mixed in with the Wyatt family.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that, unfortunately, I was not watching any of the programming during the Wyatt family period of time. I would hear about and or read about on the, interweb or whatever, the Wyatt family, spooky swamp dwellers. I'm thinking, okay, that's interesting. It wasn't necessarily interesting enough to make me watch the programs. When you and I started doing these podcasts and the people basically demanded that we review this stuff, that period had already passed, and we were getting, the Indestructible Fiend and the Funhouse with the puppets, and I couldn't get it. But the concept of, and when I've seen the spooky video since then that they do whenever they do a retrospective or whatever, that intrigues me. I might go back and try to find some of that stuff if I only had time, Gordon Soley. And then conversely, it was the last time that he re-debuted this past run, when he came out and he was talking as himself, or what we believed he was, or you know what I'm saying, more as him as a person. Remember, I said this guy can fucking talk. He's spellbinding. But he never, to me, never finished the story he was trying to tell me, but I was listening to him the whole way because of the way he was telling it. And I said, what, in a previous era, because he does have the wrestling business in his genes from his 3 generations. In a previous era, a guy like that at Territory could have been the King Curtis level heel that you hear about in Hawaii, where you just talk to people in the building. Or the, Bugsy McGraw, Florida, Handsome Jimmy Valiant, Memphis, gimmick babyface that could talk to people in the building just with the promos, regardless of his work, which, was obviously probably at a better level than some of the instances I just gave.
His grandfather.
His grandfather could talk to people in a blackjack. So that it would have been interesting to see him and that talent applied to the wrestling business, the Territory wrestling business, which I believe he would have excelled at. So while I never got the puppets and the spooky supernatural presentation, yeah, you could see this guy. He was made for the wrestling business because he could talk to people and he could be real, whether he's being real or he was working real, he could be real. And sincerity is the key. When you learn to fake that, you've got it made.
When you look at the wrestling business right now and the men and women in the locker room, there aren't a lot of young wrestling deaths like there used to be. I mean, the most recent one, and it's sad that it's linked up with this, but of course, Brody Lee. He was in his 30s too, I believe. And before that, it's been a while. What do you think they're going through right now? The people who worked with him, who knew him, who expected to see him back, who never thought anything like this would happen, because for a while, for very different reasons, that was a very common thing in the wrestling business, the idea of someone dying in their 30s.
Yeah. Well, and it's kind of gone full circle. Deaths of early ages of wrestlers never happened, except rarely, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, the Territory days, into the start of the 80s. It was car wrecks or, every once in a while, some type of outside the ring, tragedy, something you couldn't avoid. Or in those days also, guys worked till they were older. So you would get guys in their 50s that may, come down with some illness or whatever, but it wasn't, the car wrecks were the worst thing. And then starting with Rick McGraw, maybe early 80s, he was the first one. It was in his early 30s.
Well, within a year, David Von Erich, Rick McGraw, Jay Youngblood.
Well, I thought Rick was first and then David.
No, David was first.
Just David. All right.
Because David was the beginning of 84. Rick McGraw was 85.
All right. Well, it's been 40 years. So I'm older too. The point is, all of it, Rick McGraw, then David Von Erich, then Jay Youngblood. And that was kind of the, opening round of the modern. The steroids were not a thing until the early pioneers, Superstar, whatever, but until the 80s, really on a widespread basis. And honestly, neither were fucking pills. There was a lot of guys that were alcoholics, and you could work with that in the wrestling business. But the pain pills came along also, and then cocaine did a goddamn deal on everybody's heart from the 80s and 90s. So then it became a thing where you just heard it and heard it and heard it. And that didn't stop until 15 years ago.
Yeah, really kind of, after everything with Eddie Guerrero and then Benoit, I mean, very different situations, but
yeah,
the entire industry seemed to change. And also the crop of people coming up in the business were different people, different generation of people than the one before it.
Well, and also, to be honest, the changes in the business, it helped in a lot of ways in that the WWF testing for shit, regardless of what you think about the program, it slowed some shit down and or put stumbling blocks in guys' way intermittently. But as well, the fact that there was hardly any place else to go and make any serious money in the wrestling business, the guys on the independents couldn't spend as much money on drugs as they used to. Or the ones that did ended up on Dark Side of the Ring. And there became the one or two big companies that were, more respectable and tried to have a more respectable image at the top. And then nobody could afford, what was going on or what needed to go on to get a bad habit on the independents. That had to have a effect on it as well. And yes, the generations changed. But then, unfortunately, I think when everybody quit cocaine, the pain pills became a bigger thing. And you still can't convince me that it's probably not going to be a problem in the future with the way these guys are destroying themselves on a regular basis. But the guys, you asked the question, this generation, how do you think they're dealing with it? Probably not well, because they're not used to it. And I remember when it was a shocking thing, too. And they better hope for this is something that couldn't be prevented. Obviously, it's a congenital defect exacerbated by a mysterious virus that we still don't know all the effects of. But as far as the damage they're doing to their bodies and the dependencies they're going to be having later on, the generation 40 years ago jacked themselves all up on monkey hormones to look like the Road Warriors so they could get a job with the biggest company and look the part, and their wrestling was the shits. But now, nobody looks the part, but they're killing their fucking bodies in a different fashion. They're not poisoning themselves with steroids. They're demolishing their goddamn skeletons in front of our very eyes. And what's going to happen? It's always something different. But, it just depends on whether or not people get a grip on it in time or not. Have I gone completely off the topic now?
Well, not necessarily. I guess the point is just there was a time where wrestlers now are not used to this kind of feeling of losing one of their compatriots. I have right here some of the roster of NXT from a little more than a decade ago. I'll go through some of the names that you would know that were on the roster at the same time. Rusev, when he was Alexander Rusev.
Yeah.
Big E, Baron Corbin, Bo Dallas, Brad Maddox, Bray Wyatt, Byron Saxton, Colin Cassidy, that's Big Bill, Corey Graves, Danny Burch, Dean Ambrose, Eric Rowan, Jay Bronson, that's Braun Strowman, Jason Jordan, Judas Devlin, I think that's Luchasaurus, Cassius Ohno, that's Chris Hero, Leo Kruger, that was it Adam Rose? I forget what his name was exactly. Luke Harper, Mojo Rawley, Richie Steamboat, that's how long ago this is, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, Xavier Woods. So a lot of the guys on the main roster today in AEW and WWE came up with this guy. And again, before he was Bray Wyatt, if they were there then, they saw him create Bray Wyatt. He came up to the main roster as Husky Harris.
Yeah, that's right. Husky Harris, which was, I guess, some kind of nodding rib to his beefy physique that they like Shorty Gable or whatever. And he got out of that.
Yeah, but I remember when he first appeared as that, I wanted to see more of that because no one had a physique like that. It wasn't over the top like late era Adrian Adonis, but it was kind of in tune with mid-period Adrian Adonis. And he could move. And I knew his family
I
was.
always hate when they give guys names like that. It's like instead of the Haystacks Calhoun, they would call him Fat Guy.
But
here's Fat Guy.
Name withstanding, and I agree with you. I wanted to see more of him. I didn't necessarily like the name. That is the kind of name that hangs over someone. Terry Taylor never escaped the Red Rooster.
Yeah.
To this day. He escaped Husky Harris. He created something completely different, a completely different world around it, with the music, with the entrance, with Harper and Rowan with him. and eventually Strowman. He successfully got away from something that was a typical WWE, let's bring someone up from developmental and ruin them gimmick or name, and he created something of his own. Jim, any thoughts on the passing of Brett Wayne Sawyer?
Oh, come on now. You didn't have to mention Short, because people would have probably first gone for Pudgy.
You mentioned Short for the record.
No, he was the good brother. His brother was a fucking psychopath, and I have no good feelings toward him whatsoever. But Brett Sawyer was always a nice guy, easy to work with. Obviously, you know, in the shadow of his older and more maniacal brother. And Buzz was a tremendous talent in the ring. He was just an asshole and a lunatic. But Brett, we worked, the Midnight Express and I, when we first went to work for Crockett, we worked a program with Buzz and Brett because they were in the Georgia office that Crockett had absorbed when he got the TBS slot, and Ole said, well, you know, fuck this. And unfortunately, that was the dying days of that Georgia office. Crockett was going to close it sooner or later, and those guys knew it. And also, that's when he was moving Slater, and I think Roop had been there. I think they moved him up to Charlotte briefly, but Slater had been booking in Georgia, and he was on the way out, whether he knew it or not. And they didn't like the Sawyers. They were moving them out. So Buzz was in a grumpy mood anyway and didn't like putting the Midnight Express over in his territory. But Brett was easy. He didn't give a shit. And, you know, he knew what the situation was. So it's a shame he didn't get to, he did when he was in Portland working for Don Owens, or when he'd go somewhere that Buzz hadn't been, he got over better than if Buzz had been there, both in the ring with the fans and in the locker room with the boys.
Yeah, the guy's blowing, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait a minute.
The gardener's out here blowing
The guy's
leaves.
blowing the other gardening crew? What, I thought they were going to fight. Now they're making love?
No, that's not what he was blowing leaves. But, you know, that's what happened, I think, in Georgia, right? He started as Brett Wayne. They didn't reveal right away that he was Brett Wayne Sawyer. Yeah,
and especially when he was first breaking in, that was even though it was only a few years after Buzz had started, Buzz got pushed fairly quickly. So it was, you know, when he was coming in green, didn't have all of the, I'm not trying to speak ill, but all of the athletic gifts that Buzz had, it was just freaky. You know, they broke him in as Brett Wayne so that he wouldn't be carrying that around as just a young green rookie. And then I'm pretty sure they did an angle. I was not in the territory at that point in time, or paying attention probably. I think I'd just gotten into business, where they revealed that, you know, that he was Buzz's younger brother, and Brett Wayne Sawyer came along. And then since Buzz Sawyer was kind of the play on Buzzsaw, Hack, they named him in Portland Hack Sawyer, right? And then kind of maybe Brett Hacksaw Sawyer. Help me.
I'm not very familiar with his Portland run, to be honest with you.
But nevertheless,
Mike Rogers would know, though, and he has many great books all about it.
They've got a new encyclopedia coming out. They're beasts out there. But yeah, he was a nice guy and not that old. I wouldn't think he was he a year or two older than me? How old was he? Or do you have that information?
I could pull it up if you give me a moment here.
I'll give you a moment. Also, while you're having your moment there, try to find out what happened to him, because if he's close to my age, I'd like to know what I might be in for.
63 years old.
Oh, geez.
And according to Fightful, his cause of death is not yet known.
Well, hopefully it was a bread truck, just for everybody's sake. But anyway, no, I'm sorry. I hadn't seen him in, my God, I think the last time I saw Brett Sawyer was the last match we had with him in 1985. I can't remember where I would have seen him since then. But I hate to hear that.
Let's talk about another wrestling death that recently happened, just because a lot of listeners have sent in questions, although you didn't have a lot of time around him. Any thoughts on the passing of Adnan El Casey, General Adnan?
No, I saw on Twitter people were saying, "Oh, what does Cornette have to say about General Adnan El-Casey, Billy White Wolf?" If we're going to throw all the gimmicks in, I believe that it was probably not until we were all in the position of doing a fan fest or two that I ever actually met him in person. We never worked in the same place, as you remember. He would not have been there as a talent during the period of time in the late 90s that I worked for Vince, would he? I'm trying to think.
No, he was gone by 91. It was a very short run he was there. It was 90 and 91.
Because I'm going to say I met him maybe once, maybe twice at a couple of fan fests, if I recall correctly. And otherwise, I never had any personal interaction. And the first I ever knew of him or knew who he was Billy White Wolf when I first, started watching wrestling as a kid and then discovered the wrestling magazines. Was it 75 or 76, not too far into the 70s, that he and Strongbow were the tag team champions. Was that Strongbow's last big push at that point?
No, he later had Jules Strongbow, remember?
Oh, God, that's right. Yeah, he came up with all kinds of ways to stay on top in that company. But it was funny to me when I later found out that Sheik Adnan El-Casey used to be Billy White Wolf, that I'd seen when I was 13 years old or whatever, because he went from an American Indian to what we thought at the time. Well, now he's an Indian because the Sheiks are all the Indians or whatever. He had an amazing career if you read his bios and recaps in international wrestling. And was huge in Iraq, right, is where he's originally legitimately from.
That's right. He knew Saddam Hussein from childhood, I believe.
Yeah, and they put together stadium shows over there. And, and he had been in the business much longer than you would realize because he wasn't featured that much until the 70s, 80s in America. But yeah, just another guy that I never really had any personal interaction with.
It's really wild when you think like 1983, 84. The fact that you had Adnan El-Casey and then he purchases Ken Patera from Bobby Heenan, who becomes a sheik. Even Jerry Blackwell's dressed like a sheik. I mean, it was pretty funny, but it worked. And then at the same time, Fred Blassie all of a sudden becomes Ayatollah Blassie with the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
In the WWF. Hercules Hernandez with Skandar Akbar would then become a sheik and start dressing like a sheik.
Hey, I'm telling you what, because people in America were fucking pissed about the gas prices and the oil crisis and, et cetera.
The hostages.
The hostages. And, the gas crisis came even before the hostages, didn't they? Or was that afterwards?
Well, it did, but I thought we were talking about by the time he got to the early 80s, the different things.
Yeah, but I mean the whole wave there. It started with the gas and the blah, 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 and then the hostages. And so there was a Middle East invasion in every territory at that point because it was, easy heat.
Well, Jim, when it comes to easy heat, there's no easy transition.
There's no easy transition. I don't know where you're going. I'm just pleased if you'll get there.
But there is an easy way to place your bets. Place your bets on your favorite games and players and all sorts of sporting-like things.
All sorts of sportsmanship conduct, sportsmanlike conduct, whatever. Yeah, you've thrown me off with your shitty transition. Here it is. I've found the copy. But you know what? It's easy to do. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. For those of you who know how to download these apps, these mysterious things that float in the air around us, if you download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use the code JCE, you're going to make some money because new customers, that's people who have not patronized their establishment before, can bet $5 on football and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Now, that's just insane. You can retire on this, folks. You bet $5, you get $200. Then you get your little cousin Pismo to bet $5. You get another. Now you got $400. You've only spent $10. If you've got a big enough circle of friends that you can convince that this is a good idea, you're going to make $1 million. All you have to do is win every bet, but that's up to you. Because DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You know what that means? That means if you get on the wrong side of them, you're going to have some quarterbacks, tight ends, and wide receivers on your front porch knocking on your door.
No, you're not.
They work together.
Like Rosie Greer's going to just show up at your house?
Roosevelt Greer to you. I didn't know you guys were on a nickname basis. Folks, you can get in on the NFL Week 2 action. Is it the second week of the NFL already? My, how time flies. With DraftKings Sportsbook right now, because also all DraftKings customers, that means people that have been there and people that haven't been there, anybody that wants to be a customer can take advantage of 2 new offers every game day this September. Do they play games on Wednesday, Brian?
I mean, someone does.
Well, then that's a game day.
Baseball, of course, is every day of the week.
Well, whatever goddamn day they're playing a game is game day in September, and all DraftKings customers can take advantage of 2 new offers. We don't know what they are. You're going to have to download the app and figure it out day by day. Day by day. Oh, dear Lord, these things I pray that I'll win these bets. So right now, download the app and use the code JCE to sign up. And remember, new customers, bet $5, take home $200 instantly in bonus bets. If you have a bonus bet, does that mean that you get a bonus if you win the bet, or it's just an extra bonus bet besides the bet you made?
These wonderful questions can be bet on at DraftKings. Go to the app.
DraftKings Sportsbook. Go to the app. They'll fill you in. DraftKings Sportsbook with code JCE. Folks, the crown is yours. And potential riches await you as long as you make the right decisions. And also in the fine print, gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.sot1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. I'm running out of air. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, we don't know. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario, a giant black hole. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms for eligibility. Terms and responsible gaming resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply.
All right, well, that was our message about our friends at DraftKings, the official betting partner of Jim Cornette's Little Kingdom over here. Any thoughts on the news? The passing of wrestler Curtis Smith, former, I believe he was one of the Infernos, the Inferno that replaced Frankie Kane, also the Blue Yankee.
Oh my God, how old was he?
Let me see. If
Easily
I can find
80. I didn't know that he had passed away, but Curtis Smith was, yes, as you mentioned, a mighty Yankee and one of the Infernos. In the obviously the Infernos with J.C. Dykes as their manager were the most well-known set of Infernos, and Mephisto, Frankie Kane was involved, as well as Curtis Smith. And who was goddamn? There was another one.
Rocky Smith was his brother.
Rocky was his brother. And but Curtis Smith, that he would have had to, I would think, now be in his 80s at least, would he not?
I would think. I'm not actually finding an age. Scott Teal announced it on Facebook. That's where I saw it.
Well, and Scott being 97 years old on his own, he's been around for everything.
That's not what I was saying, no.
When he was in school, they didn't have history.
Again, we're not here to make fun of Scott Teal. We're here to... do you remember, when was the first time you saw J.C. Dykes in the Infernos?
Well, see, here's the thing. It was so fucking early on. I was not smart in any way. I don't even know if that's one of the sets that was Curtis Smith was in. But the Infernos were a mass tag team that not only J.C. Dykes was a manager most of the time, but they had other managers, and sometimes they just worked as themselves.
And by the way, he joined in 71. Frankie Kane was already gone by that point. So 71.
Okay, there you go. Because that's when Frankie Kane became the Great Mephisto. But a part of the hallmark of the Infernos was by the name they threw fire like the Sheik. And or sometimes the manager would throw the cane through the fire or whatever. And also, as you'll recall, Mephisto, Frankie Kane used a built-up boot, a loaded boot, right? One of the Infernos at one point, I think, was it in the Florida or Georgia territories, was known as Clubfoot Inferno.
I love that name. One of my favorite names ever for a wrestler.
Because they did the deal where his one leg was shorter than the other was the story, which is why he medically had to have the built-up boot on one foot where the sole was obviously thicker than the other foot. It was obvious also because it was bright white. It was highlighted so that you could see it. And he used the loaded boot. Whenever they were in trouble, he'd kick the fucking toe of the boot on the goddamn mat a couple of times to load it, and everybody would see it. And then you'd kick the guy and he's out. And then he would tap the heel to unload it. And that was, so they used a variety of standard wrestling heat-getting gimmicks, but it was all combined in their whole presentation. They were a masked heel team, but there was a loaded boot involved sometimes. And sometimes they threw fire. And sometimes they switched places because they were wearing identical masks and outfits. And so there was and they had a manager that talked a bunch of bullshit. So teams like that, and the Mighty Yankees were another team that had multiple members. At one point, Charlie Fulton and Frank Morrell were the Mighty Yankees, and managed by George Bunk Harris, but there were tons of them. And actually in Memphis in 1967, they had a team of Blue Infernos because the regular Infernos had already been there. So the Blue Infernos it was Gypsy Joe and goddamn, who was the other one? It might have even been Frank Hester. I'm not sure. He was one of the Dominoes later on. But they had a big sellout run in Memphis at the old Ellis Auditorium with Jackie and Roughhouse Fargo, where they sold out like 8 or 10 weeks in a row in the summer of 1967. But that was a standard old-fashioned Southern heel team type of presentation. One guy's got a boot, they throw fire, they've got masks on, they got the manager that interferes. They could get stabbed or cut in any fucking town in 15 minutes, the Infernos. They had so much heat.
And there it is, Jim Cornette's Omnibus, Those We Lost in 2023. Many great stories and memories, and of course, great personalities that we talked about over the past year on The Experience and The Drive-Thru. You can listen wherever you find your favorite podcast, but until next time, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!